Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Today's episode is God Makers by James Byron Love. Copyright 2026. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this smoldering sci-fi story. Earth. The alarm sounded at 6:43 precisely, 2 minutes before it was needed, because James had learned long ago that God did not appreciate scrambling. He was on his feet before the second tone, moving through the darkness of his small quarters with the efficiency of a man who had performed the same actions every morning for 11 years. Clothes laid out the night before. Always. The trousers, the plain white shirt, the simple rope belt. No adornment. Adornment was vanity, and vanity was an offense that carried consequences nobody wanted to invite. He dressed in under a minute and stepped out into the corridor. The compound was already moving. It always was. 2 minutes before 6:45, and the walkways between the low concrete buildings were filled with the quiet, purposeful movement of men and women making their way to the eastern courtyard. Nobody spoke. Morning prayer was not preceded by conversation. Conversation before prayer implied that human words mattered more than the silence in which God could be heard, and that particular implication had cost more than one member of the rising radiant sun a very bad afternoon in the town square. James fell into step beside David, who nodded without looking at him. David was a big man, heavyset, with hands that had been made for physical work and were put to exactly that use every day in the compound's maintenance division. They had been assigned as morning prayer partners 3 years ago, which meant they knelt beside each other every day and had exchanged perhaps 400 words in total across all that time. This was considered a healthy spiritual relationship within the rising radiant sun. Attachment to other people was a distraction from attachment to God. The eastern courtyard was large enough to hold the entire congregation and had been designed with that specific purpose in mind. The compound itself sat on 40 acres of land in a remote stretch of territory that had once been farmland, purchased outright 12 years ago through a series of corporate entities that would have taken a determined financial investigator considerable time to untangle. The courtyard faced east with mathematical precision. Thalen had seen to that personally before a single foundation had been poured. God lived in the direction of the rising sun, and the rising radiant sun did not approximate sacred geometry. By 6:44, the congregation was assembled. 251 people arranged in precise rows, 11 rows of 22 with 9 in the final row, a number that had been the source of considerable theological interpretation when the congregation's size had first settled at that count. Thalen had declared it significant. He had not elaborated on why, and nobody had asked. At 6:45 the bell rang. As one body, the congregation dropped to their knees on the stone courtyard. The eastern sky was beginning to show the first gray suggestion of dawn, a pale cold light that fell across 251 bowed heads and 251 pairs of hands pressed flat against thighs in the prescribed position. Not clasped. Clasped hands implied supplication, and the rising radiant sun did not supplicate. They communed. There was a theological distinction that had been explained at length in the writings and that James could have recited from memory if asked, though he had never been asked and did not expect to be. The prayer began. It was not spoken aloud. Individual voices raised in prayer implied individual relationships with God, and individual relationships with God implied that the four voices of God, Thalen, Korach, Valar, and Sarev, were not necessary as intermediaries, which they absolutely were, which was not a matter open to interpretation or discussion. Prayer was therefore internal, directed upward through the crown of the head according to doctrine, received by God and processed in ways that the writings described in considerable and occasionally contradictory detail. James prayed. He prayed for the strength to complete his assigned tasks. He prayed for the rising radiant sun to continue in God's grace. He prayed for the eradication of false gods and the people who followed them, which was most of the planet's remaining population, and therefore an ambitious prayer, but God appreciated ambition in the service of righteousness. He prayed briefly and with genuine feeling for his morning drink to settle well, because last Thursday's had sat badly in his stomach for most of the day, and he had fallen slightly behind on his work allocation as a result. A fact he had not reported because falling behind was a reportable infraction, and he had managed to make up the deficit by working through the midday rest period. He did not pray about the midday rest period deficit. Some things you kept between yourself and God directly. Around him, the courtyard breathed in the particular unified rhythm that always developed after the first few minutes of morning prayer, 251 respiratory systems unconsciously synchronizing in the silence, a phenomenon that had been described in the writings as evidence of God's presence moving through the congregation like wind through a field of wheat. James had always found it peaceful. Whatever else could be said about the rising radiant sun, and James was not the kind of man who said things about the rising radiant sun except in the most careful and prescribed terms, the morning prayer was peaceful. 22 minutes of required stillness in which nobody could assign him a task or report him for anything. He focused on the pale light growing in the east and let his mind settle into the familiar grooves of doctrine. From the elevated platform at the courtyard's western edge, Thalen watched. He stood rather than knelt, which was his right as a voice of God, and he watched the congregation with the particular quality of attention that a man gives to machinery he has designed and maintained and is quietly checking for signs of wear. The rows were straight. The postures were correct. He could see from here that Patricia in the third row had her hands turned slightly inward rather than flat, which was technically an infraction, and he noted it with the portion of his mind that maintained such ledgers and moved on. Thalen was 61 years old and looked perhaps 50, a discrepancy he attributed to clean living in God's favor, and that was actually attributable to exceptional genetics, a carefully managed personal diet that bore no resemblance to the restricted menu he prescribed for his congregation, and a medical regimen that cost more per year than most of his congregation members had earned in their previous lives combined. He was a tall man, spare and precise, with gray eyes that processed information the way a camera processes light, without judgment, without sentiment, simply recording. He did not pray during morning prayer. He had not prayed in any sincere sense for approximately 30 years, which was how long it had been since he had believed in anything supernatural. What he did during the 22 minutes was think, which was considerably more productive. This morning he was thinking about the financial investigators. They had been careful. He had been careful for 3 decades, building the rising radiant sun from a small and unremarkable prayer group into what it had become, layering the financial structures, moving the assets, keeping the pharmaceutical supply chains obscured behind enough corporate distance that tracing them required the kind of institutional persistence that most law enforcement agencies could not sustain indefinitely. He had been careful and he was still being careful, and it was becoming apparent that careful was no longer going to be sufficient. The Blue Eyes business had been sloppy. That was Sarev's domain and Sarev was effective, but he was not subtle, and subtlety was what the current situation required. The incident 3 weeks ago had been witnessed, and witnesses talked, and talking led to investigations, and investigations, if they went far enough, led to places Thalen had spent 30 years ensuring nobody could reach. It was, he thought, watching James and David and 199 other bowed heads in the growing morning light, probably time. He had always known it might come to this. The planet had always been there in his planning, a contingency, an exit, the kind of option that only a certain quality of mind thinks to arrange before it becomes necessary. Waldalo, as the navigation AI had taken to designating it in the simplified form, the actual catalog number was 19 digits, sat in a system that was unreachable by any vessel currently in operation except their own, and their own was registered under a corporate name that would take years to trace back to anything connected to the rising radiant sun. He had purchased it 6 years ago. The ship and the planet both, in the sense that a planet could be purchased, which legally it could not but practically it could if you knew the right people and had sufficient untraceable funds, and Thalen had always had both. The bell rang. 22 minutes precisely, measured by an atomic clock mounted inside the bell housing, accurate to within 1 second per million years, because God's time was exact time and Thalen did not do approximations. The congregation rose as one. The sound of 251 people getting to their feet on stone was a particular sound that Thalen had heard thousands of times and still found satisfying in a way he could not have explained and would not have tried to. It was the sound of a mechanism functioning correctly. The morning drink would be distributed in the dining hall in 11 minutes. Thalen watched the congregation file out of the courtyard in their prescribed order. Row by row, no pushing, no conversation, the silence holding until they crossed the courtyard threshold where quiet speech was permitted. The drink was a proprietary formulation that had taken his pharmaceutical contacts 4 years to perfect. It was tasteless in the herbal tea that carried it, metabolized cleanly, left no obvious markers in standard blood panels, and produced in the consumer a state of relaxed compliance and reduced critical thinking that was, from a purely technical standpoint, quite elegant. Combined with the sleep supplement administered in the evening meal and the mild perceptual enhancer added to the midday water ration, it created a population that was cooperative, content, hardworking, and almost entirely incapable of questioning anything they were told by a voice of God. He had told them it was a sacred blessing. Distilled devotion. God's grace made physical. They drank it every morning with genuine gratitude. Patricia crossed in front of him as her row filed past, and he made eye contact with her for exactly long enough that she understood she had been seen. Her hands went immediately to her sides and she looked straight ahead and moved on. She would correct her hand position tomorrow morning. She would not need to be told twice. Patricia was one of his better members, diligent, skilled in the food preparation work she had been assigned, and possessed of a fear response that calibrated well to mild social pressure. She would not require anything formal. The courtyard emptied. Thalen remained on the platform. To the east the sun had fully cleared the horizon now, orange and enormous in the flat morning sky, and it struck him as it occasionally did that there was something genuinely remarkable about a star rising, about the sheer mechanical indifference of it, the absolute regularity of a physics that required no faith and rewarded none, and continued regardless of what any human being chose to believe about it. He had built an entire religion around that sunrise. 22 minutes of kneeling toward it every morning multiple times through the day, a sacred number attached to its rhythms, a god invented to live inside it. And it rose every morning exactly as it would have risen if he had never existed, if the rising radiant sun had never existed, if every one of the 251 people who had just filed past him had never been born. He found this thought not troubling but clarifying. It confirmed what he had always known. The universe did not care. Which meant the only sensible approach was to arrange things so that it did not need to. He stepped down from the platform and walked toward the dining hall where his morning coffee waited, prepared separately from the congregation's tea, by a small and trusted staff who understood their continued comfort depended on their continued discretion. In the dining hall 248 members of the rising radiant sun sat in their assigned seats and drank deeply from their morning cups and felt, as they always did, the warm settling sensation of God's grace moving through them, and were grateful and did not question it and would not have known how. James wrapped both hands around his cup and felt the familiar warmth spread through his chest and thought that whatever yesterday's batch had contained that had unsettled him, today's was considerably better. He felt clear, purposeful, ready for the day's assigned tasks. Beside him David drank in silence. Outside, the courtyard faced east and the sun continued its ancient indifferent climb, and the rising radiant sun prepared for another day in God's service, which was to say another day in Thalen's service, which had always been exactly the same thing. The meeting room that the four voices of God used for their private gatherings bore no resemblance to anything the congregation was permitted to see. The rest of the compound ran to concrete and plain wood, and the kind of institutional austerity that Thalen had determined God preferred, based on nothing except his accurate assessment that people who lived in comfortable surroundings developed opinions about their comfort, and people who lived in bare ones were too busy being grateful for warmth and adequate food to develop opinions about much of anything. The congregation's quarters were clean, functional, and aggressively without character. The dining hall had long tables and benches bolted to the floor. The temple, which was the only space in the compound that received any architectural consideration at all, was impressive in the way that a set piece is impressive, designed to produce a specific emotional response in the people standing inside it and succeeding at that function without apology. The meeting room was different. It occupied the entire top floor of the only two-story building in the compound, accessible by a staircase that required a keycard that exactly 4 people possessed. The floors were reclaimed hardwood, dark and warm, covered in the center by a carpet that had cost more than most of the congregation members had earned in the last year of their previous lives. The table was solid mahogany, 8 feet long, surrounded by 4 chairs that had been made by hand in a workshop in another country and shipped under a corporate name that had since been dissolved. Along the western wall, a sideboard held crystal decanters of whiskey, bourbon and brandy, and a small climate-controlled cabinet beneath it maintained a selection of wines that Thalen rotated quarterly based on recommendations from a sommelier in the city who knew him under a different name entirely. There were no windows facing the courtyard. Thalen had been specific about that during construction. What the congregation could not see they could not think about, and what they could not think about did not exist for practical purposes. Sarev was already there when Thalen arrived, which was unusual. Sarev was many things, but early was rarely one of them. He was sitting at the far end of the table with a glass of bourbon that was not his first, which Thalen registered without comment and filed in the same internal ledger where he kept Patricia's hand position. Sarev was a large man, broad through the chest and shoulders, with a face that had been designed by genetics for a kind of blunt handsomeness that had curdled over the years into something harder and less readable. He had the hands of a man who had used them for purposes beyond manual labor and was comfortable with that fact. He looked up when Thalen entered and said nothing, which was also typical. Sarev communicated in a kind of compressed economy of expression that most people found unsettling and that Thalen had always found efficient. Korik arrived 2 minutes later, slightly out of breath, which meant he had been in the lower records room again going over the financial structures. Korik was the only one of the 4 who genuinely enjoyed the administrative architecture of what they had built, who found pleasure in the layering of corporate entities and the management of asset flows in a way that Thalen respected without sharing. Korik was 54, lean and angular with the permanent slight squint of a man who spent too much time reading small print. He had come to the rising radiant sun from a background in corporate finance that had ended badly enough that his options had narrowed considerably, and Thalen had found him at exactly the right moment, which was something Thalen had always been good at. Finding people at exactly the right moment. He poured himself a glass of water from the sideboard, which was also typical. Korik did not drink during working meetings, a discipline Thalen noted approvingly. They waited for Valer. Valer was 4 minutes late, which meant he was either coming from his quarters in the compound's north wing where he sometimes spent mornings in a way he thought was private and was not, or he was coming from somewhere else entirely and had a reason for the delay that he would not volunteer and they would not ask for. Valer was 58, the second oldest of the 4, and had the look of a man who had once been striking and was now simply tired. He was tall enough that he moved through doorways with a slight habitual duck that was unnecessary in most of the compound's construction but had become reflexive. His eyes were a pale brown that in certain lights looked almost amber and that in other lights looked like nothing so much as a man watching for something he expected to be unpleasant. He sat down without pouring anything and looked at Thalen and said, "How bad?" It was not entirely a question. "Sit down and I'll tell you," Thalen said, and then realized Valer was already sitting, which was the kind of small miscalculation that happened when you were tired, and Thalen was tired, though he would not have admitted it to the 3 men in this room or to anyone else on the planet. He moved to his chair at the head of the table and sat and placed his hands flat on the mahogany in front of him, a gesture the other 3 recognized as the meeting beginning in earnest. "The Harwick investigation has expanded," he said. "They've brought in federal financial forensics. That changes the timeline considerably." Korik's squint deepened. "How did you find out?" "The same way I find out everything. That's not relevant to this conversation. It is if the source is compromised." "The source is not compromised," Thalen said it with the particular flatness that ended lines of inquiry, and Korik let it go because Korik was intelligent enough to know which hills were worth occupying. What's relevant is that federal financial forensics means they have resources and they have patience, and they will follow the structures further than a regional investigation would have. How far can they follow them, Korik? Korik turned his water glass slowly on the table, a thinking gesture. The first 3 layers are clean. 4th layer starts getting complicated. If they're genuinely good and they have enough time, he paused. 6 months. Maybe 8 if we're lucky with the jurisdictional issues on the offshore components. We are not going to rely on luck with jurisdictional issues. No, Korik agreed. I didn't think so. Sorav put his bourbon glass down. It made a sound on the mahogany that was slightly too loud, slightly too deliberate. So we're going, he said. We're going, Thalen confirmed. The room absorbed this. Outside, distantly, they could hear the sounds of the congregation moving through the compound's morning routines, the dining hall, the work assignments, the particular quality of communal sound that 250 people in close proximity produced when they were all oriented toward the same purpose. It was a sound Thalen had spent 30 years constructing, and he heard it now as a man hears a clock he has wound himself, with satisfaction at its regularity and without sentiment. The blue eyes situation accelerated this, Vaylor said. He was not accusatory about it. He was simply stating a fact in the way that a man states facts when he has given up expecting the facts to be welcomed. Sorav looked at him with an expression that was not quite contempt and not quite patience, and occupied an uncomfortable territory between the two. The blue eyes situation was handled according to doctrine. The blue eyes situation was witnessed by 3 people who were not members of this congregation, and one of whom has already spoken to investigators, Vaylor said. That is not a doctrinal issue. That is an operational one. Vaylor, Thalen's voice was not raised. It never was. Thalen had long ago determined that a raised voice was an admission that you had lost control of a situation, and he had not lost control of a situation in 30 years and did not intend to start now. The cause of the accelerated timeline is not productive to discuss at this point. The timeline is what it is. What we need to discuss is the execution. Vaylor was quiet. He had the look of a man swallowing something that did not go down easily. The departure happens within 60 days, Thalen continued. That gives Korik sufficient time to collapse the remaining financial structures in the right sequence, which ensures that what the investigators find when they eventually get deep enough is a series of empty shells pointing at each other in a circle. It gives us time to complete the loading of the ship. And it gives us time to make the selection. 250, Korik said. 250. We have 2,312 members currently in the compound and associated facilities. We are taking 250. Those 250 have been identified. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and placed a folded document on the table. I've had this list for 2 years. It has been updated quarterly. The selection criteria are practical physical health skill sets we require, age brackets that give us the best long-term productivity. The list is final. Sorav picked up the document and opened it with the unhurried confidence of a man who expects to approve of what he finds. He read for a moment, turned a page, read further. Michael is on here, he said. We need a physician. He's also soft. He's also the best trained medical professional in the congregation and the only one with surgical experience. His softness is a separate matter and one that the planet's conditions will address without any intervention from us. Thalen looked at Sorav steadily. The list is final, I said. Sorav folded the document and set it down and picked up his bourbon. The 2,000 and so who are not on the list, Vaylor said carefully. What do they get told? Nothing, Thalen said. The word sat on the mahogany table between them. They arrive one morning and the compound is empty, Vaylor said. They arrive one morning and the compound is empty, Thalen agreed. They have their faith. They have the writings. They have the prayer schedule and the dietary guidelines and everything else we have given them. They are not children. They will manage. Some of them have been with us for 15 years. Some of them have been with us for 15 years, and in that time they have donated the entirety of their material assets to the work of God and received in return a community, a purpose, and a daily pharmaceutical regimen that keeps them cooperative and content. Thalen's voice remained exactly level. I don't consider that a poor exchange from their perspective. Vaylor said nothing. He had the look now of a man who has made a calculation and determined that the answer is one he does not like, and that his disliking it changes nothing. The drug supply, Korik said, moving the conversation forward with the efficiency that made him useful. For the voyage and the colony. Calculated for 3 years beyond arrival at current population dosage levels. Loaded in the ship's medical storage under the dietary supplement manifest, Thalen allowed himself a small satisfaction at this. It had taken 6 months to acquire and transport that quantity without generating a purchasing pattern that would have been visible to anyone paying attention, and he had managed it without incident. The formulation is stable at the storage temperatures the ship maintains. We will have no supply issues for the first several years of the colony's operation, and by that point the conditioning will be sufficiently deep that dosage levels can be reduced without behavioral impact. In our own supplies, Sorev said. Separate manifest. Separate storage. Access restricted to this room's keycard holders. Thalen looked around the table. We are not the congregation. We have never been the congregation. That does not change on the planet. This required no discussion. It was simply the architecture of the thing stated plainly, as it occasionally needed to be stated plainly among the 4 of them to ensure everyone remained oriented correctly. The ship's AI, Korik said. It's been tested for the full journey parameters. Twice. The navigation system has Waldalow's coordinates locked and the routing is calculated for the gravity assists that bring the journey time to approximately 22 months. He had arranged that number deliberately and with some private amusement. Life support is fully automated. Stasis management is automated. The AI will manage the congregation rotation schedule according to the parameters we set before departure. We set the parameters. The AI executes them. We do not need to understand how it does so. And if something goes wrong with it, Vaylor said. If something goes wrong with a fully automated AI-controlled vessel in deep space, Thalen said, then something goes wrong and we address it with the resources available to us at that point. I cannot engineer against every possible failure. What I can do and have done is select a vessel with redundant systems and a maintenance AI that has been independently certified to a standard that I am satisfied with. He paused. Is there a specific failure mode you're concerned about, Vaylor, or is this a general inquiry into the nature of risk? Vaylor looked at him for a moment. General, he said. Then I suggest we move on. Korik had produced a small notebook, physical paper, because Korik did not trust anything digital for certain kinds of record keeping, and was making notes in the tight angular handwriting that matched everything else about him. The congregation announcement, he said. God's revelation. When? 3 weeks. That gives people time to emotionally process the significance of what's being asked of them and arrive at the departure date in a state of elevated spiritual fervor rather than anxiety. Fervor is more useful than anxiety for the boarding process, Thalen considered. I'll deliver it in the temple. Evening service, full congregation. The framing will emphasize the chosen nature of this group, the historic significance, God's particular favor in selecting the rising radiant sun for this mission above all other peoples on earth. They'll receive that well, Korik said. They'll receive it ecstatically, Thalen said. That's the point. Sarev had finished his bourbon and was looking at the decanter on the sideboard with the expression of a man conducting an internal debate. He resolved it by staying in his seat, which Thalen noted as a small positive data point. Sarev's drinking was a variable that required monitoring. On Earth there were structural constraints that kept it within acceptable parameters. On the planet those constraints would need to be replaced with something else, a problem Thalen had not yet fully solved and that sat in the back of his planning like a small unresolved equation. Legal exposure between now and departure, Korik said. If the investigation accelerates faster than projected. We have 60 days. The investigation cannot reach actionable evidence in 60 days given the current state of what they have and what they can access. I have this on good authority, Thalen looked at Korik. Begin collapsing the structures in the sequence we discussed last quarter. Start with the offshore vehicles first. Work inward. Korik nodded, making a note. Sarev, Thalen turned to the big man at the end of the table. The punishment schedule between now and departure. I want it visible but measured. No repeat of the recent situation. Nothing that generates witnesses outside the compound. Whatever discipline needs to be maintained, it is maintained inside these walls and it does not come to the attention of anyone outside them. Is that understood? Sarev met his eyes. Something moved behind his expression that was not quite resentment and not quite agreement, and that Thalen read correctly as the calculation of a man determining whether the instruction was worth pushing back on. He determined it was not. Understood, Sarev said. Good. Thalen placed his palms on the table again in the gesture that closed meetings as clearly as it opened them. We have worked 30 years to build what we have built. We are not losing it to a financial investigation and a problem with blue eyes. We are taking it somewhere that no investigation can follow and no outside authority can reach, and we are building something considerably larger and more permanent than what we have here. He looked at each of them in turn. The habit of 30 years, the reading of faces, the taking of temperatures. Korik focused processing, already moving to implementation in his mind. Sarev contained for now, the bourbon doing its small work. Valor, present in body somewhere else in the part of himself that was always somewhere else, which Thalen had long since decided was a manageable condition as long as it did not become something more. Waldalo, Thalen said, and the word had a quality in the room that he had not expected and that he did not examine. God is spoken. He said it with exactly the same conviction he used in the temple. 30 years of practice made the distinction between performance and sincerity irrelevant. The words landed as he intended them to land, and the meeting was over. Sarev reached for the decanter as soon as Thalen stood. Thalen walked to the door and paused with his hand on the frame and looked back at the room one more time, the mahogany table, the good carpet, the crystal decanters catching the morning light, the three men who were the only people on earth who knew exactly what the rising radiant sun actually was. He thought about 60 days. He thought about Waldalo, 19 digits in a star catalog, a green planet in a system so remote that the light leaving it now would not reach Earth for longer than human civilization had existed. He thought about 2,062 people who would wake one morning to an empty compound and a silence where their God used to be. He went downstairs to his coffee. Christopher found Gerald Harwick at the community garden on a Wednesday morning in early spring, which was not an accident. Nothing Christopher did was an accident. He had been in the garden for 12 minutes before Harwick arrived, long enough to be visibly settled and working, but not so long that he would have exhausted the natural conversational material that the garden provided, which was considerable if you knew anything about soil composition and drainage, and Christopher had made it his business to know enough. Harwick was 63, recently widowed, and worth $47 million. He had blue eyes the color of a winter sky. Christopher had memorized the file. He waited until Harwick had been working his plot for 20 minutes before he said anything. Rushing was for people who were not confident in what they were offering. Your drainage is better than mine, Christopher said. What did you put down last fall? Harwick looked up. He had the face of a man who had been handsome once and was now something better, seasoned and specific. Compost and grit, he said. 50-50 mix. Takes 2 seasons to really show, but after that the beds drain in an hour regardless of what falls on them. I did straight compost and I'm paying for it. Everything's waterlogged from last week. Harwick walked over and looked at Christopher's bed with the assessing attention of a man who has spent his life solving practical problems, and finds the habit hard to turn off even in a community garden on a Wednesday morning. You need grit. Half and half, like I said. Work it in this fall and you'll see the difference by spring. I appreciate that. Gerald Harwick, he extended his hand. Christopher, they shook. You've been coming here long. About a year. You. 3 months. My wife used to do the gardening. Harwick looked at the bed for a moment. I took it over in the fall. Christopher said nothing. He had learned 20 years ago that silence after a statement like that did more work than any response he could have constructed. She passed in August, Harwick said. Cardiac. Very sudden. I'm sorry. Yes, Harwick looked at the bed. Well, grit and compost. I'll remember that. They worked in companionable silence for another 40 minutes, and when Harwick left, he had accepted an invitation to a community dinner the following Thursday and seemed genuinely pleased to have been asked, which was the correct outcome and was also, Christopher reflected as he watched him go, not entirely manufactured. Harwick was a decent man. Christopher had worked with decent men before and found them in some ways easier than the complicated ones because their needs were simpler and their responses more predictable. Harwick needed purpose and community and someone to talk to, and the rising radiant sun was very good at providing all three in the specific sequence that produced the result Thalen required. He filed his report that evening. Thalen read it the following morning over his private coffee and made 2 notations and sent it to Corrick for the financial preliminary work and to Dr. Reeves for the psychological assessment update, and considered the matter of the blue eyes, which was a complication and also an opportunity, and which he would address when the time was right, which was not yet. The community dinner was held in the renovated warehouse space on the city's eastern side that the rising radiant sun maintained for exactly this purpose. The lighting was warm. The food was good, genuinely good, because congregation members understood the dinner as sacred labor and brought to it the dedication that sacred labor required. 14 congregation members in their street clothes occupied the room when Harwick arrived with Christopher, all of them performing the role of ordinary people who had found something meaningful with the conviction of people for whom the pharmaceutical assistance to warmth and openness had made the performance largely unnecessary. Patricia was there, seated across the table from the chair Christopher guided Harwick toward. She had been selected for this dinner because she could speak about loss without performing it, because her loss had been real even if the framework she now understood it through was one that Thalen had provided. Gerald, this is Patricia. Patricia lost her husband 2 years ago. Patricia smiled at him. Christopher tells me you're a gardener. Trying to be. My wife was the gardener. I inherited the plot. How long were you married? 31 years. Patricia nodded with the understanding of someone who knows exactly what 31 years means when it ends without warning. Mine was 24. You think you know what it's going to be like, and then you find out you had no idea. No, Harwick said. No idea at all. Christopher poured wine and said nothing and let them talk, which they did for the better part of an hour, the conversation moving the way conversations move between people who have discovered an unexpected point of genuine contact, ranging out from the central subject and coming back to it and ranging out again. Harwick was not a man who talked easily about personal things. That was in the file, but he was talking now because Patricia was the kind of listener who made talking feel safe, and because the appetizers had been doing their quiet work for 40 minutes and the wine was doing its work, and the room had the quality of warmth and welcome that the rising radiant sun had spent years learning how to produce reliably. By the end of the evening, Harwick had talked more than he had talked to anyone since August. He shook Christopher's hand at the door and said he had not expected to enjoy himself and had. Same time next week, Christopher said. Patricia will be here. I'll be here, Harwick said. He was. And the week after. And the week after that. The pharmaceutical escalation was gradual and carefully managed, Dr. Reeves monitoring Harwick's responses through Christopher's reports and adjusting the dosage recommendations with the conservative caution that his age and cardiac history argued for. By the 5th week, Harwick was attending 3 events per week. By the 6th, he had begun referring to the community as his people in conversation with Christopher, which Christopher noted in his report as a significant marker. "You know what I notice," Harwick said one evening, walking with Christopher after a dinner, "is that nobody here is pretending. You know what I mean? In most situations, people are performing some version of themselves. Here people are just themselves." "That's what drew me," Christopher said. "The honesty of it." "What is it exactly?" "The group. I've been coming for 6 weeks and I still can't quite describe it to myself." "Have you been reading the first volume?" "I finished it Sunday. I'm halfway through the second." "What did you think?" Harwick was quiet for half a block. "I think whoever wrote it understood something that most people spend their whole lives avoiding. That there's an order to things. That the chaos people are living in isn't inevitable, it's chosen. And that you don't have to choose it." "That's exactly what it is," Christopher said. "I want to meet Thailand." Christopher had been waiting for this since the 4th week. "I'll arrange it," he said. The meeting happened 3 days later in the community space after hours, just the two of them, Thailand behind the plain table and Harwick across from it, the lighting warm and the room quiet. Thalen had read the full file including Dr. Rivas' updated assessment and Christopher's reports and knew Gerald Harwick more thoroughly than Gerald Harwick knew himself, which was the only position from which Thalen conducted important conversations. "Christopher tells me you've been reading the writings," Thalen said. "I have. I have questions." "Good. Questions mean engagement. What's your first one?" Harwick leaned forward slightly. "The Chosen. The writings talk about the Chosen as if it's a fixed set of people. But how does anyone know if they're in it?" "They feel it," Thalen said. "Not immediately always. Sometimes it takes time for the recognition to come. But it comes. Has it come for you?" Harwick looked at him for a moment. "That's why I wanted to meet you. Because I think it has, and I don't know what to do with that." "You don't have to do anything with it. You just have to stop running from it." "I'm not running." "You've been running since August," Thalen said simply without cruelty. "Your wife held the center of your life and when she went the center went with her and you've been moving fast enough that you haven't had to stand still in the middle of what's left. The garden. The dinners. The reading. All of it is motion. I'm not criticizing the motion. The motion brought you here. But at some point you have to stop and let what's here actually reach you." Harwick was quiet for a long time. "How do I do that?" he said finally. "You already are," Thalen said. The document signing happened on a Sunday afternoon 6 weeks after that first meeting, in Jeffrey's office, Harwick across the desk with Christopher beside him and Jeffrey arranging the pages with the precise movements of a man who has done this many times, and understands that the arrangement of the pages matters because it communicates competence and competence builds confidence and confidence makes the pen move. "These transfer the liquid assets into the charitable trust," Jeffrey said, placing the first set before Harwick. "The trust exists to fund the work of the rising radiant sun in perpetuity. Your contribution becomes part of something that outlasts both of us." Harwick looked at the pages. The figure on the first page was not a small figure. He looked at it for a moment and then looked at Christopher. "This is the right thing," Christopher said. Harwick picked up the pen. He signed everything with the deliberateness of a man at peace with a decision. When it was done, he set the pen down and looked at his hands for a moment and said that he felt lighter. "That's what releasing something feels like," Jeffrey said, gathering the pages. Thalen was in the meeting room upstairs when Jeffrey called to confirm, and he noted the amount in the ledger that Corrick maintained and poured himself 2 fingers of whiskey, and thought that Christopher was very good at his work and that $47 million was a satisfying result for 8 weeks of careful management. Then he thought about the blue eyes which could not be deferred any longer, and went downstairs to have the conversation with Harwick that he had been building toward since the file landed on his desk. He found Harwick still in the community space, sitting with Christopher, both of them with coffee, the relaxed posture of men who have concluded something significant and are letting the conclusion settle. "Gerald," Thalen said, sitting across from him. "There's something we need to discuss." Harwick looked at him with the open attention that 8 weeks of pharmaceutical and doctrinal preparation produced. "All right. The writings are explicit on the matter of blue eyes. You've read the relevant passages. I have. Then you understand that membership in the rising radiant sun requires their removal. The room was quiet. Christopher looked at his coffee. Harwick said carefully, I understood it as metaphorical. It isn't, Thalen said. The technology exists. The procedure is straightforward. Our physician has performed it multiple times. The eyes that replace yours will be brown, the color God intended, and your vision will be fully restored within 2 weeks of the procedure. He paused. I want to be honest with you because you deserve honesty. This is not a small thing I'm asking. I know that. But the writings are not negotiable on this point, and I will not pretend they are to make this easier for you. Harwick looked at him for a long time. And if I say no, he said. Then you say no, Thalen said. And we part as friends, and what you signed today stands because you signed it freely, and that doesn't change. He leaned forward slightly. But Gerald, you told me 2 weeks ago that you felt the recognition. That you knew you were chosen. A man who is truly chosen does not say no to what being chosen requires. He says yes, and he discovers that what was asked of him was not the sacrifice it appeared to be, but the doorway to what he actually came here for. Harwick looked at his hands. At the eyes he had looked through for 63 years. When he said, Friday, Thalen said. If you're ready. I'll be ready, Harwick said. Christopher drove him back to his hotel that night, and they did not talk much, and when Harwick got out of the car he stood for a moment with the door open and said, Do you think I'm doing the right thing? Christopher looked at him steadily. I think you're doing the only thing, he said. I think you've known that since August, and everything since then has just been the time it took to get here. Harwick closed the car door and went inside. The surgery was Friday. The renaming ceremony was 3 weeks later. The full congregation assembled in the temple, Thalen's hand on the head of the man who had been Gerald Harwick, the new brown eyes open and focused on the middle distance with the particular quality of a person experiencing something they will spend the rest of their life trying to find words for. Robert, Thalen said. That is your name. The congregation said it back in one voice, and the sound of it filled the temple and went into the man from every direction at once, and he wept. And the congregation wept with him, and Thalen stood before them all with his hands at his sides, and watched it work exactly as it had been designed to work, with the clean professional satisfaction of a man watching a mechanism perform at the level it was built for. Upstairs afterward, Corrick updated the financial records and noted that the Harwick assets had cleared completely. $47 million. Give or take a rounding error. Sandra found Sarev at 7:30 on a Tuesday morning in the small office adjacent to the temple that served as the administrative center of everything the rising radiant sun preferred not to conduct in public. She knocked twice, the prescribed knock for sacred witnesses reporting to a voice of God, 2 sharp raps with the knuckle of the index finger, not the fist, because the fist implied urgency and urgency implied that the witness had allowed emotion to attach itself to the report, which compromised the report's reliability and was itself a minor infraction. Sarev looked up from the punishment ledger he was reviewing. Come. She came in and stood in front of the desk with her hands at her sides and her eyes at the middle distance that the sacred witness protocol specified, not looking at the voice of God directly because direct eye contact implied equality, and not looking at the floor because that implied shame, and neither was appropriate for a witness in the performance of sacred duty. Speak, Sarev said. Yesterday evening at 18:20 I was passing the corridor adjacent to the men's washing facilities, Sandra said. The facilities were otherwise empty. The wall between the men's and women's sections does not fully contain sound when the space on both sides is quiet. Sarev set down his pen. Go on. I heard a voice. Male. Speaking quietly. Not in conversation, there was no second voice. Speaking to himself in the way a person does when they believe they are alone. What did you hear? A name, Sandra said. Not his name. The other one. The office was quiet for a moment. Outside in the compound the morning routines were running, the sounds of the congregation moving between the dining hall and their work assignments, the ordinary productive noise of a community organized around a schedule. Inside the office the quiet had a different quality. You're certain it was a name, Sarev said. Not a word that resembled a name. I'm certain. 2 syllables. Not Thomas. Nothing close to Thomas. You recognize the voice. Yes. Thomas, Sorav said. Yes. Sorav looked at her for a moment with the flat assessing attention he brought to sacred witness reports, weighing reliability against motive against the specific details of what had been reported, running the calculation he ran every time with the efficiency of long practice. Sandra was one of his better witnesses. She had been doing this for 11 months and her reports had been consistently accurate and consistently free of the personal coloring that made some witnesses unreliable, the tendency to report what confirmed existing dislikes rather than what had actually been observed. He had never had cause to discount anything she brought him. You heard 2 syllables, he said. Did you hear the full name? Not fully. The wall muffled parts of it. But I heard enough to know it was not Thomas and was not any other name in the congregation and was not a word from the writings or from the sacred tongue. How long did it continue? It didn't. He said it once. Then there was silence. Then I heard the water running. Sorav nodded once. Your sacred witnessing will be recorded in your spiritual ledger. Return to your assigned tasks and speak of this to no one. Yes, Sandra said and left. Sorav sat for a moment after the door closed and looked at the punishment ledger open on his desk. Thomas was in it twice, both minor infractions, both from the previous year, both addressed at the time with punishments proportionate to their severity. A man who accrued minor infractions was not automatically a candidate for serious ones. People made small mistakes. The pharmaceutical regimen did not eliminate human error, it reduced it and directed it into channels that were manageable. But this was not a small mistake, and it was not an error in any sense that the word error applied to. Speaking the original name was a choice, even if the choice had been made in a moment of private unwatching, even if no audience had been intended, even if the man had not known he was being heard. The doctrine was explicit on this point because Thalen had written it to be explicit, and Thalen did not write things that left room for the kind of interpretation that produced inconsistent application. He picked up the internal telephone and called Thalen's quarters. Thalen answered on the second ring. We have one, Sorav said. There was a brief pause. Who? Thomas. Equipment maintenance. The infraction. Original name. Washing facilities. Single witness, reliable, partial but sufficient. Another pause shorter. My office. 1 hour. Sorav hung up and closed the punishment ledger and opened a fresh page in his notebook and began writing the incident report in the precise format that capital determinations required: date and time of the witnessed infraction, identity of the witness, content of the report, cross-reference to the relevant doctrinal passages, preliminary finding. He wrote with the care of a man who understands that the documents produced by institutional processes outlast the processes themselves, and that care in documentation is care for the institution. Thalen's office was on the second floor of the administrative building, separate from the meeting room, smaller and more functional, the room of a man who worked rather than the room of 4 men who met to make decisions. Thalen was behind his desk when Sorav arrived, the Sandra report in front of him, which meant he had already called for it, which meant he had already made his preliminary determination before Sorav sat down, which was consistent with how Thalen operated. He determined first and discussed second, and the discussion was less about reaching a conclusion than about ensuring the conclusion was correctly implemented. Sit down, Thalen said. Sorav sat. Sandra's report is sufficient, Thalen said. Partial hearing of the name with positive voice identification. The doctrine requires either full hearing by 1 witness or partial hearing by 2. We have partial hearing by 1 reliable witness, he looked at Sorav. Your assessment of her reliability. Hi. 11 months, no discounted reports. No personal relationship with Thomas that I'm aware of, and I would be aware of it. Then we have a determination, Thalen closed the report. Friday morning. Immediately following prayer. I'll prepare the platform. The full congregation. No exceptions for work assignment conflicts, Thalen paused. How is Thomas generally? His work performance, his daily conduct. Saurav considered. Unremarkable. He does his work. He keeps to himself more than most. David works alongside him, and I've never had a report from that quarter that suggested anything anomalous. A man who keeps to himself is a man whose interior life is less visible than others, Thalen said. That has operational implications we should have been more attentive to. Note it for the colony selection review. He's on the departure list. I know. Remove him. Done, Saurav said. Thalen stood and moved to the window that looked down onto the compound's central courtyard, the stone square that faced east, empty now in the mid-morning with the congregation at their work assignments. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at it for a moment. The timing of the name, he said. Evening. Washing facilities. Alone or believed to be alone? Yes. That's not a man making a defiant choice. That's a man whose conditioning has a gap in it that surfaces when he believes no one is watching. Thalen turned from the window. Which is more interesting than defiance in some ways and less interesting in others? Defiance is a statement. A gap in conditioning is a manufacturing defect. The result is the same. The result is the same, Thalen agreed. Friday. The full protocol. Saurav stood. I'll inform Thomas Friday morning. 30 minutes before prayer. Give him the knife when you tell him. The 20 minutes alone with it. Standard. And Saurav, Thalen looked at him steadily. Measured. Correct. Nothing beyond what the protocol specifies. Saurav met his eyes. When have I ever gone beyond the protocol? Thalen held his gaze for a moment. See, that Friday is consistent with that record, he said, and turned back to the window. Saurav left. Thomas was not told until Friday morning, which meant he spent Wednesday and Thursday in his normal routines, waking at 6:43 and praying and eating and working in the equipment maintenance division, alongside David and the others, and going to the evening meal and drinking his supplement and sleeping, all of it exactly as it had always been, with no outward sign that anything in the world had changed, because for Thomas nothing in the world had changed yet. The world changed for Thomas at 6:15 on Friday morning when Saurav knocked on the door of his quarters, and Thomas opened it still in his sleeping clothes and looked at Saurav standing in the corridor and understood immediately from the fact of Saurav standing in the corridor at 6:15 that something had changed, though he did not yet know what. Get dressed, Saurav said. Come with me. Thomas dressed in his plain white clothes with the automatic movements of a man performing a familiar action while his mind is occupied elsewhere, and followed Saurav through the compound's morning corridors to the small room adjacent to the temple. The room had a table and 2 chairs and nothing else except a dark cloth on the table, and on the dark cloth a knife, the handle toward the chair that faced the door. Thomas looked at the knife. Then he looked at Saurav. Tuesday evening, Saurav said. The washing facilities. 1820. Thomas was quiet for a moment. His face went through something and came out the other side of it into a stillness that was not the stillness of a man who has nothing to feel, but the stillness of a man who has felt everything very quickly and arrived somewhere beyond it. The determination, Saurav said, has been made by the voice of God in accordance with the doctrine as written in the 2nd volume, passages 14 through 19. The infraction is speaking the original name. The sentence is as written. He nodded at the knife. You have 20 minutes. The congregation assembles at 6:45 following prayer. Thomas looked at the knife on the dark cloth. Who heard, he said. His voice was steady, which Saurav noted. A sacred witness. Was it Sandra? Saurav said nothing, which was the protocol, and which Thomas received with a small nod that suggested he had not really needed the confirmation. I didn't know I said it out loud, Thomas said. That isn't a consideration the doctrine addresses. No, Thomas said. I know. He pulled the chair out and sat down and looked at the knife from a closer distance. I've been here 7 years. I know. I came because I believed it. I want you to know that. Whatever else, I came because I believed it. Saurav looked at him. Something moved behind his expression that was not sympathy and was not its opposite, and occupied a territory between the two that had no straightforward name. 20 minutes, he said, and left Thomas alone with the knife and closed the door behind him. The congregation assembled after prayer with the wordless efficiency of people who have done this before, not frequently enough that it was routine but often enough that the protocol was understood. The rows arranged themselves in the semicircle around the central platform, the platform set with the dark cloth and nothing else, the morning light coming over the eastern wall of the compound in the particular way it came at this time of year, thin and precise, laying shadows across the stone of the courtyard in long parallel lines. Thalen stood at the northern edge with the other three voices beside him, all four in their formal vestments, the gold cord at the waist and wrists, the collar folded in the manner that indicated rank. He looked at the congregation and the congregation looked at the platform and nobody looked at the small room adjacent to the temple where Thomas was sitting with a knife. Mary was in the third row between David and a woman named Pamela. She had known since the prayer that something was wrong because the quality of the morning had been wrong, a tension in the compound that the morning drink had not dissolved. And she had knelt for 22 minutes facing east and directed her internal voice upward, and felt the tension and prayed about the tension, and arrived at the end of the 22 minutes no closer to understanding what the tension was about but sufficiently settled by the prayer and the drink to face whatever the understanding turned out to be. When the congregation assembled around the platform, she understood. She had seen this 3 times in 9 years. Each time she had managed it the same way, by finding a fixed point that was not the platform and holding it with her eyes and breathing through her nose, 4 counts in and 4 counts out, and letting the sounds reach her without the images, because the sounds alone were manageable in a way that the sounds and the images together were not. David stood beside her and looked at the platform with the expression he used for everything, which was the expression of a man reading something in a language he understands but does not love. Thomas was brought out by God's hands, 2 men named George and Brian who walked on either side of him with the formal measured pace that the protocol specified, not gripping him, not guiding him by force, simply present on either side in case presence was required, which it was not because Thomas walked without assistance and without deviation toward the platform and stepped up onto it and turned to face the congregation. He looked at them. 249 faces looking back at him, and for a moment something moved across his own face that Mary, who was not looking at the platform and was looking at the gold cord at Thalen's waist, did not see but that David saw and did not look away from because David did not look away from things. Thalen stepped forward. He spoke the infraction. He cited the doctrine. He spoke about the name, the original name, the name that had been declared dead at the renaming ceremony 7 years ago and that the doctrine held had no existence in reality any longer, that the person who had borne it had no existence in reality any longer. That Thomas was the reality and that Thomas had denied Thomas and in denying Thomas had denied God who had given Thomas his name through the voice of God, and that the denial of God was the one thing the rising radiant sun could not carry inside itself and continue to be what God had made it. He spoke clearly and without theatrical inflation, and the courtyard was completely silent around his voice. Then he nodded to Thomas. Thomas picked up the knife. He held it in his right hand and looked at it for a moment, and looked up at the congregation, and his face in that moment had the quality that Thalen had seen before on these occasions, and had spent 30 years finding no adequate word for, a transparency, as though whatever had organized the features into the specific person had begun its departure, and what remained was simply the physical fact of a face that had once been someone. He placed the blade against his abdomen. In the third row, Mary fixed her eyes on the gold cord at Thalen's waist and breathed 4 counts in and 4 counts out and heard what happened without seeing it, and the sounds that reached her were the sounds she would carry with her for the rest of her life, surfacing in the period between sleep and waking, never fully gone, never fully present, the sounds of a thing that once you have heard it you cannot unknow. It took a long time. Beside her David watched without looking away, and his face said nothing that his face ever said, and his hands were at his sides and still. Sarav watched from the northern edge with the stillness of a man watching something he has seen before and has made whatever peace he is capable of making with seeing it, the peace of a man who has examined what it means that he watches these things without flinching, and has arrived at a conclusion about himself that he finds acceptable or has stopped arriving at conclusions, which from the outside looked the same. Valer watched the compound wall. The concrete of it gray and plain and blameless. He looked at it with the focused attention of a man reading something important, A man who requires the wall to be interesting because the wall is what he has decided to see, and what he has decided to see is all he intends to see, and the decision is final and he will not revisit it, and the wall will have to be sufficient. Thalen watched because the determination was his, and the determination required witnessing, and looking away was a decision he did not permit himself on the grounds that permitting it meant deciding there was something here he should not see, and that decision had implications he was not willing to accept. Thomas completed it. Thomas stopped. The silence that followed was different from the silence that had preceded it in a way that was physical, a different texture and weight of air, the specific silence of a space from which something has recently departed. Thalen let it stand for 30 seconds. Then he told the congregation that God had received Thomas and that Thomas had been faithful to the end, and that the rising radiant sun was purified by this faithfulness and strengthened by it, and that the morning's work assignments would begin in 20 minutes. God's hands attended to the platform. The congregation dispersed in the particular silence that always followed these mornings, not the silence of the prayer which was chosen and directed, but the silence of people who have witnessed something that the morning drink has not fully cushioned, and who are moving through the compound's corridors with their eyes on the ground in front of them and their minds somewhere the drug cannot quite reach. Mary walked beside David and did not speak for the length of the main corridor, and then said quietly without looking at him, 7 years. David kept walking. Yes. He came the same year I did. We were in the same orientation group. I know. He never seemed. She stopped and started again. He always seemed correct. In everything. David looked at her briefly. Apparently not in everything. No, she pulled her coat closer though the morning was not cold. Do you ever? She didn't finish it. David looked at her again, a longer look this time, the kind of look that in 9 years of morning prayers beside each other she had learned to read as his version of careful attention. No, he said. No what? I didn't finish. I know what you were going to ask, David said. And the answer is no. Mary nodded and they walked the rest of the way to the dining hall without speaking, and that was the end of it, and both of them understood it was the end of it, and neither of them picked it up again. In the dining hall the morning drink was distributed as it was every morning, the herbal tea warm and faintly sweet, and the congregation collected their cups and sat in their assigned seats with the careful movements of people handling themselves gently. The room was quieter than ordinary mornings. Not silent, the protocol did not require silence in the dining hall, but quieter, the conversations that did happen kept low and brief and close to the functional, pass the grain, is there more tea, that kind of thing. Patricia sat across from a woman named Donna and wrapped both hands around her cup and said nothing for a while and then said, I keep thinking about his face. Donna looked at her. Don't. I know. I know I shouldn't. Then don't, Donna said not unkindly. Drink your tea and think about your work assignment and don't. Patricia drank her tea. The warmth of it moved through her chest in the familiar way, and the familiar way was what she held onto. You're right, she said. The writings are clear about it, Donna said. God received him. That's the end of it. Yes, Patricia said. That's the end of it. She finished her tea and felt the warmth settle and the morning reorganize itself into something manageable, and went to her work assignment and did not think about Thomas' face, or tried not to, and mostly succeeded, which was the best the morning drink could do for her, and which had to be sufficient, and which was sufficient, and which she told herself was sufficient until it was. Vaylor found Michael in the medical bay after the congregation had dispersed to their assignments, the physician restocking a supply cabinet with the methodical attention he brought to all medical housekeeping, each item checked against the inventory before being placed, nothing approximated, nothing assumed. Michael was that kind of doctor. It was why he was on the departure list. Vaylor stood in the doorway for a moment before Michael noticed him. Voice Vaylor, Michael straightened. Is there something you need medically? No, Vaylor came in and sat on the edge of the examination table and looked at the supply cabinet. How do you do it? Michael looked at him carefully. I'm not sure I understand the question. You're a physician, Vaylor said. You took an oath. How do you reconcile what you just watched with what that oath requires of you? The medical bay was quiet. Michael set down the item he was holding and turned to face Vaylor with the expression of a man who has been asked something he has asked himself and has an answer he is confident in. "The oath requires me to preserve life and reduce suffering where I am able," Michael said. "What I witnessed this morning was God's justice administered according to God's law as revealed in the writings. My oath operates within God's law, not above it. A physician who places his professional training above divine law has made his training into an idol. I won't do that." Vaylor looked at him. "And if you thought God's law was wrong?" Michael's expression changed slightly. "Not much. Just enough. I don't think that. But if you did." "Voice Vaylor," Michael said quietly, "I would be careful about the direction of this conversation." Vaylor looked at him for a moment longer and then nodded and stood up from the examination table. "You're right," he said. "I'm tired. It was a hard morning." "It was a necessary morning," Michael said. "There's a difference." "Yes," Vaylor said. "There is." He left the medical bay and walked back through the compound to his quarters and closed the door and poured his morning cup down the drain of his private bathroom and stood with both hands on the sink and looked at himself in the mirror for a long time. The face looking back at him did not have anything useful to offer. "Necessary," he said to it. The face said nothing. He turned off the bathroom light and went to sit at his desk and looked at the wall, and after a while picked up a pen and held it over a blank page in his notebook, and then put the pen down without writing anything, because what he wanted to write was not something he was prepared to see in his own handwriting on a page that existed in the physical world where other people also existed. In the temple, Thalen sat alone in the front pew for 17 minutes, and looked at the space where Thomas had stood, and felt the particular quality of satisfaction that a mechanism performing correctly produced in him, and examined that satisfaction with the honesty he applied to his own interior states when he was alone, and found it genuine, and found that its genuineness did not trouble him, and found that the fact that its genuineness did not trouble him either. After 17 minutes he went upstairs and had his coffee. Thomas was not mentioned again. The file on Victoria Harwell had been on Thalen's desk for 3 weeks before the situation with the man outside the hardware warehouse forced his hand on the timing. $68 million was worth taking 3 weeks over. It was also worth not rushing the pharmaceutical escalation on a woman who was, as Christopher had noted in his second report, considerably sharper than the average target, and who would require more careful handling than Gerald Harwick had required, not because she was more resistant to what the rising radiant sun offered, but because she was more likely to notice if the offering felt rehearsed. Christopher had been right about that, and Thalen had given him the 3 weeks because Christopher's read on targets was the best he had, and ignoring it to suit his own timeline was the kind of decision that produced expensive mistakes. But the warehouse situation had changed the calculus, and the 3 weeks were over whether the timing was ideal or not. He called Christopher at 700 on a Thursday morning, 2 days after the punishment, while the compound was moving through its post-prayer routines, and the dining hall was producing the particular noise of 249 people eating breakfast in the enforced quiet of the dietary protocol, which was quiet but not silent, the sounds of utensils and cups and the occasional low exchange between adjacent seats that the protocol permitted. Christopher answered on the second ring. "Voice Thalen." "The Harwell situation," Thalen said. "Where are we precisely?" "Week 8 of the pharmaceutical escalation. Dosage is at 60% of target. She's attending 4 events per week. She's finished the first 3 volumes of the writings, and she asked me last Tuesday whether it would be possible to meet you." "Good. That's the marker we needed." "I was going to give her another 2 weeks before the document conversation," Christopher said. "Her processing speed is high. She asks questions that require real answers. Last week she asked me whether the doctrinal position on blue eyes had any historical precedent in pre-writings theology." "What did you tell her?" "I told her the writings were the origin of revealed truth and that looking for precedent in earlier theological systems was like looking for the sun in a photograph of the sun." "She liked that." "She would," Thalen said. "Intelligent people like answers that are structurally satisfying even when the structure is doing the work rather than the content." He paused. "Move the document conversation to next week. The eye surgery conversation happens at the same meeting." A brief silence on the line. "That's faster than I'd recommend." I know it is. The timeline has changed. The warehouse situation. Yes. Another pause. All right, Christopher said. I'll set it up for Tuesday. Her place or Jeffrey's office? Jeffrey's office. The formality of the setting helps with the documents, and we need the documents and the surgery conversation in the same meeting, so she doesn't have time between them to process the documents with the part of her mind the escalation hasn't reached yet. Understood, Christopher said. I'll manage it. Christopher, Thalen looked out his office window at the compound below, the congregation moving between the dining hall and the work assignments in the organized flow that he never entirely stopped finding satisfying. She's worth the care. But she's not worth the timeline. Understood, Christopher said again and hung up. Thalen set the phone down and picked up the Harwell file and looked at the photograph clipped to the inside cover. 51 years old, the photograph perhaps 2 years old, a woman at a company function of some kind, the kind of photograph that appears in a business publication's profile piece. She was looking slightly to the left of the camera with the expression of a person who is accustomed to being photographed and has never become comfortable with it. The blue eyes were visible even in the photograph. A distinctive blue, pale and clear, the kind that the doctrine addressed with a specificity that Thalen had written into the second volume because blue eyes of that particular shade had been common enough in the population of likely targets that a specific doctrinal passage addressing their removal was operationally necessary. He closed the file and thought about the man outside the hardware warehouse, and thought about Saurav, and thought about the grain discrepancy at the supply depot that Saurav had mentioned at dinner on the night of the warehouse situation, as though it were the primary subject of the evening, and felt the specific quality of cold clarity that thinking about Saurav's operational judgment sometimes produced in him. He called Saurav. Saurav picked up immediately. Thalen. The warehouse situation, Thalen said. Tell me exactly what happened. Supply run South Depot, return route 1640. Blue eyes, male, 30s, alone, minimal foot traffic, favorable conditions. Favorable conditions, Thalen repeated. Correct. And the witness? A pause. Short but present. There was no witness at the time of assessment. And at the time of action, a woman exited a business on the street. The timing was unfavorable. The timing, Thalen said, was unfavorable. Yes. Thalen looked at his window for a moment. The compound below was going about its morning business with the orderly efficiency of a system that was functioning correctly, and he watched it and thought about the difference between a system that was functioning correctly and the people responsible for ensuring it continued to do so. Saurav, he said. How many times in 30 years have I told you that operations outside the compound walls require a level of discretion that operations inside the walls do not require? Many times. And your assessment of Tuesday's operation against that standard. Another pause. Longer. The assessment should have been revised when the street conditions changed. Yes, Thalen said. It should have. And it wasn't. And we now have a witness who has spoken to investigators who are already building a file on us and who have plate numbers that will take them time to trace but that they will trace. He stopped. We have 53 days. In those 53 days, nothing happens outside these walls that does not have my explicit prior approval. Nothing. Is that understood? Understood, Saurav said. The doctrine will continue to be applied, Thalen said. Inside the walls through the proper channels in the proper manner. When we reach Waldalo, there will be no walls and no investigators and no witnesses, and you can apply the doctrine to your heart's content. Until then, you apply it here and nowhere else, and only with my approval. Understood, Saurav said again, and his voice had the quality it sometimes had when he was receiving an instruction he had decided not to push back on, flat and contained and not entirely without an edge. Thalen hung up and sat for a moment and thought about Waldalo and thought about 53 days, and thought about what it meant to take Saurav to a planet with no external authority structures and unlimited application of the doctrine, and felt about this the way he felt about most things that had both operational value and inherent risk, which was that the value was real and the risk was manageable, and managing it was his job, and he was good at his job. He went back to the Harwell file. Victoria Harwell had inherited controlling interest in a logistics company from her father 2 years ago, and had since increased its value by approximately 12% through a series of operational decisions that the business press had characterized as disciplined and counterintuitive, which was the business press way of saying she was smarter than they had expected her to be. She had no children and had been divorced once 12 years ago, from a man who had subsequently given several interviews to financial publications in which he had described her as the most formidable person he had ever met, which he clearly intended as criticism and which read as something else entirely. She had come to Christopher's attention through the grief support nonprofit, which had flagged her 6 months ago when she attended a seminar following the death of her father. Thalen had put her in the preliminary assessment file and left her there while Christopher worked through 3 other targets and had pulled her out when those were concluded, and the departure timeline was beginning to require the kind of financial acceleration that $68 million would address very satisfactorily. Christopher had been right that she was sharp. The reports were consistent on this point. She asked real questions and she expected real answers, and she had the specific quality of intelligence that made her simultaneously more difficult to manage and more likely to become a genuine asset to the colony, once the pharmaceutical regimen had reached its operational depth, which it would, because the formulation did not distinguish between sharp minds and ordinary ones in its effects. It simply took longer with sharp ones, and required more careful escalation management. Tuesday's meeting was the accelerated version of a process that should have had 2 more weeks. Thalen accepted this as the cost of the warehouse situation and moved on. Jeffrey's office was on the 3rd floor of a building downtown that the rising radiant sun maintained through a professional services company that Corrick had established 8 years ago and that presented to the world as a legitimate legal practice, which it was. Jeffrey's license being genuine and his competence being real, and his devotion to God being the kind of devotion that the pharmaceutical regimen and 11 years of membership produced in a man who had come to them already compromised by a professional situation that had left him without many options. Victoria Harwell arrived at 2 p.m. on Tuesday in a coat that had cost more than most of the compound's monthly food budget, and with the expression of a woman who has agreed to a meeting and has not yet decided whether agreeing was the right call. Christopher met her in the lobby and brought her up in the elevator, and she looked at the building around her with the assessing attention of a woman who reads environments for information about the people who occupy them. "Nice building," she said in the elevator. "Jeffrey's been here 12 years, Christopher said. "He likes permanence." "What kind of law does he practice?" "Estate planning primarily. Asset management. He has a particular interest in charitable structures." She looked at Christopher. "Is that relevant to why I'm here?" "It may be," Christopher said. "Thalen wants to meet you today as well. He's joining us after the initial conversation with Jeffrey." The elevator opened and she stepped out and looked at the hallway and then at Christopher. "You're telling me this now? I thought you'd prefer to know before you sat down." "I would," she said. "Thank you for that." She looked at him for a moment. "You're careful with people, Christopher. Most people in your position aren't." "What position is that?" "The one where you're bringing someone somewhere for reasons you haven't fully disclosed." She said it without hostility, simply as an observation, the way she might observe that the building was 12 years old. "I'm here because I want to be here. I want you to know I know the difference." Christopher looked at her steadily. "I know you do," he said. "That's why Thalen wants to meet you." Jeffrey's office was large and quiet and lined with the kind of bookshelves that exist to communicate that the person behind the desk reads, which Jeffrey did, the books being real and read and not decorative, another quality that Victoria Harwell assessed in the first 30 seconds of entering the room, and that registered in her expression as a small positive notation. Jeffrey stood and shook her hand and gestured to the chair across his desk and poured water from a carafe without asking if she wanted it, placing the glass in front of her with the unhurried competence of a man entirely comfortable in his own professional space. "Victoria," he said. "Thank you for coming." "Jeffrey," she sat and looked at him. "Christopher tells me you work in charitable structures. Among other things. I understand you've been reading the writings. 3 volumes. I have questions about the 4th." "What kind of questions?" "The covenant structure," she said. The relationship between individual obligation and collective benefit. The writings are more sophisticated on this than most theological texts I've read, and I've read a fair number. But there are passages in the third volume that imply an asymmetry in the obligation structure that I'm not sure I'm reading correctly. Jeffrey looked at her with the attention of a man who was not expecting this conversation, and was finding it more interesting than the conversation he had prepared for. Which passages? She cited them by volume and verse number from memory precisely, and Jeffrey sat back slightly in his chair and said, "You've read it carefully." "I read everything carefully," she said. "It's the only way reading is useful." The conversation ran for 40 minutes before Jeffrey introduced the documents, which he did in the manner Thalen had prescribed, not as a request, but as a natural extension of the conversation they had been having, the practical expression of a commitment that the conversation had already established philosophically. He placed the first set before her and explained what they were and what they would accomplish, and she read them, actually read them, every page, which most people did not do, and asked 3 questions about the trust structure that Jeffrey answered accurately, because inaccuracy with this woman would have been immediately apparent and immediately fatal to the process. When she finished reading, she looked at Jeffrey and said, "These transfer effective control of the majority of my liquid assets." "Yes. To a charitable trust whose sole beneficiary is the rising radiant sun." "Yes. That's a significant commitment." "It is," Jeffrey said. "The rising radiant sun doesn't ask for small commitments. The writings are clear on this. God's chosen give completely or they don't give at all, and the giving is not a transaction, it's an expression of an alignment that either exists or doesn't. I can't tell you whether that alignment exists for you. Only you know that." She looked at the documents for a moment. Then she looked at the window. Then she picked up the pen. She signed everything with the focused deliberateness of a woman who has made a decision and is not performing the making of it but simply executing it. Each page turned and signed and placed face down in the completed pile with the same efficiency she brought to operational decisions at the logistics company, which was considerable. When she was done, she put the pen down and said, "You said Thalen was joining us." "He's here," Jeffrey said, and picked up his phone and said 2 words into it and set it down. Thalen came in 2 minutes later, which was the amount of time he had determined was correct for this entrance, not immediately, which implied he had been waiting outside the door, not long enough that it implied he had more important things to attend to. He shook her hand and sat in the chair beside rather than across from her, which was a deliberate choice, and looked at her with the direct assessment that he did not bother to soften, because softening it with someone who read environments for information would have been immediately visible as a performance. "You've signed the documents," he said. "I have. How do you feel about that?" She looked at him. "Are you asking whether I have doubts?" "I'm asking how you feel," Thalen said. "The 2 things aren't always the same." "No," she said. "They're not." She looked at her hands for a moment. "I feel like I've been waiting to do something like this for a long time and didn't know what the something was until recently. That's not a feeling I entirely trust, because it's exactly the feeling someone in my position would be manipulated into having if someone wanted to manipulate them." And Thalen said, "And I'm here anyway," she said. "Because the alternative is spending the rest of my life being too careful to do anything that matters." Thalen looked at her for a moment. "There's something else we need to discuss," he said. She looked at him steadily. The eyes. "You've read the 2nd volume. Passages 7 through 12. "Yes," she did not look away. "I've been thinking about it since I read it. And I think you should tell me exactly what the procedure involves," she said. "Not the doctrinal framing. The medical reality. What happens, how long it takes, what the recovery looks like, what my vision will be afterward." "Michael is our physician," Thalen said. "He can answer those questions with more precision than I can. What I can tell you is that he has performed the procedure multiple times, that all previous patients have recovered full visual acuity within 2 weeks, and that the replacement eyes are indistinguishable from natural eyes to any external observer. And my own experience of them. Michael tells me patients report no subjective difference in their visual experience after full recovery. She was quiet for a moment. The office was quiet around her, Jeffrey very still at his desk, Christopher in the chair by the window doing what Christopher did, which was nothing that drew attention. "All right," she said. Thalen looked at her. "All right. Schedule it," she said. "I'd like to speak with Michael first." "But schedule it." Thalen nodded once. "Welcome to the rising radiant sun," he said, and meant it in the only sense he meant anything, which was operationally and which was sufficient. She left with Christopher 20 minutes later and Jeffrey began processing the signed documents, and Thalen stood at the window of Jeffrey's office and looked at the city below, and thought about $68 million, and thought about 53 days, and thought about the witness in the coffee shop 2 blocks from the hardware warehouse and the investigators who were running plate numbers and building files, and moving at the speed of institutional processes that had not yet been given reason to move faster. 53 days. Thalen had run the numbers and they worked. He went downstairs, got in his car, and headed back to the compound. Victoria Harwell was done. $68 million was in the trust and the surgery was scheduled and there was nothing left to think about there. In a federal building across the city, an investigator flagged a file for his supervisor. The supervisor read it and pushed hard on the warrant timeline. 30 days was what they needed to get to something actionable. 53 days gave Thalen 23 days of margin. He went to bed and slept well. The math worked and he knew it worked, and that was sufficient. 2 days went into writing the sermon. Not because the architecture was difficult. 30 years meant the structure came quickly, the sequencing of it, where to place doubt before resolution and fear before relief and the personal before the universal. The 2 days went into the individual words because a sermon that called attention to its own language was a sermon that had already failed. Language was the delivery mechanism, and delivery mechanisms worked best when nobody noticed them. Thursday evening, the temple held all 250 of them with room enough that it did not feel crowded, which was by design. Thalen had calculated the dimensions against maximum congregation size and added 15% because a room that feels full feels accidental, and a room that feels considered tells the people inside it that someone thought carefully about their presence there, which produces a sense of being expected and valued that no spoken welcome can replicate. He stood at the front and looked at them and let the silence run longer than was comfortable. Then he began with the earth. "Look at what it has become," he said. "Not what we were promised. Not what any reasonable person looking at its possibilities 1,000 years ago might have predicted. What it actually is right now, today, outside these walls. A civilization that has confused motion for purpose and noise for meaning and the satisfaction of physical appetite for the life of the spirit. Billions of people moving through their days in a vacancy so total and so long-standing that they don't even register it as vacancy anymore. That's what should disturb you most. Not that they're lost. That they don't know they're lost. You can't grieve a thing you don't know you've lost, and you can't search for something you don't know is missing." The temple was completely still. 250 people and no sound except his voice and the distant noise of the world outside the compound walls that none of them were part of anymore. "Every one of you felt it," he said. "Before you came here. That specific hollowness that the world outside offers as a permanent condition and calls freedom, calls modernity, calls the natural state of an enlightened civilization. You felt it and couldn't stop feeling it, and it was that feeling that brought you here because you needed to find what filled it." He paused and moved his eyes across the rows with the practiced attention of a man taking inventory. "You found it. You've been living inside it for however many years you've been members of the rising radiant sun. But here is what God has shown me. What we have here is not what we were meant to have. It is preparation. The ground floor of something that cannot be built on this earth because this earth will not hold it." Mary had her hands flat on her thighs and her eyes on Thalen and felt the particular quality of his voice working in her chest the way it always worked, moving through the warmth of the evening supplement like something additional to it and different from it. She could not have separated the two and did not try because separating them had never seemed possible or useful or necessary. Robert sat 3 rows back with his eyes slightly unfocused, the way eyes go when the mind behind them has stopped processing the visual field and turned inward. 6 weeks of the morning drink and the evening supplement had prepared something in him for exactly this, and the sermon was reaching it at a depth that he would not have had language for if asked to describe, the depth at which information stops being information and becomes condition, becomes the ground you stand on rather than a thing you are told. God has spoken to me, Thalen said. Simply. The way a man says a thing that requires no scaffolding because it is simply true. The congregation received it the way they received everything from this position in this room. 3 decades of doctrinal and pharmaceutical infrastructure converging in this space at this moment to produce a quality of receptivity that Thalen could feel the way a musician feels a room that is ready, not metaphorically, but actually, a physical quality in the air, the specific texture of total attention paid simultaneously by 250 people. God has told me the earth is finished, he said. Not destroyed. Not punished in any dramatic sense that requires fire or flood or the theatrical apparatus that earlier revelations employed, because earlier revelations were communicating with people who required theater to believe what they were told. We do not require theater. We require truth, and God has given us truth. The earth is finished the way a thing is finished when its purpose has been served, and what remains is the form of the purpose with nothing animating it from inside. God is not angry at the earth. God has simply concluded it. And God has told me what comes next. Silence. David sat beside Mary with his hands on his knees. Something moved behind his eyes that Mary would have noticed if she had been watching him, which she was not. It was not a large movement. David was not a man whose interior movements showed themselves in any large way on the surface. But it was there, a thing shifting in the place where David kept everything his face did not report on, shifting in the direction of something that in another man might have been called hope. God has shown me a world, Thalen said. Not a metaphor. Not a spiritual condition the writings describe in figurative terms. An actual world. Coordinates. Distance. The physical nature of the place, its land and its air, and the complete absence on it of everything that has made this one what it is. A world with no history of wrong choices embedded in the ground and the culture and the accumulated decisions of generations who chose badly, until choosing badly became the default condition of the civilization. No history of that on this world because nobody has been there to make those choices. Clean. Empty. Prepared by God for the people chosen for it before they were born, before the earth itself existed, before anything existed except God's intention. Patricia was weeping. Quietly, without performance, the tears a simple physical consequence of what she was feeling. God showed me where it is, Thalen said. Placed it in my mind with the clarity of direct divine communication. Not impression, not symbol, not the ambiguous promptings that lesser prophets have always had to interpret and always interpreted incorrectly in ways that suited their own limitations. Clear specific information. Coordinates. A name. The name came in the sacred tongue, the syllables filling the high space of the temple and coming back down, and the congregation heard it as ancient and holy because that was what they had been taught, and because the sacred tongue had been constructed with enough internal phonetic consistency that it felt like something real, which was the only quality a liturgical language required to do its work. In the language of the first revelation, it means the ground of the new covenant, Thalen said. The place where what God intended for his chosen people actually happens. Without interference. Without investigators and authorities and the apparatus of a civilization that calls itself enlightened and cannot tolerate anyone who disagrees with its definition of enlightenment. He paused. It means ours. The word landed the way he had known it would. He let them have it for a moment and then moved to the practical because the practical was where revelation became real, where the abstract truth of a thing became the concrete fact of it, where a congregation stopped experiencing something as being told to them and started experiencing it as happening to them. 1 container per person, he said. The contents are specified. God's provision is sufficient, and sufficiency is not the same as abundance. God is offering us exactly what we need, and exactly what we need is what we will bring. He read the list in the same cadence used for doctrinal recitation, and the congregation received it in the same register. heads nodding slightly at each item, the nod of people filing information that has the authority of Scripture because in this room and in this moment it did have that authority, delivered from this position by this voice with the backing of 30 years of institutional weight behind every word. 22 days, he said. God's number. God's timing. Not the calendar of the world outside these walls and not the schedule of any authority that world believes it has over us. 22 days and we go to what God has prepared and we do not look back because there is nothing behind us worth looking at. Then came the moment he had constructed the entire sermon to reach. God has also told me, he said, and let a pause sit there who is going. The room changed. Not dramatically. No gasps, no visible flinching. But the quality of attention shifted in a way that was measurable if you knew what to measure. 250 people recalibrating simultaneously from receptive to watchful, the ancient social animal response to the introduction of selection into a communal space. Every person in the room running the same calculation before any other thought was possible. Which side of the line am I on? 20 seconds of silence. Long enough for the question to form completely in every mind in the room. Long enough for the people most afraid of the answer to feel that fear down to the floor of themselves. All of you, Thalen said. The relief was physical. A change in the room's air, 250 bodies releasing attention simultaneously in a way that produced something very close to joy because relief from fear and joy operate on the same mechanism and are functionally indistinguishable in the moment of their occurrence. God has examined every soul in this room, he said, and found every one of you worthy. The rising radiant sun travels together. Not one of you will be left behind. These 250 souls are God's chosen for this mission, and God does not make partial choices. Mary let out a breath she had not known she was holding and felt what replaced it, which was something the writings described at length in the 4th volume and that she was now understanding in a register the writings could not reach, the register of a body that has just been told it is not being abandoned. The closing prayer was spoken aloud, which happened only on occasions of major divine revelation, all 250 voices joining Thalen's in the words of the closing covenant from the 5th volume. The sound filled the temple and rose into the high space of the ceiling that had been designed to receive exactly this sound and came back down and surrounded them from every direction at once, and the effect was what the architecture had been calculated to produce, which was considerable. When it was done, Thalen stood in the silence and looked at them. He dismissed them. The congregation filed out into the compound's night air, and the quality of their movement was different from ordinary evenings, contained and electric, the movement of people carrying something large and bright inside them and moving carefully so as not to spill it. Mary walked beside David and neither of them spoke until they were clear of the main doors and into the open corridor between the temple and the quarters. 22 days, Mary said. Yes, David said. Are you frightened? David considered this with the seriousness he applied to direct questions. No, he said. I am, Mary said. Not badly. But some. That's reasonable, David said. It's a long way. Do you think it will be what he described? David looked at her. Do you have a reason to think it won't be? Mary thought about this. No, she said. No, I don't. Then it will be, David said, and that was the end of it because David did not extend conversations past what they required, and what that one required was done. Robert walked alone back to his quarters and felt the name of the new world moving through him in the sacred tongue, and thought that Gerald Harwick would never have understood those syllables, and that this was the clearest evidence he had found yet that Gerald Harwick and Robert were genuinely not the same person. Gerald Harwick had been a man waiting for something without knowing what it was. Robert knew what it was. Robert was going to it in 22 days. He went to his quarters and packed his permitted container and found that everything he valued fit inside it with room remaining and took this as the confirmation of something he already believed. Upstairs in the meeting room, Korik had his notebook open before Thalen sat down. Financial collapse sequence, he said. Offshore vehicles first Monday. Working inward from there. By departure day the structures are empty shells pointing at each other. Good, Thalen said. How long does the innermost layer hold if they push hard after we're gone? 8 months minimum. Probably a year. By then it won't matter. No, Thalen said. It won't, he looked at Sarev. The ship loading. Our supplies are manifested under equipment classification, Sarev said. Separate storage keycard access. The congregation's pharmaceutical inventory is manifested under dietary supplements. Loading begins Friday. The drug inventory, Thalen said to Korik. Confirm the quantities. Korik turned 2 pages. 3 years beyond projected arrival date at current population dosage levels. Formulation is stable at ship storage temperatures. Michael certified the storage protocol last week. And our supplies are entirely separate, Sarev said. It was not a question. Entirely, Korik said. Different manifest, different storage bay, different access. We are not the congregation. No, Thalen said. We are not. Vaylor had his water glass and had said nothing. Thalen looked at him across the table. What? The 2000, Vaylor said. What about them? They wake up one morning and the compound is empty. Yes. No explanation. No preparation. No communication of any kind. They have everything the writings provide, Thalen said. They have the prayer schedule and the dietary protocol and the community they've built among themselves over however many years each of them has been here. They are not children and they are not helpless. Some of them have been here 15 years, Vaylor said. Some of them have been here 15 years and in that time have given everything they had and received in return a purpose and a community and a pharmaceutical regimen that keeps them content and functional. Thalen looked at him steadily. I consider that a reasonable exchange. They will manage. And if they don't, Vaylor said. Then they don't, Thalen said. That stopped being our problem the moment the ship lifted, and it is going to stop being our problem in 22 days, and I suggest you make whatever peace with that you need to make because the alternative is not available. Vaylor looked at his water glass. The meeting room was quiet around them, the good carpet and the mahogany table and the crystal decanters catching the light. The last time they would sit in this room because in 22 days this room would be part of the empty compound that 2,062 people would wake up to find deserted. 22 days, Korik said, making a notation. 22 days, Thalen said. Get some sleep. Tomorrow the work starts. Korik closed his notebook and stood. Sarev finished his bourbon and stood. Vaylor sat for a moment longer with his water glass and then stood and followed them out. Thalen sat alone at the mahogany table and looked at the room and thought about what he was leaving and thought about what he was going to and found the calculations straightforward. What he was leaving was a liability. What he was going to was a clean system with no external variables, and no investigators and no witnesses, and no authorities and nothing between the rising radiant sun, and whatever it was capable of becoming except 250 people whose compliance was chemically guaranteed, and a planet that God had not given them, but that was theirs anyway because possession was the only form of ownership that operated at interstellar distances. Outside the compound the lights went out in the quarters one by one as the evening supplement did its work and 250 people lay down and closed their eyes and felt the certainty of what they had been given settling through them and slept. In a federal building across the city, an investigator updated a file that was getting too thick for one folder and his supervisor read the update and made a call and the warrant process moved at the speed institutional processes move, which is steady and not fast, and 30 days was what they needed to reach something actionable. 22 days was what Thalen had. The numbers worked. They had to work. He had checked them enough times to know they worked and checking them again was not something he was going to do. He turned off the light and went to bed. The last morning prayer on Earth happened at 6:45 as it always had, the bell precise, the courtyard facing east, the sun coming up with the indifference of a physical process that had been running for 4.5 billion years and was not going to adjust its schedule for the rising radiant sun or anyone else. 250 people knelt on stone and pressed their hands flat against their thighs and directed their internal voices upward for 22 minutes. And the stone was the same stone it had always been, and the sun was the same sun, and the only thing different was the quality of the morning itself, which had the specific weight of a last thing, and last things always have that weight regardless of what the pharmaceutical regimen is doing to the emotional processing of the people experiencing them. 9 years of kneeling on this stone. Mary felt it as a pressure behind her sternum that was not physical and was not the morning drink and was not anything the writings had a precise term for, though the fourth volume made several attempts. The particular way the morning light came over the eastern wall of the compound at this time of year, orange first and then white, hitting the rows of bowed heads in sequence as the angle changed during the 22 minutes, starting at the back rows and moving forward until by the final minutes it was full on the faces of the front row if they had been facing into it, which they were not because they were facing down in the prescribed position. She had watched that light move through the rows on hundreds of mornings without letting herself observe it consciously because conscious observation of the beauty of a physical thing was the kind of attachment the writings cautioned against. This morning she let herself watch it and did not apologize to God for watching it and thought that if God had made the light then God presumably did not object to it being noticed. David knelt beside her with his eyes closed and his face carrying nothing the morning could read or that Mary had ever been able to read in 9 years of kneeling beside him. Whatever David felt about this morning or any morning lived in a place his face did not report on. She had stopped trying to read it years ago and had arrived at a companionable acceptance of his opacity that was as close to friendship as the rising radiant sun's protocols permitted, which was not very close but was something. Robert was in the fourth row and felt the morning prayer with the totality that 6 weeks of the morning drink produced in a person whose previous framework for spiritual experience had been the occasional Christmas service attended out of social obligation. The name Gerald Harwick existed somewhere in the architecture of his memory, the way a load-bearing wall exists in a building that has been remodeled around it, present and structural and not visible from any of the current rooms. Robert did not go looking for it. The morning drink made looking for it feel unnecessary, and the 22 minutes made looking for anything feel unnecessary, and he knelt and directed his internal voice upward, and felt the certainty of it moving through him, and was grateful in the specific way the writings described gratitude, which was not an emotion directed at a benefactor but a condition of correct alignment with God's purpose, the feeling of a thing vibrating at the frequency it was built for. The bell rang at 7:07. Sarev was at the compound gate by 7:15 with two of God's hands, checking containers against the permitted list with the thoroughness of a man who does not trust the people being checked not because he thinks them dishonest, but because the permitted list existed for reasons that did not become less valid because the people subject to it were believers. Each container opened. Each item cross-referenced. Anything not on the list removed without discussion and placed in a growing pile beside the gate that would be left behind with everything else. A woman named Carolyn had packed a photograph which was not on the list and surrendered it without protest when God's hands removed it, standing with the particular stillness of someone who has decided in advance to accept whatever God's hands determined and is executing that decision in real time. Timothy had packed a second copy of the writings which was technically not on the list since the list specified one copy. Saurav looked at it for a moment and let it through because the writings were the writings, and because the 22-day preparation period had clearly produced in Timothy an anxiety that a second copy was addressing, and because managing anxiety on departure day was not something Saurav had time for when everything else departure day required was already occupying his attention. The vehicles left the compound in a convoy of 6, plain and unmarked, the kind that cities contain in such quantities they register on nobody's attention as anything other than background. Thalen rode in the lead vehicle. Korik rode in the third with the final set of physical documents he would destroy at the facility before boarding. Vaylor rode in the fifth and looked out the window at the city going past with the expression of a man taking inventory of something he is not certain he will see again and is not certain how he feels about that uncertainty. Saurav rode in the last vehicle and watched the convoy ahead and thought about the grain allocation discrepancy at the South Depot that had never been fully resolved, and that was no longer relevant, but that his mind returned to anyway, because his mind was the kind that did not release unresolved operational matters simply because they had become irrelevant. The city went about its morning business around the convoy with complete indifference. The investigators who had been building a file on the rising radiant sun were in their offices by this hour, and the warrants had cleared 2 days ago, which Thalen knew because Thalen knew, and the execution of those warrants had been scheduled for the following Tuesday by a process that moved at the speed of institutional caution and had not anticipated needing to move faster. The compound would be empty when they arrived. 2,062 members who were not in the convoy would be there when the investigators came, present and cooperative and genuinely unable to provide useful information because they did not have any. The four voices of God had not shared operational details with the congregation on the grounds that God's operational details were not the congregation's business, which was the same grounds on which Thalen had justified every piece of information management for 30 years, which were solid grounds and had always held. The facility was 40 minutes from the compound on a route selected for its avoidance of traffic monitoring infrastructure. The convoy pulled inside and the rolling doors closed and the congregation climbed out of the vehicles into the interior space and looked at the ship. Not large. This was the first thing and for some of them the most jarring thing, the gap between the scale of what they were undertaking and the scale of the vessel that was going to undertake it. Thalen had prepared for this in the preparatory sermons of the previous 3 weeks, framing the ship's modest dimensions as consistent with God's preference for sufficiency over ostentation, citing the 3rd volume's discussion of the spiritual dangers of excess and the 4th volume's account of God's provision in the wilderness, which had been exactly sufficient and not one measure more. The congregation had received this framing and most had integrated it well enough that standing in front of the actual ship produced not disappointment but confirmation, the recognition of a thing seen before in the mind's eye and now seen with the physical eye and found to match. "It's smaller than I imagined," Patricia said quietly to Mary, standing beside her in the line waiting to board. "The 3rd volume," Mary said. I know. Patricia looked at it. "It's very small. It only has to get us there," Mary said. "It doesn't have to be large to do that." Patricia looked at it for another moment. "You're right," she said. "You're right," and she picked up her container and moved forward in the line because the line was moving and standing still in a moving line was a reportable infraction and Patricia had enough notations in her spiritual ledger without adding one on departure day. The boarding sequence proceeded exactly as designed, each row at its designated interval, 4 minutes between rows, no crowding, no confusion, the congregation moving up the boarding ramp with the orderly patience of people who have had orderly patience installed in them to a depth that departure day stress could not reach. The stasis units were arranged in the ship's main bay in rows that echoed the prayer rows in the courtyard, which was not accidental, Thalen having determined that familiar spatial arrangements reduced anxiety in novel environments by giving the body organizational cues the mind could follow when the mind was occupied with processing novelty. Michael moved through the bay with the efficient calm of a physician who has done his preparation and is now executing it, checking each person against his medical manifest, administering the stasis induction protocol, confirming unit seal integrity before moving to the next. Thorough and believing in equal measure, which made him the most reliably useful person in the congregation for this specific task because thoroughness without belief might have raised questions about the long-term pharmaceutical implications of the stasis interaction with the congregation's existing chemical regimen, and belief without thoroughness might have missed a seal integrity issue that would have been fatal before the ship cleared the atmosphere. "Voice Vaylor," Michael said when Vaylor came through. "Any medical concerns before induction?" "No," Vaylor said. He looked at the row of sealed units, 200 and some already closed, the quiet hum of the monitoring systems running through each one. "They're all right in there. Vitals are excellent across the board. The induction went smoothly. They're comfortable." Vaylor looked at the units for a moment longer. "Good," he said. "That's good, Michael. Is there something else?" Voice Vaylor. "No," Vaylor said. "Nothing else." Korik stood at the facility's small office terminal and executed the final sequence of financial instructions, each holding structure collapsing cleanly into the next until what remained was the empty recursive loop pointing at itself, and at nothing else, the financial equivalent of a room with mirrors on every wall reflecting only other mirrors. Nothing printed. Nothing saved. The terminal closed, the physical documents destroyed, and Korik walked up the boarding ramp and found his stasis unit and lay down in it with the particular satisfaction of a man who has completed a complex administrative task correctly and completely, the satisfaction entirely professional and entirely genuine. Thalen was the last aboard. Standing at the top of the ramp with the hatch open behind him, looking back at the facility interior, the 6 empty vehicles in a row, the pile of confiscated personal items against the far wall, photographs and extra clothing and small things people had packed and surrendered at the gate. Outside the facility's high clear-story windows, the city was visible, the ordinary morning city going about its ordinary morning business, the traffic and the pedestrians and the buildings full of people doing the things people did when God had not chosen them for anything in particular. 30 years. The rising, radiant sun had been 30 years in the building and was now in a ship in a facility in a city that would spend the next several years trying to understand where it had gone and would never entirely succeed. The compound would be processed and the financial structures would be unraveled and the 2062 would be interviewed, and the interviews would produce nothing actionable because the 2062 had nothing actionable to provide. Thalen stepped inside and the hatch sealed. The AI acknowledged his boarding with a status display. All 250 congregation members in stasis. All 4 voices of God aboard. All systems at departure readiness. Course locked to Waldalo. Estimated arrival 22 months and 4 days. Depart, Thalen said. The ship lifted through the facility's roof panels and cleared them, and the panels closed below, and the facility was empty and sealed, and the city spread out underneath, getting smaller with the speed of a process that did not require anyone's permission to proceed. Vaylor was in the forward observation area when Thalen came forward. Both of them looked at the viewport without speaking as the city became a district, became a region, became a continent, became a planet. The blue and white of it turning slowly in the light of a sun that looked different from out here, smaller and more honest. A star among stars rather than the overwhelming presence it made of itself when you were standing underneath it. 47 years, Vaylor said. Thalen looked at him. What? That's how long I was on it. Before all this, Vaylor nodded at the viewport. 47 years. And nothing, Vaylor said. Just noting it. Thalen looked at the planet turning in the viewport. A genuinely beautiful thing from up here, which he noted without sentiment as a physical fact. When it had receded to the point where his thumb could cover it, he covered it with his thumb and then lowered his hand and turned away from the viewport. Vaylor kept watching for another minute after that. Watched it until it was simply a bright point among other bright points, and then watched the place where it had been for a moment after that. Neither of them said anything. 22 months, Vaylor said finally. 22 months, Thalen said. Get some sleep. One of us needs to be awake when the AI runs the first rotation, and I'm taking the first watch. Vaylor looked at him. Why? Because someone has to, and I prefer to be the one who does things I prefer to control. You can't control the AI. No, Thalen said. But I can watch it. That's sufficient for now. Vaylor went to his quarters. Thalen sat in the forward observation area alone and watched the stars, which did not move in any way perceptible to human observation, which was a fact about the scale of space that the human visual system was simply not equipped to process correctly. Behind him, the stasis bay hummed with the quiet regularity of 250 people breathing in the slow, measured rhythms of medically induced unconsciousness, the pharmaceutical compounds in their systems doing their work undisturbed by the transition from planetary to deep space conditions, which they had been formulated to tolerate. The AI confirmed course and reported all systems nominal and waited for further instruction with the patience of something that did not experience waiting as anything other than a state of readiness. In the compound, the lights were on in the rooms of 2,062 people who had woken that morning to an empty administrative building, and a silence where the voices of God used to be and who were now in the process of discovering what that silence meant, which would take them some time, and what they were going to do about it, which would take them longer. On Tuesday morning, the investigators would arrive with their warrants and find the compound and the 2062 and begin the long process of understanding what had happened, which they would never entirely complete. The ship moved into the dark between stars and Earth fell away behind it, and the distance grew at a rate that made pursuit a theoretical rather than a practical concept, and Thalen sat in the forward observation area and watched the stars that did not move and thought about Waldallo and thought about 22 months, and thought about what waited at the end of them, and found the thinking clear and unencumbered by anything that might have complicated it if he had been a different kind of man. He was not a different kind of man. The stars held their positions and the ship moved between them and the AI ran its calculations and everything proceeded exactly as designed. The long dark. The first rotation woke on the 14th day out from Earth. 14 days gave the ship systems time to confirm full operational stability before adding conscious human beings to the variables being managed. The waking process took 4 hours, each stasis unit cycling through its emergence protocol in sequence, each person assessed before the next was started. Korik stood in the bay with his notebook and checked each person against his list as they came out. James came first, sitting up in his unit with the specific confusion of a man whose last conscious memory is a boarding ramp in a facility 40 minutes from the compound, and who is now in a metal room with no windows and a smell that is not any smell from his previous experience. 30 seconds of that and then his face reorganized into the expression of a man who has remembered where he is and why and has decided it is consistent with God's plan, which the writings confirmed it was. He swung his legs over the side of the unit and stood carefully on legs that needed a moment to relearn what standing required. Mary came out with less confusion and more immediate physical disorientation, the specific nausea the emergence protocol produced in roughly 30% of subjects according to Michael's documentation. She sat on the edge of her unit with her eyes closed and her hands on her knees and breathed through it with the patience of a woman who has dealt with physical discomfort, by ignoring it long enough that ignoring it has become her first response to most things. David emerged beside her already oriented, already standing, already looking around the bay with the assessing attention of a maintenance man evaluating an unfamiliar environment for operational characteristics, which was simply how David looked at rooms he had not been in before. Patricia came out last in the first sequence and immediately looked around the bay and then at the ceiling and then at Korik. Where do we face for prayer? Korik had been waiting for this since before departure. God is not located in a direction. God is the origin of all directions. On Earth, the sun provided a physical reference point for orienting the body during prayer because the body requires physical reference points, and the sun was the most significant physical feature of the environment God provided there. On this ship in the space between stars, God has provided a different reference point. The forward wall. The direction of travel. The direction of God's chosen people moving toward the purpose God assigned them. For the duration of the voyage, the forward wall is the direction of prayer. This was revealed to Voice Thalen during the preparatory period and is documented in the supplementary volume in your waking packet. Patricia looked at the forward wall and then back at Korik and nodded with the completeness of a woman for whom a theological question answered by a voice of God is a theological question resolved, no further processing required. Thank you, she said, and went to collect her waking packet. Korik noted this in his notebook and moved on. The morning drink was distributed from the pharmaceutical stores in the ship's medical bay, each rotation's 2-week supply measured into doses that the AI dispensed into cups collected from the galley before assembly. The drink was the same formulation as always, transported in concentrated form and reconstituted by the ship's water systems to the same temperature and approximate taste the congregation had received every morning for however many years each of them had been members. The familiarity of it was part of the point. Familiar chemical delivery mechanisms produced more consistent absorption than unfamiliar ones, because the body's anticipatory response to a familiar ritual prepared the relevant systems to receive what the ritual delivered, a fact Thalen had learned from the pharmaceutical contact who designed the formulation, and that he had found consistent with the broader principle that ritual was delivery infrastructure for whatever the ritual contained. James drank his morning cup standing in the galley because the galley had no seating. The food came from packaged provisions. The permitted diet informs the ship's equipment could render into meals that were nutritionally adequate and recognizable as food without being anything anyone would describe as good. He ate what was prepared and did not think about whether it was good because thinking about whether food was good led toward the kind of dissatisfaction the writings addressed in the 6th volume at considerable length. Patricia pressed one hand against her sternum and looked at her cup. How long does this feeling last? Michael's documentation says 20 minutes for most people, James said. Are you past 20 minutes? I don't know how long I've been awake. James looked up at the ceiling. How long since Patricia came out of stasis? 31 minutes, the AI said. Then it should be passing, James said. It is a little, Patricia looked at her cup. The tea smells the same. It is the same. That's a comfort, she said and drank it. The first full day of the rotation established the patterns that would define all subsequent ones. Rising at 6:43, ship's time maintained at Earth standard because Thalen had instructed the AI to keep Earth standard for the duration on the grounds that God's schedule did not adjust for relativistic effects. Assembly at the forward wall of the main corridor, which was the largest open space the ship offered, and which could accommodate 22 people kneeling in 2 rows of 11 with sufficient clearance that the prayer position could be maintained without anyone's elbows touching anyone else's. The corridor was 60 meters long and wide enough for 2 people to pass without turning sideways and not wide enough for anything else. The overhead clearance was sufficient for anyone under 6 feet 2. 3 members of the current rotation made the slight adjustment automatically after the first day without thinking about it. Mary found the smallness manageable and then less manageable, and then found a way to make it manageable again by treating the ship the way she treated the compound, as an environment with defined spaces that had defined purposes and that you moved between purposefully rather than wandering, because wandering in a small space made the space feel smaller and purposeful movement made it feel, if not larger, at least organized. She developed a daily pattern within the first 3 days, 10 lengths of the main corridor in the morning before prayer and 10 in the evening before the supplement. 222 steps, she told David on the 3rd morning, falling into step beside him. Per length. Exactly. I counted. You counted all of them. Twice to confirm. And you're telling me this because? Because it seemed significant, Mary said. Given the number. David was quiet for a moment. Put it in your spiritual journal. I already did. They walked the rest of the length in silence and turned and started back, and David said, 222. Yes. God's number in God's ship. That's what I wrote in the journal, Mary said. David nodded once, and that was the end of it, which was how conversations with David ended, completely and without loose threads, and Mary had always found this quality in him restful rather than abrupt. The days organized themselves with the rigidity the protocol required and that the smallness of the ship actually supported, because in a space this confined a schedule was not a constraint but a structure that kept the confinement from becoming oppressive. Prayer at 6:45 facing the forward wall, 22 minutes, hands flat on thighs. Morning drink immediately after. Work assignments which Korik had adapted from the compound system to the ship's available tasks, limited but sufficient to occupy the rotation through the morning hours. Midday meal. Afternoon assignments. Evening meal. The supplement and the evening drink. Sleep at the prescribed time. It's not so different, Patricia said on the 5th day. She and Mary were in the galley preparing the midday meal, which required more effort than the result justified but which was assigned work and therefore sacred. I thought it would feel more different. Different from what? The compound. Being here. On a ship. Between stars, Patricia gestured vaguely at the ceiling. Out there. Does it bother you that it doesn't feel more different? Patricia thought about this seriously. No. I think it's reassuring. God's routine is God's routine regardless of where you are. That's what the writings say. I just didn't understand it practically until now. The compound prepared us, Mary said. Yes, Patricia put the packaged provisions back in their designated storage. Voice Korik is very thorough. Voice Korik is always very thorough. Is that a comfort or? Mary looked at her carefully. It's a fact, she said, because Patricia's question had edges that the morning drink should have smoothed, and that its continued presence suggested had not been fully smoothed. And facts were safer than assessments of voices of God in a corridor where the AI was always listening, and the sacred witness protocol had not been suspended for the voyage. Patricia received this and nodded and went back to the provisions and did not extend the line of conversation further. Korik ran the rotation with the efficiency he brought to all administrative functions, total and without sentiment. The waking schedule, the pharmaceutical distribution, the work assignments, the sleep protocol, all of it managed from the notebook and cross-referenced against the AI's logs at the end of each day. David came to him on the 8th day. The forward coupling housing. I'd like to look at it. Korik looked up from his notebook. The AI monitors the coupling systems. I know. I'd like to look at it anyway. Why? Because I maintain things for a living and I've been on this ship for 8 days and I haven't been permitted to look at anything mechanical, and that is beginning to affect my ability to sleep. You're losing sleep because you haven't inspected the forward coupling housing. Yes. The AI has inspected it. I understand that. And you don't trust the AI's inspection. I trust it. I would sleep better if I had also done one. Korik looked at him for a moment and made a notation. Accessible inspection panels, tomorrow morning work assignment. You look, you don't touch, you report anything to me and nobody else. Understood. Thank you, voice Korik. Get some sleep. David went to sleep and slept better than he had in 8 days, which was not because of anything he had resolved but because of something he had been permitted, which was often sufficient for a man of his particular makeup. On the 12th day, James found Mary in the forward observation area during the free period between afternoon assignments and the evening meal. The one unscheduled hour of the rotation day. Mary was looking at the stars. Sit down, she said without turning around. James sat in the other observation chair and looked at the viewport. The stars were exactly where they had been the last time he had looked, which was the thing about them that the human visual system could not process correctly, the apparent stillness of things moving at speeds that made the concept of stillness meaningless. Do you think it looks like anything from here? Mary said. Like what? Anything. From here it just looks like, she gestured at the viewport. Like nothing has a center. God has a center, James said. We're moving toward it. Mary looked at him. That's a good answer. It's the true answer. Which is better than a good one. Mary looked back at the viewport. 22 months. Roughly. Have you thought about what it will look like? The planet. The ground of the new covenant, James said. I think it will look like what it is. Which is? Ours, James said. Mary looked at the stars for a while after that and did not say anything further, and James sat with her in the comfortable silence of two people who have knelt beside each other every morning for 9 years, and have arrived at the kind of companionship that does not require conversation to be real. The free period ended and they went back to their assigned stations. Korik was at his desk in the operations space when the AI flagged the end of the rotation's 14th day, which meant the rotation was complete, and the sequence of returning 22 people to stasis and waking the next 22 would begin at 600 the following morning. He reviewed his notebook against the AI's logs, confirmed that the pharmaceutical distribution had been executed correctly on every day of the rotation without exception, confirmed that the work assignments had been completed within acceptable tolerances, confirmed that the sacred witness reports, of which there had been 4 across the 14 days, had been logged and assessed, and that none of them rose to the level requiring a formal response. 4 reports across 14 days and 22 people was slightly higher than the compound average adjusted for population size, which Korik noted without alarm as a data point, consistent with the elevated stress of the voyage environment and the disruption of established routines, both of which the pharmaceutical regimen had been expected to partially compensate for, and was partially compensating for, the partial compensation being sufficient to keep behavior within manageable parameters. He closed his notebook and went to check the stasis bay preparation. David was already there, running his hands along the exterior of his unit with the focused attention of a man checking something he understands for signs of something he does not want to find. Everything in order, Korik said. As far as I can tell. I'd feel better if I could open the housing. You felt better after the coupling housing inspection. Yes. And now you want to open the stasis unit housing. Only my own. Korik looked at him. The AI monitors the stasis units continuously. I know. And you trust the AI's monitoring. I trust it, David said. I would sleep better in it if I had also checked it myself. Korik made a notation. External inspection only. You don't open the housing. Understood. And you do it now before the others come in for induction because I am not going to have you inspecting units while people are trying to go to sleep. Understood, David said. Thank you, voice Korik. Korik went back to his preparation, and David inspected the external housing of his stasis unit with the thoroughness of a man who will sleep better for having done so, which he did, the stasis taking him quickly and cleanly into the dark where the voyage continued without him, and the AI watched over him with the patient competence of a system that did not require sleep and did not have opinions about the people it was keeping alive, and simply did what it was built to do, which was sufficient. And which was all that was required, and which continued without interruption as the ship moved through the dark between stars toward Waldallow and the ground of the New Covenant, and whatever waited there. The AI flagged Kenneth's emergence anomaly at 3:40 on the ship's 219th day out from Earth. Roughly the midpoint of the voyage. Thalen was asleep when the alert sounded. He dressed in the dark and went to the medical bay and looked at the readings on the primary screen and called Michael out of stasis. Standard emergence took 4 hours. The AI ran the accelerated protocol instead, 90 minutes, which Michael had programmed for exactly this contingency. Michael came out of it gray and unsteady and blinking against the lighting. He sat on the edge of his unit for 30 seconds. Then he crossed to the primary screen and looked at Kenneth's readings without speaking. Thalen waited. How long in holding, Michael said. 40 minutes. Progression before holding. Secondary screen. Left side. Michael moved to the secondary screen and studied it for 2 minutes. The medical bay hummed around them. Kenneth's unit was running something more urgent than a maintenance cycle. The sound of it was different from the other units. Once you noticed the difference, you could not stop noticing it, a higher frequency undertone running beneath the normal hum of the monitoring systems, persistent and specific and not reassuring. His system is fighting the emergence, Michael said. The stasis chemistry and the pharmaceutical regimen are interacting badly. His cardiovascular system is under significant stress. How significant? He may die. Thalen looked at the primary screen. Kenneth was 38 years old. Structural engineer. 12 years of membership. Excellent pre-voyage medical profile. Compliant, productive, no significant infractions across all 12 years, which was not a common record and indicated either exceptional self-discipline or unusually complete pharmaceutical compliance or both. In Kenneth's case, Thalen had always assessed it as both. A useful man in every measurable sense and the only structural engineer in the congregation, which was a fact that sat alongside the medical facts on the primary screen with the same weight and the same relevance. What does treatment require? Thalen said. Significant pharmaceutical resources. The compounds needed to manage the interaction are not common use items. We have them but not in quantities that allow for liberal use. Quantify. Treatment uses approximately 40% of the relevant reserves. What remains handles minor interventions for the rest of the voyage. A serious event in any other congregation member after this, and we would be working with very little. And without treatment. The holding state gives us 6 hours. After that, we complete the emergence and manage what happens naturally. Or we attempt return to full stasis. And return to stasis. His system in its current condition would almost certainly not survive re-entry. Almost certainly. I won't give you a number, Michael said. I don't have one that means anything. His pre-voyage profile suggested good resilience. 12 years of the formulation changes that calculus in ways I can't fully quantify. This specific combination of factors has no prior data. Nobody has done this before. Thalen looked at him. You didn't flag this as a potential risk before departure. I flagged the interaction as a consideration in my pre-voyage medical memo. Page 31. The language was cautionary rather than prohibitive because the probability of this specific event in any individual was low. But not zero. Nothing in medicine is zero, Michael said. If it were, I would have a much easier job. Thalen picked up his coffee and looked at Kenneth's readings. 40% of the relevant compound reserves. 11 months of voyage remaining. 248 other congregation members in stasis. The structural engineering skills that Kenneth represented. The probability of needing those reserves for someone else across 11 months and 248 people. The probability of needing a structural engineer on a planet where everything needed to be built from the ground up. These were not equivalent considerations and they did not produce a clean answer, and Thalen stood with his coffee and worked through them with the methodical patience of a man who has made difficult calculations before and understands that difficulty does not exempt you from making them. Voice Thalen, Michael said carefully. What are you thinking about? Resources, Thalen said. He is a member of this congregation. He is in my medical care. He is, Thalen said. And your medical care operates within the practical constraints of this voyage. Finite medical resources. 11 months still to run. You're asking me not to treat him. I'm not asking you anything yet. While he's in holding. Yes. Michael looked at him with the expression of a man running a calculation between his professional training and his doctrinal framework, and finding that the two are not producing the same answer. 14 years of membership. 22 years as a physician. In 14 years, the doctrinal framework had never directly contradicted the medical one in a way that required him to choose between them. He had understood theoretically that such a moment might come. He had filed that understanding away in the part of his mind reserved for contingencies he hoped would remain theoretical. Understanding it theoretically and standing in the medical bay at 4:40 with Kenneth in holding were not the same thing. They were not even close to the same thing. If God wants Kenneth to survive, Thalen said, Kenneth will survive. The writings are explicit on the matter of God's will operating through the conditions that exist rather than around them. Our medical resources are a condition that exists. God is aware of them. The writings also speak to the sanctity of life within the congregation. They do. And they speak to stewardship of God's provision. These medical resources are God's provision. Stewardship means using what God has provided wisely and not exhausting it in service of one outcome when that provision may be needed for others. That is a doctrinal argument for letting him die, Michael said. That is a doctrinal framework for understanding whatever happens as consistent with God's will. Which it will be regardless of what we decide. Michael stood with his hands at his sides and looked at the primary screen for a long moment. Kenneth's unit continued its higher frequency undertone. The number on the primary screen that represented his cardiovascular status had moved in the wrong direction twice in the past 10 minutes. Small movements. Consistent movements. I want to consult Voice Valor, Michael said. Why? Because I am being asked to make a decision that goes beyond my medical authority, and I want another voice present. I am making the decision. Not you. Then I want Voice Valor present while you make it, Michael said. That is my formal request as the congregation's physician. Thalen looked at him for a moment. Then he picked up the internal comm and called Valor's quarters. Valor arrived in 4 minutes, which meant he had not been fully asleep, which Thalen noted and filed without comment. He came into the medical bay still pulling his jacket straight and looked at the primary screen and looked at Michael and looked at Thalen and read the room with the accuracy of a man who has spent 30 years reading rooms that contained Thalen. Kenneth Valor said. Stasis emergence complication. Pharmaceutical interaction. Treatment requires 40% of the relevant medical reserves. 11 months of voyage remaining. Valor looked at the screen. He looked at it for longer than a man looks at something he is simply reading. He looked at it the way a man looks at something he is deciding how to feel about, which takes longer and produces a different quality of attention. What does 40% mean practically? Vaylor said. If someone else has a serious medical event in the remaining voyage time, we have limited capacity to manage it, Michael said. And without treatment, his system may manage the emergence on its own. Or it may not. Give me a range. I can't give you a reliable range. His profile was good. The interaction is new territory. Vaylor turned to Thalen. His voice was level and even and had the quality it sometimes had when he was being very careful about something. You've already decided. I'm consulting. You called me at 4:40 to tell me you've already decided and you want a witness. Tell me I'm wrong. Thalen said nothing. The medical bay was quiet around the three of them. Kenneth's unit ran its higher frequency undertone. The clock on the primary screen continued its count of the time Kenneth had been in holding, which was now 2 hours and 17 minutes, which left 3 hours and 43 minutes before the 6-hour limit that Michael had specified, after which the holding state itself became the threat. Vaylor looked at Kenneth's readings for a long moment. Then he looked at the floor. Then he looked at Michael. Is there anything you can do that doesn't touch the 40%? Michael turned to the secondary screen and pulled up the reserve inventory. He stood looking at it for 2 minutes, scrolling through it with the focused attention of a man who is looking for something he is not certain is there, and is being thorough about the looking because thoroughness is what his training requires, and because he needs to be able to say he looked thoroughly regardless of what he finds. Supportive measures, he said finally. Not the targeted intervention. Supportive. They give his system better conditions to manage the emergence on its own. They don't solve the interaction. They improve the environment around it. They cost perhaps 3% of the relevant reserves rather than 40. Use those, Vaylor said. Michael looked at Thalen. Use those, Thalen said. It was not a concession. It had never been the plan to use nothing, and Vaylor and Michael both understood this and understood also that pointing it out served no purpose. Neither of them did. Michael went to work. The supportive measures took 90 minutes to administer. Careful work, each compound introduced in the sequence and at the rate that Michael's training specified, the AI adjusting the holding state parameters twice during the process to accommodate what Michael was doing. Thalen sat in the chair beside the secondary screen and read the AI's voyage logs. Not because the voyage logs required reading at 500 in the medical bay, but because sitting in the chair beside the secondary screen with the voyage logs on the screen was the correct use of the space he occupied, the correct way to be present without being in Michael's way, and Thalen had always understood that the correct use of space was as important as the correct use of time. Vaylor stood at the viewport on the far wall and looked at the stars. The stars did not move. They made no demands. Everything else in the room was making demands that Vaylor could not fully meet, and the stars were not doing that, and so he looked at the stars and let them be sufficient for the moment, which they were not but which was the best available option. Kenneth's readings stabilized slightly at the 2-hour mark. Michael noted this without expression and continued his work. At the 3-hour mark the readings destabilized. Michael noted this also without expression, the professional neutrality of a man who has learned that reacting to data before he understands it produces worse outcomes than not reacting, a discipline that cost him something to maintain and that he maintained anyway because it was the discipline his training required. At the 3-hour 20-minute mark, the monitoring equipment registered what its diagnostic language called a cascade event. Several things happening at once. All of them in the same direction. Voice Thalen, Michael said. Thalen came to the primary screen. How long? Thalen said. Minutes. Maybe less. The room was very quiet. The higher frequency undertone from Kenneth's unit had changed again, a different quality now, and Vaylor at the viewport turned from the stars and looked at the unit, and then looked at the primary screen and then looked at the viewport again and did not turn back. Kenneth died at 6:38. The primary screen's readings flatlined. The AI logged the event. Time. Duration. Causes characterized by available data. Unit number. Occupant name. All of it entered into the permanent record of the voyage with the precision and completeness that the AI brought to everything it did, without judgment, without ceremony, without any quality that distinguished this entry from the entry that preceded it or the entry that would follow it. Michael stood with his hands at his sides and looked at the primary screen. The higher frequency undertone from Unit 47 was gone. The medical bay sounded like it had sounded before, all 46 remaining units running their maintenance cycles at their normal frequency, uniform and unremarkable. God received him, Thalen said. Michael said nothing. His tasks were incomplete at the time of his calling. That is the determination. The congregation will be informed through the rotation briefing. He was sick, Michael said. His body failed in a medical event that was not his fault and was not predictable with the resources we chose to use. The writings do not make that distinction. No, Michael said. They don't. He said it quietly and without inflection, and Thalen looked at him and assessed the quality of the quiet and the quality of the lack of inflection and determined that Michael was functional and that functional was what was required, and that what lay beneath the functional was Michael's business and not his, provided it stayed beneath the functional. Which it would, because Michael was that kind of man and had been for 22 years, and 14 years of membership had not changed that quality in him and was not going to change it now. Document the medical event accurately in your records. The cause of death. The intervention attempted. The outcome. Accurate records will show that the targeted intervention was not attempted. Yes, Thalen said. They will. Document it accurately. Michael nodded once and began his documentation. His handwriting in the medical log was the same as it always was. Precise. Legible. The handwriting of a man who understands that records outlast the events they record and writes accordingly. Thalen looked at Vaylor, who had turned from the viewport. His face had the quality it sometimes had. A tiredness that was not physical. The specific fatigue of a man carrying something for a long time in a place where carrying it does not show until it does. Go back to stasis, Thalen said. I'll manage the rotation briefing. I'll stay up. There's no need. I'll stay up, Vaylor said. Thalen looked at him for a moment. The moment was long enough to communicate that Thalen had assessed the situation and determined that Vaylor staying awake was not a problem that required solving at 6:50. When there was a rotation briefing to prepare, and a body for the AI to manage, and 11 months of voyage remaining and things that needed doing that required his attention more than Vaylor's insistence on staying awake did. He let it go. The AI handled Kenneth's remains with the efficiency it brought to all tasks. Clinical. Complete. Managed entirely within its own systems without requiring direction or assistance from any of the 4 people in the medical bay. Michael had programmed this contingency before departure because Michael was thorough and had thought carefully about things he hoped would remain theoretical and had prepared for them anyway because hope was not a medical protocol. By 800, the rotation was assembled in the main corridor. 22 people in 2 rows of 11 facing the forward wall where Thalen stood in the position that served as the ship's equivalent of the temple pulpit. The morning drink had been distributed 40 minutes ago. Their systems were operating at the level Thalen had calibrated for exactly this kind of communication. The edges of difficult information softened enough that it could be received without producing the kind of response that difficult information could produce in people who were not pharmaceutically prepared to receive it. Kenneth has been called by God, Thalen said. His tasks in this life were incomplete at the time of his calling. God's judgment in such cases is as the writings describe, and we receive that judgment as we receive all of God's judgments. With acceptance and without question, he looked at the 2 rows of faces. 22 people looking back at him with the open, attentive quality of people whose morning drink has settled into their systems and whose trust in the voice of God speaking to them is total and without reservation. We continue our work. We continue our observances. Kenneth's assigned tasks will be redistributed among the rotation. The work will be completed as God requires. The congregation received this and said nothing, and went to their morning assignments with the orderly compliance of people for whom the death of a fellow member, framed correctly and delivered at the right pharmaceutical moment, was a thing that could be absorbed and set aside and moved past without the kind of processing that might otherwise have been required. James fell into step beside David in the corridor afterward. He waited until they were clear of the others before he spoke. "What happened to him?" James said quietly. "He didn't wake up properly from stasis." "Is that?" James stopped walking for a moment and then started again. "Can that happen to any of us?" David considered this with the seriousness he applied to all direct questions. He walked 3 steps before he answered. "It happened to Kenneth. It hasn't happened to anyone else." "That's not an answer." "No," David said. "It isn't," he walked on. "Do your work, James. That's what we have." James walked beside him and said nothing further. David's answer was incomplete, and both of them knew it was incomplete, and James had been a member long enough to know that the only kind of answer available was the answer you worked with, and working with it was what you did, and that was the end of it. Vaylor sat in the forward observation area after the briefing. He did not go back to stasis. He did not sleep. He did not speak to anyone for the rest of the day. The ship moved through the dark. Kenneth was no longer aboard in any sense that mattered. 249 congregation members breathed in their rotation cycles, carried toward a purpose they believed in completely. 3 voices of God were functioning within normal parameters. The 4th sat in the forward observation area and looked at stars that did not move and thought about accurate medical records and 11 months of voyage remaining and what waited at the end of them. The AI logged the day and maintained course and kept everyone alive who was currently alive. It had no opinions about any of it. On this particular day, Vaylor found himself envying it. The scheduled overlap lasted 72 hours. It was the longest either of them had been awake simultaneously since departure. Thalen had planned it at the voyage's midpoint deliberately. The reason he gave Vaylor was a colony preparation review. The real reason was different. Vaylor had not asked what it was. 30 years had taught him that Thalen's real reasons surfaced eventually, and that asking for them early was a waste of energy. The first day they worked. Colony preparation review, pharmaceutical inventory cross-check against Michael's updated projections following Kenneth, rotation schedule adjustment to redistribute Kenneth's assigned colony tasks across the remaining congregation. Practical work requiring 2 people. They did it with the efficient professionalism of men who have worked alongside each other long enough that their rhythms have calibrated without discussion. Horik would have been faster on the financial and inventory components, and Sarev would have been useless on all of it, and neither of them was awake, and so Thalen and Vaylor worked through it together at the small table in Thalen's quarters with the physical documents and the AI's logs and the pharmaceutical manifest, and made the adjustments that Kenneth's absence required, and noted the ones that could not be fully addressed with the resources available and moved on. By the end of the first day, the colony preparation files were as complete as they were going to get. Thalen closed his notebook. Vaylor stacked the AI's printouts in the order the filing system required. Neither of them mentioned what the day's work had confirmed, which was that Kenneth's loss had created gaps that documentation and redistributed task assignments could partially address and could not fully replace. They did not mention it because mentioning it did not close the gaps, and both of them knew that, and the day had been long enough. The second day, Vaylor came to the forward observation area at 1900 ship's time and found Thalen already there with his private whiskey and 2 glasses. That answered the question of whether the overlap's real purpose was the colony preparation review. Vaylor sat down and picked up the second glass. "All right," he said. "What is this actually about?" Thalen poured. Kenneth has been dead for 4 days. Kenneth is part of it," Thalen said. "Not all of it." Vaylor looked at the viewport. The stars were where they had been for 220 days, which was everywhere and apparently nowhere in particular, the human visual system having no framework for processing the actual distances involved. "Then what's the rest of it?" "I want to know where you are," Thalen said. "Where I am. Your head. Your thinking. Where you are with all of this." Vaylor turned the glass in his hand. It was good whiskey. Thalen's private supply was always good whiskey, which was one of the consistent small pleasures of being one of 4 people with keycard access to the private stores. On the compound, it had been easier to appreciate. On the ship, with the congregation 40 meters away in stasis and Kenneth 4 days dead and Waldalo 7 months ahead, the whiskey was good and the goodness of it sat alongside everything else without resolving anything. "You've never asked me that before," Vaylor said. "We've never been here before," Thalen said. 7 months from Earth. 7 months from Waldalo. No return option that means anything practically. This is the midpoint in more than one sense. Vaylor looked at the whiskey. Then he looked at the viewport. Then he said what he had been carrying since before departure, since the meeting room conversation about the 2062, since before that, since the planning stages when the planet had been an abstraction and the congregation had been a number on a list, and the whole thing had had the quality of a plan rather than a reality. Plans had a quality of cleanness that reality did not have. Reality had Kenneth. 249 people, Vaylor said. On a planet with no resupply. No backup. No contact with Earth. No external authority of any kind. No possibility of outside intervention if something goes wrong. Yes, Thalen said. That's not a colony. That's a closed system. That's exactly what it is, Thalen said. That's what I built. That's what I've always wanted to build. Vaylor looked at him. I know that. I've known that for 20 years. What I'm asking is whether you've thought carefully enough about what a closed system actually means when you're living inside it rather than designing it from the outside. Tell me what you think I've missed. I'm not sure you've missed anything, Vaylor said. That's what concerns me. You've thought of everything you can think of. But there are things you can't think of until they happen, and on Waldala when they happen there is no external resource to draw on. No supply chain. No reinforcements. No ability to course correct using anything from outside the system because there is nothing outside the system. Thalen drank his whiskey. That's a description of every human settlement in history before the age of global communication. Those settlements could trade with neighboring settlements. They could absorb people from outside. They had genetic diversity and skill diversity and the ability to replace losses from external sources. Vaylor set his glass down on the arm of the observation chair and looked at it for a moment. We have 249 people. Fixed. Whatever skills they have are the skills we have. Whatever knowledge they carry is the knowledge we have. Kenneth was our structural engineer. He is gone and the structural engineering knowledge he carried is gone with him and there is no replacing it. We have his documentation, Thalen said. He filed comprehensive technical records as required. Documentation is not the same as 20 years of practical experience. No, Thalen said. It isn't. We will manage with the documentation. And when the next irreplaceable person dies. People are rarely as irreplaceable as they appear, Thalen said. Skills transfer. Knowledge documented is knowledge preserved. The congregation was selected for adaptability as well as specific competencies. We will manage losses as they occur because managing losses as they occur is what every human settlement in history has done. Vaylor picked up his glass again. The whiskey was good and the forward observation area was quiet and the stars were where they had always been and none of this was making him feel better. The conversation had the quality that conversations with Thalen sometimes had, the quality of a man answering every question correctly and the answers being true and the truth of them not addressing the actual problem. Thalen could do this indefinitely. Vaylor had watched him do it to investigators and converts and congregation members and the other 2 voices for 30 years, and it worked on all of them and it worked on Vaylor too, partially, which was more than it should have worked on a man who had been watching it for 30 years and knew exactly what it was. The drugs, Vaylor said. Thalen looked at him. What about them? The supply we brought. 3 years beyond projected arrival at current dosage levels. What happens at year 4? By year 4, the conditioning will be sufficiently deep that dosage levels can be reduced without meaningful behavioral impact. You're certain of that? The formulation was designed for exactly that trajectory, Thalen said. Extended exposure at consistent dosage levels produces conditioning depth that becomes self-sustaining. The pharmaceutical component becomes supplementary rather than primary. We reduce dosage gradually. The behavioral baseline holds. And if it doesn't, then we manage the situation with the resources available to us at that point, Thalen said. Which will include 4 years of additional conditioning, established community structure, social reinforcement mechanisms, and the complete absence of any outside influence that might provide an alternative framework for the congregation to orient around. The conditions on Waldalau are more favorable for conditioning maintenance than the conditions on Earth were. On Earth there was always the possibility of outside contact, outside information, outside perspective. On Waldalau there is none of that. The system is closed. You keep coming back to the closed system as though it's an advantage, Vaylor said. It is an advantage. It's also a trap, Vaylor said. If something goes wrong inside a closed system, there is nowhere to go. No exit. No appeal to any outside authority. No possibility of help from anywhere that isn't already inside the problem. Thalen looked at him steadily. Name a specific failure mode that concerns you. Vaylor was quiet for a moment. Outside the viewport, the stars maintained their positions with the absolute consistency of things that operated according to physical laws and had no interest in the concerns of the people observing them. The observation area was a good room for this kind of conversation in the sense that it provided something to look at that was not the other person, which both of them used. Vaylor looked at the stars and thought about specific failure modes and found that the ones he could name were the ones Thalen had already planned for, and the ones he couldn't name were the ones that kept him awake on his watch rotations in the particular way that unnamed things keep you awake, present, and shapeless, and not available for direct examination. I can't name one specifically, he said finally. That's the point. The failure modes I can name are the ones you've already planned for. The ones that concern me are the ones neither of us can name because we haven't encountered them yet. That is a description of every risk in every enterprise in human history, Thalen said. You plan for what you can anticipate and you manage what you can't anticipate when it arrives. There is no other option. There has never been any other option. On Earth, when the unanticipated thing arrived, you had resources outside the system to draw on, Vaylor said. Doctors you could call. Supplies you could order. Knowledge you could access. People you could bring in. On Waldalau, the unanticipated thing arrives and you have what's in the system and nothing else. Yes, Thalen said. That is correct. And it has always been correct, and I have always known it was correct, and I built this anyway because a closed system with complete internal control is worth the risk of internal failure. An open system with external interference is guaranteed to fail on a long enough timeline because external interference is guaranteed, and its effects are cumulative and eventually fatal to the enterprise. The rising radiant sun on Earth was always going to end. Investigators. Witnesses. The Blue Eyes situation. All of it external interference working on an open system. On Waldalau none of that exists. The only threats are internal, and internal threats are manageable because I control the internal environment. Vaylor looked at him. 30 years of looking at Thalen in rooms where important things were being said had given him a comprehensive map of the man's interior landscape, or as comprehensive a map as anyone was likely to get of a terrain that Thalen kept deliberately unmapped. What Vaylor had learned over 30 years was that the map had edges and that beyond the edges was not more terrain but simply the end of what Thalen considered relevant, which was not the same thing as the end of what existed. Thalen's map was complete within its own boundaries. The boundaries were the problem. A man whose map ends at the edges of what he has considered cannot navigate territory he has not considered, and on Waldalau there would be territory that nobody had considered because nobody had ever been there. What Vaylor saw in the forward observation area at 1900 on the 223rd day of the voyage was a man who was completely certain. The certainty had the quality of bedrock rather than conclusion. It was not arrogance. Arrogance was certainty without basis. What Thalen had was certainty with basis, which was harder to argue with and in some ways more troubling, because arrogance could be demonstrated to be unfounded, and certainty with basis could only be demonstrated to be incomplete, which was a different kind of argument and one that Thalen was very good at not having. "You've thought of everything you can think of," Vaylor said. "Yes. That's what concerns me." Thalen looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the viewport. "There is nothing on Waldallow that represents a threat to this enterprise that I have not accounted for." The medical survey was comprehensive. No pathogens. No hostile life forms. No environmental hazards the colony's technology cannot manage. A planet of grazers and grass and open land and the complete absence of anything that has ever encountered a human being before. We are not going into an unknown hostile environment. We are going into an unknown benign one. "Unknown," Vaylor said. "You said it yourself." "Unknown and benign," Thalen said. "The combination is manageable." Vaylor said nothing. The forward observation area was quiet around them. The whiskey was good and the stars were where they had always been, and the conversation had arrived at the place conversations with Thalen always arrived at eventually, which was the place where Thalen's certainty and Vaylor's unease occupied the same space without resolving into each other, and without either of them having the argument that the space between them seemed to require. The argument that the space seemed to require was not one Vaylor could win because he could not name the thing he was afraid of, and you cannot win an argument about a thing you cannot name against a man who has named everything he can think of and called it comprehensive. The AI spoke. "Waldallow is now visible on the forward display," it said. "Distance is approximately 7 months travel at current velocity. The display is on the secondary screen to your left." Both of them turned. The secondary screen showed the navigational display, the ship's position and trajectory and the calculated endpoint of the trajectory, and at the endpoint a point of light that was slightly brighter than the points of light around it, and that the display labeled with the 19-digit catalog number, and beneath the catalog number the word Waldallow in the simplified form the navigation system used. It was a point of light. Slightly brighter than its neighbors. Unremarkable to look at. Thalen looked at it. Vaylor looked at it. Neither of them said anything for a long time. The point of light sat on the secondary screen and was real in the specific way that things are real when you can see them. That was different from the way things are real when they are theoretical. For 14 months the ground of the new covenant had been theoretical, a 19-digit catalog number and a navigational calculation and a set of survey data in a file that Thalen had reviewed and found satisfactory. Now it was a point of light on a secondary screen. Still distant. Still unreachable for 7 months. But visible. Present. No longer requiring imagination to locate because there it was, slightly brighter than its neighbors, at the end of the trajectory that the AI was following with the patient competence of a system that did not experience 7 months as a long time because it did not experience time at all. Thalen picked up his glass and drank. Vaylor looked at the point of light and thought about closed systems and unknown benign environments and 249 people breathing in their stasis units 40 meters behind him and what waited at the end of 7 more months of dark. The point of light was saying something that the conversation had not said and could not say, something about the difference between planning and arriving, between designing a thing and standing inside it, between the map and the territory beyond the map's edges. It was saying it in the specific language of visible things, which required no interpretation and admitted no argument, and which Thalen was looking at with the same expression he looked at everything with, which was the expression of a man whose certainty does not require external confirmation, and does not waver in the presence of visible things that might have caused a different kind of man to reconsider. Vaylor said nothing because there was nothing left to say that the point of light on the secondary screen was not already saying more clearly than he could say it. The whiskey was good. Outside the viewport the stars held their positions and the ship moved between them and Waldallow sat at the end of the trajectory and waited with the patience of a thing that has no concept of waiting. It was not aware of the ship. It was not aware of the 2 men looking at its image on a secondary screen. It was not aware of the 249 people in stasis or of Kenneth, who was no longer among them or of the microbe collective that ran through its soil and its water, and the bodies of every grazing animal on its plains, in the connected invisible network that it had always been, and that had no awareness of what was coming toward it across 7 months of dark. It was simply there. It had always simply been there. It would be there when they arrived, regardless of what either of them thought about it between now and then, and regardless of what neither of them could think of because they had not encountered it yet. Thalen refilled both glasses. They sat with the planet on the screen between them, and the silence held, and neither of them broke it. The ship's clock reached 2200 and Thalen stood and said they had a rotation briefing at 700. Vaylor nodded. They went to their separate quarters, and the forward observation area was empty, and the secondary screen showed Waldallo at the end of the trajectory, slightly brighter than its neighbors, real in the way that things are real when you can see them, waiting with the patience of something that has no awareness that it is waiting and no awareness of anything else either, which was the thing about it that mattered, and that neither of the two men who had just been looking at it knew yet. Waking 249 people from stasis simultaneously was not something the AI had been programmed to do. The standard protocol ran 22 at a time. 4-hour intervals between sequences. Waking all of them at once would have pushed the medical monitoring systems past their designed capacity. Thalen solved this by starting the process 4 days before orbital insertion. The AI ran continuous emergence sequences around the clock. 22 at a time. By the time Waldallo filled the forward viewport, the entire congregation was awake and functional, and had been awake long enough that the emergence disorientation had passed. What remained was the specific alertness of people arriving somewhere they have been traveling toward for 22 months. The ship was not designed for 249 conscious people. 249 conscious people were in it anyway. The corridors were full. The galley ran continuous meal service. The heads operated on a schedule that Korik managed with his notebook. Nobody complained. Complaining was a reportable infraction, and the morning drink was being distributed at double the standard interval, and the combination of those two facts was sufficient to keep the crowding from becoming a problem. Thalen had adjusted the morning drink formulation for the approach period. He had reduced the anxiolytic component and increased the compound that produced open receptive joy. The ceremonial moments of the rising radiant sun had always required that specific quality from the congregation, and this was the most important ceremonial moment in the organization's 30-year history, and the formulation reflected that. Mary stood in the main corridor and felt the ship differently than she had felt it during the rotation cycles. During the rotations it had been quiet and slightly melancholy, a space too large for the number of people in it. Now it was warm with body heat and loud with the careful sound of people moving through it and vibrating with something that was not the ship's systems. Collective anticipation. She could feel it the way you feel weather coming. Patricia appeared beside her. "I can feel it," she said. "Can you feel it?" "Yes," Mary said. "What does it feel like to you?" Mary thought about it. Through the forward viewport at the corridor's end, the planet was visible, green and vast and growing larger with each hour. "Like the morning prayer," she said. "But everything at once instead of 22 minutes. Patricia looked at her. "That's exactly right," she said. "That's exactly what it feels like." David was at the forward viewport when Mary found him an hour later. He stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes on the planet. The planet was close enough now that it filled the viewport completely. Green and white and brown. The green dominant. A deep, unusual green that was not quite the green of Earth's vegetation. The eye kept returning to it because the slight wrongness of it was interesting in the way that almost familiar things are interesting. "What do you see?" Mary said. "Land," David said. "A lot of it. Those formations in the northern quadrant are interesting. Very old geology. The erosion pattern is different from anything on Earth." "How do you know that?" "I don't," David said. "It's an inference. I could be wrong." He pointed at a broad area in the southern hemisphere. "Those plains are where we'll be building. Flat, stable, close to the water sources the survey identified." Mary looked where he was pointing. Plains, brown and vast, bordered by the unusual green. and moving across the plains, visible even from orbit as a slow shifting pattern, something that was not geological. "What is that movement?" she said. "Animals. Grazers." The survey noted them. "The herds are enormous." "Yes," David said. "They are." Neither of them said anything further about the grazers. They were not relevant to the settlement plan, and David did not discuss things that were not relevant to the matter at hand. Thalen delivered the approach sermon from the forward observation area with the congregation packed into every available space along the main corridor. Faces in both directions, some of them visible only partially around the corridor's curve. All of them oriented toward him with the total attention of people whose morning drink had been optimized for exactly this. The sermon was the shortest he had ever written. Every word was doing necessary work. He had spent 2 days removing words that were not doing necessary work, and what remained was what remained, and he read it back to himself the night before and found nothing to remove, and that was how he knew it was finished. "Look at it," he said. He gestured toward the forward viewport. Waldello filled the frame. "Green and vast and real. God showed me this 7 months ago. God placed it in my mind with the clarity of direct divine communication. And here it is. Exactly as God showed me. Exactly as the writings described it." The 7th volume's relevant passage was one he had written specifically to match Waldello's appearance based on the survey data. The congregation had read it as prophecy. It was survey data rendered in liturgical language. The effect was the same regardless of the mechanism. The congregation looking from the passage they had memorized to the planet filling the viewport were experiencing exactly the recognition he had designed the passage to produce. 22 months, he said. God's number. God's time. Not 1 day more and not 1 day less than God required to bring us here. He paused and looked at the corridor full of faces. The ground of the new covenant is below us. God's provision for God's chosen. Ours. 249 voices said ours back at him. From both directions simultaneously. The word filled the corridor and came back off the walls and surrounded him from every direction at once, and he stood in the center of it and felt the mechanism performing at the level it was built for. Then came the 22. Thalen had designed the approach ceremony during the first month of the voyage, working from the writings and from the specific emotional requirements of the moment. 22 prayers spoken in unison, each one 22 words, the responses repeated 22 times. The congregation knew the ceremony from the preparatory materials distributed during the final rotation before full waking. They had studied it with the dedication of people who understood that God's ceremonies required precision, and that precision required preparation. The ceremony took 40 minutes. The corridor was silent except for the voices, and the voices were unified in the way that 249 people unified by pharmaceutical and doctrinal preparation, and 22 months of shared voyage become unified, which is more completely than most human groups achieve under any circumstances. Mary spoke the words and felt them moving through her in the specific register that the approach formulation of the morning drink produced, open and receptive and present in a way that the ordinary daily formulation did not quite reach. The words were familiar from the study materials and familiar from the writings and familiar from the quality of truth that the rising radiant sun had always given its ceremonies, which was the quality of things that have always been true and are simply being recognized rather than stated for the first time. Robert stood 3 rows back in the corridor and spoke the responses with the totality of a man for whom the distinction between the words and the feeling the words were producing had ceased to exist. He had been Robert for 8 months. Gerald Harwick was a name that occurred to him approximately as often as the name of a person he had met briefly at a party years ago, which was occasionally and without significance. Saurav stood at the corridor's far end and spoke the responses with the correct words in the correct sequence, and watched the congregation with the specific attention he brought to large ceremonial gatherings, which was the attention of a man counting exits and assessing the behavioral baseline and noting deviations from it. There were no deviations. The congregation was performing the ceremony correctly and completely. The morning drink formulation was doing its work. Sarev noted this and returned his attention to the responses. Korik stood beside Thalen and spoke the responses and thought about the colony task redistribution schedule and the pharmaceutical inventory, and the 3 items from yesterday's preparation review that remained unresolved and that would need to be addressed in the first week on the surface. He spoke the responses correctly while thinking about the unresolved items because Korik could do both simultaneously and saw no reason not to. The ship entered orbit at the ceremony's conclusion. The timing was not accidental. The congregation pressed against every viewport simultaneously. The planet was below them now, filling the viewports from edge to edge, and the viewports were small and the congregation was large and people took turns and stood on their toes and leaned past each other with the careful courtesy of people who wanted the same thing, and understood that wanting it did not exempt them from the protocols governing how you behaved when you wanted something. Mary got to the forward viewport on her second attempt and stood with her hands on the frame and looked down. It was beautiful. She had expected it to be significant. She had expected it to be the fulfillment of prophecy and the ground of the new covenant, and all the things the writings and Thalen's sermons had prepared her to experience it as. She had not expected it to be beautiful in the simple physical sense, beautiful the way a landscape is beautiful when it is genuinely beautiful and not metaphorically or spiritually beautiful, but actually beautiful in the way that makes the body respond before the mind has finished processing what the eyes are seeing. The green was extraordinary from orbit. It was not the green of Earth's forests or Earth's plains. It was deeper and more various, hundreds of shades of a color that was green in the way that the ocean is blue, which is to say completely, and in a way that made every other version of the color seem like an approximation. Strange formations rose from the green in the northern hemisphere, old geology that the erosion had shaped into forms that had no Earth equivalent, broad and layered and casting shadows that from orbit looked like the shadows of clouds but were not. The southern plains were vast and brown and flat, and across them the grazers moved in herds that from orbit were visible as slow shifting patterns, enormous, the herds containing thousands of animals moving together in the unhurried way of things that have no predators. Vaylor stood at the corridor viewport and looked at the plains and the herds and said nothing for a long time. "Voice Vaylor," said a voice beside him. Vaylor turned. Robert, standing at his shoulder, looking at the viewport with the open expression of the morning drink at approach formulation. "It's everything Voice Thalen described," Robert said. "Everything the writings said it would be." "Yes," Vaylor said. "It is. Are you not moved by it?" Vaylor looked at the planet. At the plains and the herds and the deep impossible green and the old geology of the northern formations, and the water visible in the southern hemisphere catching the light of the sun that was not Earth's sun. "I'm moved by it," he said. Yes. He was. That was the problem. He was moved by it in a way that had nothing to do with the writings or the ceremony or the morning drink. He was moved by it the way a man is moved by a genuinely beautiful thing when he sees it for the first time and understands that he is going to spend the rest of his life inside it. Robert went back to his place in the corridor. Vaylor looked at the plains and the herds and thought about what David had said that morning when they had both been at the forward viewport before the ceremony. He had found David there at 600, 2 hours before the ceremony, standing alone at the viewport in the pre-ceremony quiet. "The grazers," Vaylor had said. "What do you make of them?" David had looked at the herds moving across the southern plains for a moment before answering. "They move together," he said. "All of them. Same direction. Same pace. Herding animals do that." "Not like that," David said. "Herding animals have variation. Stragglers. Animals moving counter to the main direction. Individuals that break from the group and return. These don't do that. Every animal in every herd is moving exactly the same way at exactly the same time." Vaylor had looked at the herds. David was right. The movement was uniform in a way that was not quite natural. "Survey noted them as non-threatening," he said. "Yes," David said. "I'm sure it did." Neither of them had said anything further about it. The ceremony was 2 hours away and there was nothing actionable in what David had observed, and David did not discuss things for which there was nothing actionable. He had gone back to looking at the planet with his hands behind his back and his maintenance man's eyes assessing it for operational characteristics, and Vaylor had gone to prepare for the ceremony. Standing at the corridor viewport after the ceremony with Robert's words still in the air, Vaylor looked at the herds moving across the southern plains in their extraordinary uniform way, and thought about David's observation, and thought about the closed system conversation, and thought about unnamed failure modes, and thought about the ground of the new covenant waiting below, and decided there was nothing actionable in any of it, and went to find Thalen. Thalen was in the forward observation area with Korik. The AI's atmospheric analysis was running on the primary screen, the results populating in real time as the sensors completed their orbital survey. Both of them were reading it when Vaylor came in. Atmospheric composition, Korik said without looking up. Breathable. Standard equipment precautions for the first 72 hours per the survey protocol, and then open-air operations cleared. Pathogens, Vaylor said. None detected, Thalen said. The survey was comprehensive, and the orbital analysis confirms it. Nothing in the atmospheric sample that presents a biological threat the colony's medical resources cannot manage. Environmental hazards. None beyond standard planetary settlement protocols, Thalen looked up from the screen. The AI is recommending landing approval. I'm going to give it. The grazers, Vaylor said. Thalen looked at him. What about them? David observed this morning that their movement is unusually uniform. All animals in all herds moving identically. No variation. David is a maintenance engineer, Thalen said. Not a zoologist. He's an observant man. The survey classified the animal life as non-threatening. The orbital analysis confirms no biological hazards. The grazers are grazers. They eat grass and they move across plains and they present no threat to the colony. Thalen looked back at the screen. Landing is approved. Vaylor looked at the atmospheric analysis running on the primary screen. No pathogens. No biological hazards. Non-threatening animal life. Everything the survey had promised and the orbital analysis had confirmed. A planet of grazers and grass and open land. Unknown and benign. Unknown, he thought. When, he said. Tomorrow morning, Thalen said. 6:45 ship's time. The congregation assembles in the landing configuration at 600. Full ceremony. We land on God's schedule. Vaylor nodded and went back to the corridor and found his place at the viewport, and looked at the ground of the new covenant filling the frame below him, green and vast and beautiful and waiting. And the grazers moved across the southern plains in their perfect uniform way, and the planet turned slowly in the light of its sun, and the ship held its orbit, and the AI confirmed landing approval, and everything was exactly as it was supposed to be. The congregation descended into landing configuration in absolute silence. 249 people moving through the ship's corridors to their designated positions with the ordered precision of a community that had spent 22 months being organized and was organized completely. No one spoke. The silence was not required by the protocol. It arose from the congregation itself, from the specific quality of the moment, the understanding that some things do not require instruction to be treated as sacred. Mary found her position and strapped in and looked at the small viewport beside her seat and saw the planet below and held her breath. She was not the only one. The ship began its descent and the planet came up to meet them, and the beautiful deep green of it filled every viewport from edge to edge, and the congregation held its collective breath, and the AI flew them down through the atmosphere of the ground of the new covenant, with the patient competence of a system that had been told where to go and was going there, and had no opinions about what waited at the bottom of the descent. The grazers moved across the plains below. Uniform. Patient. All of them facing the same direction at the same time. The ship landed without any fanfare. First ground. The landing ramp touched Waldalow's surface at 6:12 ship's time. 33 minutes before morning prayer. Thalen had calculated this deliberately. The congregation would step onto the ground of the new covenant and have exactly enough time to assemble and orient before 6:45. God's schedule would be the first schedule kept on this world. Everything else followed from that. The ramp extended. The hatch opened. The air of Waldalow came into the ship. It was not Earth air. The difference was subtle. Not quite a smell. Not quite a pressure. Something between the two. Several congregation members near the hatch inhaled sharply without meaning to. Not from fear. From the simple physical fact of breathing something new for the first time. Thalen walked down the ramp first. This was by design. The voice of God set foot on the ground of the new covenant before any member of the congregation. The congregation witnessed this and understood what it meant. God's chosen leader had claimed this place on behalf of God's chosen people. The claiming was the first act performed on this world. Everything built here afterward was built on that foundation. The ground was firm underfoot. Slightly springy. The soil had a composition that Earth's did not, and the feet registered the difference immediately. The pre-dawn sky was extraordinary. Not dark exactly. The darkness had a color in it, not black and not purple and not any color with a name, the color that exists in the narrow band between night and day on a world whose sun rises differently. Strange formations rose against the sky to the north. Old geology. Massive and unfamiliar against the colored dark. The congregation came down the ramp in prescribed order. Row by row. Each person stepped onto the surface and stopped for a moment the way people stop when they have arrived somewhere they have been traveling toward for a very long time, and the arriving requires acknowledgement before anything else can happen. Mary stepped off the ramp and looked at the sky and stopped moving completely. The color of it required that. She stood at the bottom of the ramp with the congregation moving around her and looked up for 30 seconds and did not apologize for it because the sky was the sky, and it required 30 seconds at minimum. Move, said the person behind her, not unkindly. She moved. David came down the ramp and crouched immediately. Not in the protocol. David did it anyway because David's relationship with surfaces was physical and direct. He put his hand flat on the ground of Waldalo and pressed down and felt the springiness of it and looked at the soil on his palm afterward. Dark. Almost black. Fine-grained. He rubbed it between his fingers and looked at what it left on his skin and stood up and wiped his hand on his trousers. Well, said James, coming down the ramp behind him. Good soil, David said. Very good soil. Is that the first thing you notice? It's the first thing that matters practically, David said. The sky is beautiful. You can't grow food in a beautiful sky. James looked at the sky anyway. He looked at it for a long time. 22 months, he said. Yes, David said. We're here. Patricia came down the ramp and walked 3 steps onto the surface and knelt down and pressed both hands flat against the ground, which was not the prayer position but which looked like it, and which nobody corrected because the impulse behind it was correct even if the form was not. Robert came down the ramp and stood on the surface of Waldalo and felt something move through him that the morning drink had not produced and could not have produced because it was not that kind of feeling. It was older than the morning drink. It was the feeling of a man who has arrived somewhere after a very long journey, and the arriving is real, and the reality of it is different from everything he imagined during the journey in the specific way that real things are always different from imagined ones. More solid, more specific, more present. Gerald Harwick would not have understood this feeling. Robert understood it completely. At 6:45 the bell sounded. Thalen had brought the bell from the ship. A small physical bell, the same one that had rung in the compound courtyard every morning for 30 years, carried aboard in Thalen's personal container because some things were not on the permitted list and were brought anyway, and the permitted list did not apply to voices of God. The sound of it on Waldalo's surface was different from the sound of it in the compound courtyard. The air carried it differently. It rang and the sound went out across the surface of the new world and was absorbed by it in a way that Earth's air had never absorbed it, softer at the edges, the decay of the note faster, as though the planet was taking the sound in rather than reflecting it. 249 people knelt on the ground of Waldalo and faced the compass bearing that Thalen had established as God's direction on this world. The bearing had been determined before landing. On the ship God lived in the direction of travel, the forward wall. On Waldalo God lived at 47 degrees northeast by the compass Thalen carried, a bearing he had selected because it pointed toward the area of the settlement site that the survey had identified as having the most stable geological foundation, and that therefore would be the location of the temple. God lived in the direction of the temple. On earth God had lived in the direction of the rising sun. On Waldallow God lived at 47 degrees. The congregation received this from Thalen's mouth as revealed truth and knelt and faced 47 degrees and pressed their hands flat against their thighs and directed their internal voices upward through the crowns of their heads and prayed. The soil of Waldallow was under their knees. The microbe collective was in the soil. It had been in the soil of Waldallow for longer than the concept of time applied to anything that had ever stood on this planet's surface. It was in the soil and in the water and in the air and in the bodies of every grazing animal on the plains and in the root systems of every organism that had ever grown here and in the organic material of everything that had ever died here. It was everywhere on Waldallow in the way that the atmosphere was everywhere, not a thing present in the soil but a thing that the soil was part of, a network so complete and so long established that the distinction between the network and the planet it ran through was not a distinction the network recognized because the network did not recognize distinctions. It simply was. It processed. It incorporated. It had been incorporating the planet's organisms into itself since before the planet's organisms had been the planet's organisms, and it did this not through any process that resembled intention or awareness, but through the same mechanism by which water incorporates whatever it contacts, which is simply by being what it is and doing what it does. 249 new organisms knelt on its surface and pressed their hands into its soil and breathed its air, and the collective registered this the way it registered everything, which was without registering it in any conscious sense, but simply by beginning the process that it began with everything it contacted. The assessment was immediate. The incorporation would take time. How much time depended on factors the collective did not calculate because the collective did not calculate. It simply proceeded. The morning prayer lasted 22 minutes. When the bell rang again, the congregation rose and stood on the surface of Waldallow and looked at each other and at the sky and at the vast green plains to the south and at the strange geology to the north and at the ship behind them and at Thalen standing before them. The temple, Thalen said. First. Nobody questioned this. The writings were explicit. God's house preceded human shelter in the order of sacred priorities. The congregation had known this was coming and had prepared for it during the voyage. The prefabricated temple components identified and loaded in the specific sequence that would allow them to be unloaded first and assembled immediately. David had overseen the loading sequence personally during the departure preparation, which was why the components were loaded correctly and in the right order, which was not something Thalen had left to chance. David, Thalen said. David stepped forward. Components are in cargo bay 3. Unloading sequence is marked. Assembly begins at the site marker I placed during the pre-dawn survey. He had gone out in the 33 minutes between landing and prayer alone with a compass and a survey stake and had marked the temple site at 47 degrees from the ship at the distance the settlement plan specified. This was also not in the protocol. David did it anyway because the protocol required the temple to be built, and the temple could not be built without a marked site, and someone had to mark it, and David was the person who understood why it needed to be done before the prayer rather than after. Thalen looked at him for a moment. Good, he said. The unloading began. The congregation worked with the genuine joy of people doing sacred labor, which was what the writings called work done in service of God, and which was what the morning drinks formulation for the approach and arrival period produced in the people doing it, an elevation of purpose that made the physical effort of carrying prefabricated components across uneven ground feel like participation in something larger than the effort itself. Which it was. Or which it felt like. On Waldallow in the first hours after landing, the distinction between those two things was not one the congregation was making. Mary carried components and did not think about the weight of them. Patricia worked beside her and neither of them spoke because the work did not require speech and the silence of the work was its own quality, companionable and focused. Robert carried the heaviest components he could manage, which were heavier than he had carried anything in years, and felt the ground under his feet with each step, and felt the air of Waldala moving in and out of his lungs, and felt the work in his muscles, and felt all of it as confirmation of something the writings had always told him, and that he was now experiencing physically, which was that the body in service of God was a body that did not feel its own limitations in the ordinary way. James worked beside David on the component assembly and handed David things when David held out his hand for them, which was the entirety of the verbal communication their working relationship required and which suited both of them. Level, David said, holding out his hand. James gave him the level. David checked the first foundation component against it and made a small adjustment and checked it again and nodded. Good, he said. Next piece. The grazers watched from the plains. They had been watching since the ship landed. A large herd, perhaps 300 animals, standing at the edge of the plain 200 meters from the settlement site. They did not approach. They did not retreat. They stood at the edge of the plain and watched with the empty patience of animals that have no concept of threat because nothing on this planet had ever threatened them, and the new things that had come down from the sky were simply new things to be assessed by whatever process the collective used to assess new things, which was not a process that involved the grazers consciously but which the grazers were part of regardless. Valor noticed them first. He was standing at the settlement site perimeter watching the temple construction when he saw the herd at the plain's edge, and the quality of their watching stopped him the way David's observation from orbit had stopped him. 300 animals. All facing the same direction. All facing the settlement site. All absolutely still in the way that animals are still when they are doing something with their stillness, which these animals were, though what they were doing with it was not a question Valor could answer. Saurav came to stand beside him. Grazers, Saurav said. Yes. Survey said non-threatening. Yes, Valor said. It did. Then why are you looking at them like that? Valor looked at the herd for a moment longer. 300 animals. Same direction. Same stillness. Empty eyes reflecting the pale light of the Waldala morning. Have you ever seen animals watch like that? He said. Saurav looked at the herd. No, he said after a moment. I haven't. He looked at them for another moment and then looked back at the temple construction. Survey said non-threatening, he said again and walked back toward the site. Valor stayed at the perimeter and watched the grazers watch the congregation until Thalen called for the midday distribution, and he went to get his cup. The temple frame was up by late afternoon. David had driven the assembly with the focused efficiency of a man who had studied the prefabricated component specifications during the voyage and understood them well enough to direct the assembly without consulting the documentation, which saved time that the documentation would have cost. The congregation assembled the components as David directed them, and by the time the Waldalo sun reached the horizon, the frame stood on the settlement site at 47 degrees and cast its shadow back toward the ship in the long orange light of the planet's first sunset. Thalen stood before it and looked at it and felt something he had not expected to feel, which was the specific satisfaction of a thing imagined for 30 years becoming physical and real, and standing on the ground of a world that no human being had ever stood on before today. The satisfaction was not sentimental. It was the satisfaction of a craftsman whose work has taken the form he intended. The temple frame stood on Waldalo and the rising radiant sun had built it, and it was the first thing built on this world, and it would be the foundation of everything built after it, and that was exactly what he had planned, and the plan had worked, and the plan working was the satisfaction. Tomorrow the walls, David said, coming to stand beside him. Tomorrow the walls, Thalen confirmed. The foundation components are solid. The soil composition is better than the survey indicated. Compaction is excellent. This structure will stand. Good, Thalen said. David looked at the frame for a moment. The grazers are gone, he said. Thalen looked at the plain. The herd that had stood at the plain's edge all day was gone. The plain was empty in the orange light of the sunset, the grass moving in the slight wind that had come up as the temperature dropped, the vast green of it rolling toward the horizon with nothing on it. They left when the sun started to go down, David said. All of them at once. Same direction. Animals return to shelter at nightfall, Thalen said. Yes, David said. They do. He went back to supervising the securing of the day's work against the night, and Thalen stood before the temple frame and looked at the empty plain and then looked at the sky, which was doing the same extraordinary thing it had done before dawn, the color between colors deepening as the light went, and the first stars of Waldalau's night appearing in it one by one. The congregation ate the evening meal and took the supplement and settled into the ship for the night in shifts, the ship too small for all of them to sleep simultaneously and the sleeping rotation managed by Korik with his notebook. Those not sleeping sat in the corridors or stood at the viewports and looked at the night of Waldalau outside and spoke quietly about what they had seen and what they had built and what tomorrow would bring. Mary sat with Patricia at a viewport and looked at the temple frame standing on the settlement site in the darkness, visible against the sky because David had placed lights on the corner posts that ran off the ship's power supply, and that Thalen had approved because a temple visible in the darkness of the first night on the New World was a temple making a statement about permanence that served the rising radiant sun's purposes well. "It's really here," Patricia said. "Yes," Mary said. "It's really here. I keep thinking I'll look out and it will be gone. That I imagined it." "It's there," Mary said. "Look. The lights on the corner posts." Patricia looked. The lights were steady in the darkness. Small and specific and real. 22 months, she said. "And now we build," Mary said. Outside, on the surface of Waldalau, the night settled over the settlement site, and the temple frame and the vast green plains, and the soil in which the microbe collective ran its invisible networks through everything that touched the ground and breathed the air and drank the water of this world. The collective made no distinction between the new organisms and the old ones. It did not distinguish between the grazers it had always known and the strange new things that had come down from the sky. It simply continued. It processed. It incorporated at the pace that incorporation required. The congregation slept in shifts in the ship and did not know this and would not have had a framework for understanding it if they had known, and the night of Waldalau was very quiet and very dark and very patient, and the temple frame stood in it with its corner lights burning, and the first day on the ground of the new covenant was over. 3 weeks after landing, the settlement had a shape. The temple stood complete at 47 degrees. Walls, roof, interior space. The consecration ceremony had happened on the 7th day. Thalen's voice had carried through the structure and out across the plains, and the full congregation had stood inside and outside the walls and received it. The shelters went up in the 2 weeks after the temple. Simple prefabricated structures. Functional. Arranged by work assignment so that people lived near the work they did. David oversaw the construction. The shelters went up correctly and on schedule because David oversaw things correctly and on schedule. The leaders' quarters were separate from the congregation's. Larger. Better appointed. The writings addressed this in the 4th volume. The voices of God required separation from the congregation as spiritual necessity, not privilege. The congregation had read this and believed it. The private stores were in a separate structure adjacent to the leaders' quarters with keycard access. The congregation did not have keycard access. Michael established the medical facility in the settlement's central area on the 2nd day. The morning drink was prepared daily from the concentrated supply and distributed at the 6:45 assembly. The evening supplement went out at the evening meal. Both schedules ran without interruption from the first morning on the surface. Thalen had been clear about this before landing. A new world did not alter the schedule. God's routine was God's routine. The food production area came in the 2nd week. The soil of Waldalau was extraordinary. David had said this on the first day. The food production team confirmed it when the initial test cultivation showed germination rates well above the earth baseline. The soil was alive in the way good soil is alive. The food production team knelt in it every day and pressed their hands into it and were grateful for God's provision. The microbe collective ran through that soil. It ran through all the soil of Waldalau. The seeds went into it. The roots of the germinating plants grew down into it. The food production team breathed the air above it. The collective did what it always did with everything it contacted. It began. The grazers were on the plains to the south every morning. They stood at the settlement perimeter 200 meters out and watched with their empty eyes and moved away in the late afternoon all at once in the same direction. The congregation went about their work and did not think about the grazers. The survey had classified them as non-threatening. Non-threatening was the category they occupied, and the category did not require further thought. David thought about them. He watched them when his work took him near the perimeter. He noted the consistency of their positioning. The watching. The simultaneous departure. The simultaneous return. He noted it in the private notebook he kept for observations that did not yet have a category. 30 years of maintenance work had taught him that observations without categories still mattered. He was watching. Stephen was on the construction team. 34 years old. 10 years of membership. Solid and practical, a background in general contracting that made him one of the more useful members on the surface. His work record in the first 3 weeks was clean. Present at 6:45. Met his daily allocation. Took his supplement. Slept. Back at 6:45. On the 22nd day, Stephen did not return from the morning work period. Gregory reported it to Sarev at the midday distribution. Gregory ran the construction team and was precise about his people's whereabouts because Sarev had made clear on the first day that imprecision about people's whereabouts was something Sarev did not tolerate. He was working the eastern field preparation, Gregory said. Around 10:30 he wasn't at his station. I assumed the facility. When he hadn't come back by 1100, I sent Brian to check. Where did Brian find him? Sarev said. Standing in the field. 40 meters past the work area. Doing what? Nothing. Just standing. Not moving. Not looking at anything. How long? At least an hour. Probably closer to 2. And when Brian approached him, Stephen looked at him, blinked a few times, walked back to his station and picked up his tools and went back to work. Sarev looked at Gregory, as though nothing had happened. Yes, voiced Sarev. Exactly that. Did he explain himself to Brian? He told Brian he didn't remember leaving his station. Sarev made a notation. Send him to me after the evening meal. Gregory left. Stephen came to Sarev's office after the evening meal. He stood in front of the desk with the expression of a man who is genuinely confused about what he is being asked to account for. 22nd day, Sarev said. Eastern field preparation. You left your station for approximately 2 hours. I don't remember leaving, Stephen said. Gregory and Brian both confirmed that you did. I believe them. I don't remember it. The last clear thing I remember is working the soil around 900. The next thing is Brian standing next to me in the middle of the field. Nothing between. Nothing, voiced Sarev. Sarev looked at him. The confusion was genuine. He could read genuine confusion. He had spent 30 years reading faces and Stephen's face was not performing anything. The absence of memory was real, which made it a spiritual matter rather than a disciplinary one. The third volume addressed this. Spiritual vacancy. The condition of a soul insufficiently present to God's purpose. The soul drifts when it loses its orientation to God. The drift manifests as absence. The correction was specific and documented. 3 days of extended dawn prayer, Sarev said. 45 minutes instead of 22. You will also present yourself to Michael for a medical assessment. Is that understood? Yes, voiced Sarev. If this happens again, the response will be different. Is that also understood? Yes, Stephen said. It won't happen again. He left. Sarev made the notation in the punishment ledger. Spiritual vacancy. Extended dawn prayer 3 days. Medical assessment ordered. He closed the ledger and looked at the notation for a moment and then opened it again and looked at it again and then closed it and went to find Michael. Michael was in the medical facility running his evening inventory of the pharmaceutical stores. He did this every evening. The inventory took 20 minutes and the results went into the records that he had been keeping since the first day on the surface, precise and complete, every dose accounted for. Stephen, Sarev said, sitting in the chair beside Michael's desk. You heard. Gregory told me at the midday distribution. I was going to come to you. What do you make of it medically? Michael set down his inventory sheet. I don't know yet. The description is unusual. 2 hours of lost time with no memory of the interval. That's not a standard pharmaceutical reaction. The formulation doesn't produce that. Could the stasis interaction have done something delayed, Saurav said. The way it did with Kenneth's. It's possible. The stasis interaction with the formulation is still not fully understood. A delayed neurological effect is within the range of possibilities I can't rule out. Michael paused. I want to examine him. I've ordered that already. Tomorrow morning. Good. Michael picked up his inventory sheet and looked at it without reading it. Has anything like this happened before? On Earth? With any congregation member? No, Saurav said. Then it's either the stasis interaction or something environmental. Something on this planet that's affecting his neurological function. The survey found nothing neurologically hazardous. The survey was not a neurological survey, Michael said. It was an atmospheric and biological survey. Those are different things. Saurav looked at him. Are you telling me this planet may be doing something to our people? I'm telling you I don't know what caused 2 hours of lost time in a healthy man with a clean medical record, and I want to find out before I tell anyone anything. Michael set the inventory sheet down. One case is an anomaly. I'll examine Stephen tomorrow and I'll keep watching. If there's another case, I'll bring it to voice Thalen directly. Bring it to me first, Saurav said. Michael looked at him. Yes, voice Saurav. Saurav left. Patricia was found 4 days later. She was not on the construction team. She worked food preparation, the team responsible for the daily meals from the settlement's packaged stores and the beginning cultivation work in the food production area. Reliable, competent, 9 years of membership. Her work record was as clean as Stephen's had been. A woman named Donna found her. Donna came to Saurav directly, which was correct procedure, and delivered her report in the precise manner that sacred witnesses were trained to use. 1,400 hours, Donna said. The cultivation area on the settlement's eastern edge. I was returning from the water collection point. Patricia was sitting in the grass at the cultivation area's boundary. Not in the cultivation area. In the grass just past it. Doing what, Saurav said. Pulling at the grass, Donna said. Pulling it up by the handful and letting it fall. Pulling more. Just sitting there doing that. Did she respond when you approached? Not at first. I said her name twice. The second time she looked up at me, but her eyes were. Donna stopped. Her eyes were what, Saurav said. Wrong, Donna said. Not looking at me exactly. Looking past me. Or through me. It took a moment before she was actually looking at me. And then she looked at the grass in her hands and looked around and asked me what time it was. When I told her, she said she had only sat down for a moment. She seemed genuinely surprised that it was 1400. How long do you estimate she had been sitting there? I passed the cultivation area at 12:30 on my way to the water collection point. She wasn't there then. So somewhere between 90 minutes and 2 hours. Saurav thanked Donna and noted the report and sent for Patricia. Patricia stood in front of his desk and had the same quality Stephen had had: genuine confusion, genuine absence of memory, the same blinking return to awareness that Brian had described when he found Stephen in the eastern field. She confirmed that she had no memory of sitting in the grass. She remembered working in the cultivation area. She did not remember moving to the grass at the boundary. She did not remember pulling at it. She looked at her hands when she said this. Something in the looking at her hands was not quite right, and Saurav noted it without being able to articulate what was not quite right about it. Spiritual vacancy, he said. Extended dawn prayer 3 days. Medical assessment with Michael tomorrow morning. Yes, voice Saurav, Patricia said. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. God knows, Saurav said. That's sufficient. Patricia left. Saurav went to Michael's facility and told him about Patricia. Michael listened without expression. When Saurav finished, he was quiet for a moment. 2 cases, he said. In 4 days, Saurav said. Both with the same presentation. Lost time. No memory of the interval. Behavior during the interval that they weren't aware of. The behavior is different, Saurav said. Stephen was standing. Patricia was sitting and pulling grass. The behavior is different, Michael agreed. The mechanism looks the same. He stood and went to the window of the medical facility that looked out over the settlement toward the plains. The grazers were at the perimeter edge in the late afternoon light, the large herd standing and watching the settlement the way they always stood and watched. I want to do blood work on both of them. Full panels. Will the equipment support that? Partially. I can't do everything I'd do in a full laboratory. I can do enough to tell me if there's something systemic happening. How long? Results by tomorrow evening if I start tonight. Start tonight, Sourav said. And Michael? Nothing to voice Thalen until you have results. You said that before, Michael said. I'm saying it again. Michael nodded and turned from the window and went to prepare his equipment. Sourav stood in the doorway of the medical facility and looked at the plains. The grazers were moving now, the late afternoon departure beginning, all of them turning at once in the same direction and moving away from the settlement perimeter with the uniform, unhurried patience of things that have somewhere to be and know how to get there and have never needed to think about either. Nobody had connected Stephen standing in a field with the grazers standing at the perimeter. Nobody had connected Patricia sitting in the grass with the grazers eating grass on the plains. The connections were not obvious. They were not the kind of connections that presented themselves to people who were looking at individuals behaving strangely and thinking about pharmaceutical side effects and stasis interactions and spiritual vacancy. David was the only one who might have made the connection, and David had not been told about Stephen or Patricia. The punishment records were Sourav's domain, and Sourav did not share them with congregation members. David was at the perimeter when the grazers departed. He watched them go as he always watched them go, all of them at once, same direction, same pace, the vast herd moving across the plains in the orange light of the Waldallow afternoon like a single organism. He watched until they were gone and then looked at the settlement behind him, the shelters and the food production area and the temple at 47 degrees catching the last of the light, and thought about the thing he had been watching for 3 weeks and still could not categorize. He wrote 3 words in his private notebook. Then he closed it and went to get his evening supplement with the rest of the congregation and drank it and felt the familiar warmth of it and went to his quarters and slept. The microbe collective ran through the soil under his quarters, and through the air he breathed and did what it did, and the night of Waldallow was quiet and patient, and the settlement slept inside it, and the grazers were somewhere on the plains in the dark moving in their uniform way toward whatever the collective directed them toward. And the second sacred witness report about Patricia sat in Sourav's punishment ledger next to the first one about Stephen, and neither of them was connected to the other in any way that anyone in the settlement had yet seen. Outside the medical facility, Michael worked through the night on the blood panels, and the results came back in the early hours of the morning, and he looked at them for a long time and then looked at them again and then sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling of the medical facility and thought about what he was going to say to Sourav, and when he was going to say it, and whether the results meant what he thought they meant or whether they meant something else that he had not yet understood. The results were unusual. Not alarming. Not conclusive. Unusual in the specific way that results are unusual when something is happening that the tests were not designed to detect and are detecting anyway, sideways. Through indicators that were not the target of the test but that are showing values outside the baseline range in a pattern that is consistent across both subjects, and that has no explanation in anything Michael knows about the pharmaceutical formulation or the stasis interaction, or the environmental survey data, or anything else he has access to on the surface of Waldallow. He wrote his notes carefully and went to find Sourav. 6 weeks after landing, Michael had 11 cases in his private notebook. Not 11 cases reported to Sourav. 11 cases observed, documented, and kept separate from the official punishment records in the notebook that Michael kept in the locked drawer of his desk in the medical facility. The official record showed 5 cases. The other 6 Michael had observed himself, small things, a congregation member standing still at their workstation staring at nothing, a woman sitting at the edge of the cultivation area with her hands in the soil not moving, a man walking slowly toward the settlement perimeter and turning back only when another congregation member called his name. Small things. Easy to dismiss individually. Not easy to dismiss as a pattern. The pattern was what the private notebook was for. Michael was a precise man, and precision required complete data, and complete data required recording things that were not yet officially cases, things that existed in the territory between normal behavior and reportable behavior, things that the punishment ledger would not capture because they had not yet risen to the level that triggered a report. The private notebook captured them. 11 entries in 6 weeks. Date, time, subject, observed behavior, duration where determinable, subject's response when approached. The blood panel results from Stephen and Patricia sat at the front of the notebook. He had shown them to Sourav 3 days after running them, and Sourav had looked at them and asked what they meant, and Michael had said he did not yet know, and Sourav had told him to find out, and Michael had been trying to find out since then and had not found out, which was itself a data point because Michael was good at finding things out. And the fact that he could not find out what the blood panels meant suggested that what they meant was outside the territory of things he knew how to find out. Sourav's punishment schedule was crowded. This was not a phrase Sourav used himself. Sourav did not describe his schedule as crowded because crowded implied more than he could manage, and Sourav did not acknowledge limits on what he could manage. But the punishment ledger had more entries in the 6th week than it had in the first 4 weeks combined, and the entries were all the same kind: spiritual vacancy, lost time, wandering, sitting in grass, standing in fields, and the punishments assigned were the standard ones: extended dawn prayer, restricted rations, additional work allocations, and the punishments were not working. This was the part that Sourav did not say out loud to anyone. The punishments were not working. Extended dawn prayer did not prevent a second episode. Restricted rations did not prevent a second episode. Additional work allocations did not prevent a second episode. Stephen had now had 3 episodes. Patricia had had 4. Others were accumulating second and third episodes at a rate that the punishment ledger reflected, and that Sourav reviewed every evening with the expression of a man reading figures that do not add up and checking his arithmetic, and finding that his arithmetic is correct and the figures still do not add up. Thalen called the congregation-wide address on the 40th day after landing. The temple held all of them. 249 people in the space that had been built to hold them, the high interior that Thalen had designed during the voyage from memory of the compound temple and from the writings and from 30 years of understanding what a room needed to do. The morning drink had been distributed an hour before. The congregation stood in their rows and faced the front where Thalen stood. "God is testing us," Thalen said. "This is not a new thing. The writings describe God's testing of the chosen across every period of their history. The chosen are tested because they are chosen. The testing is the measure of the choosing." He looked at the rows of faces. "What God is testing now is our spiritual discipline. Our commitment to the work assigned to us. Our capacity to remain present to God's purpose even when the conditions of that presence are demanding. Some of you have failed this test. You know who you are. Sourav knows who you are. God knows who you are." He paused. "The failure will not continue." The congregation received this with the attentive compliance of people whose morning drink had been distributed an hour before, and whose systems were operating at the level the standard formulation produced, which was sufficient for receiving addresses of this kind, but which Thalen had decided after the address was not sufficient for the current situation. That evening he called Michael to the leader's quarters. "The dosage," Thalen said. "The morning formulation. I want it increased." Michael sat across the table from Thalen with his hands flat on his thighs. "By how much?" 20% across the board. Immediately. Voice Thalen, Michael said carefully. "The current dosage is calibrated to the congregation's baseline after 12 to 15 years of exposure. Increasing by 20% is not a minor adjustment." "I understand that. The behavioral effects of a 20% increase at this exposure level are not fully predictable. The formulation was not designed to be adjusted significantly after long-term use. The behavioral effects of the current dosage are also not what they should be," Thalen said. "People are abandoning their workstations. People are sitting in fields. The formulation is not producing the compliance level it was designed to produce, and I want that corrected." "I don't think the formulation is the problem," Michael said. Thalen looked at him. "Explain." "The blood panels on Stephen and Patricia show indicators that I can't explain through pharmaceutical mechanisms. The pattern of the episodes doesn't match any known side effect or deficiency profile of the formulation. The onset is gradual. The behavior during the episodes is specific. It's not random agitation or random vacancy. It's directed. They move toward the plains. They sit in grass. They pull at vegetation. Michael paused. That's not pharmaceutical failure. That's something else. What's something else? I don't know yet, Michael said. That's what I'm trying to determine. Increasing the dosage while I'm trying to determine that will alter the baseline I'm working from and make the determination harder. Thalen looked at him for a long moment. 20%, he said. Starting tomorrow morning. Document the results carefully. Michael nodded once. Yes, voiced Thalen. And find out what the something else is, Thalen said. That's your primary task. Everything else is secondary. Michael went back to the medical facility and increased the dosage calculations for the following morning and sat at his desk and opened his private notebook and wrote the date and the instruction and the dosage increase, and then sat looking at what he had written for a while before he closed the notebook and locked it in the drawer. The increased dosage did not improve the situation. It made it worse. Not immediately. The first 3 days after the increase showed no change in the episode rate, which Thalen noted as confirmation that the increase was appropriate and that more time was needed. By the 7th day, the episode rate had increased. By the 14th day, it had increased again. The congregation members experiencing episodes were experiencing them more frequently and for longer durations and with a deeper quality of absence during them, harder to rouse, slower to return to awareness, more confused when they did return. Michael documented all of this in the private notebook. The private notebook now had 31 entries. He did not go back to Thalen with this information. Thalen had dismissed his concern once, and had responded to it by increasing the dosage, and the increased dosage had made things worse, and going back to Thalen with documentation that the increased dosage had made things worse was something Michael needed to approach carefully, and with more data than he currently had, because Thalen responding to more concern by increasing the dosage further was an outcome that the private notebook's 31 entries suggested would be catastrophic. Vaylor had started watching the grazers. Not because anyone had told him to watch them. Because watching them had become something he could not stop doing, the way you cannot stop noticing a sound once you have noticed it. Every morning after the 6:45 prayer, he walked to the settlement perimeter and stood and watched the herd that was always there at the perimeter edge, and watched it with the specific attention of a man who knows something is wrong and cannot yet say what it is. The grazers ate. They moved. They ate again. Slow, patient arcs across the grass at the plain's edge, heads down, moving forward a few steps, heads down again. The movement was uniform. Always. Every animal in the herd eating and moving in the same rhythm at the same time. Not like animals feeding. Like one thing feeding through many bodies. One morning Vaylor watched for 40 minutes and the herd did not produce a single moment of individual variation. Not one animal that lifted its head a second before the others. Not one that moved a step left while the rest moved right. The uniformity was total. He had grown up on Earth and had seen animals his whole life, and what the grazers were doing was not what animals did. He was at the perimeter on the evening of the 48th day when he saw the congregation member. The light was going. The late afternoon departure of the grazers had not yet happened. The herd was at the perimeter edge in the orange light, heads down, eating in their uniform way. Vaylor was watching from 20 meters back when he saw the figure. A man. Standing at the perimeter. Inside the settlement boundary, but at its edge, at the point where the settlement ground met the plain grass. Standing still with his hands at his sides. Facing the plain. Vaylor walked toward him. The man did not hear him coming or did not register that he heard him. He stood at the perimeter edge and faced the plain, and the grazers were 10 meters in front of him, the nearest animals of the herd, heads down, eating. Vaylor got close enough to see the man's face in profile. It was Paul. Food production team. 8 years of membership. A quiet man, competent, no entries in the punishment ledger that Vaylor knew of. Paul was standing at the perimeter edge facing the plane, and his face had the quality that Vaylor had heard described in Sarev's reports but had not seen directly until now. Not blank exactly. Something more specific than blank. The quality of a face from which the person who usually occupied it had temporarily vacated, leaving the physical structure of the face present and the animating presence behind it absent. His eyes were open and oriented toward the plane and the grazers, and seeing neither, or seeing them in a way that was not the way a person sees things. 10 meters in front of him, the nearest grazer lifted its head. Vaylor stopped walking. The grazer faced Paul. Paul faced the grazer. Both of them absolutely still. Both facing the same direction. Both with the same quality of stillness, the grazer's empty animal patience and Paul's empty human vacancy. The two of them standing in the orange light of the Waldallow afternoon, looking at each other or through each other or past each other in a way that Vaylor standing 20 meters back could not determine. The grazer lowered its head and went back to eating. Paul blinked. He turned from the perimeter and saw Vaylor, and his face reassembled itself with the gradual quality that Vaylor had heard described, the slow return of the person behind the face, blinking and confused and looking at Vaylor with the expression of a man who does not know how he got to where he is standing. Voice Vaylor, Paul said. His voice was normal. The confusion was in his eyes, not his voice. He stopped and looked at the plane behind him and then back at Vaylor. I don't know what I was doing. How long have you been standing here? Vaylor said. I was walking back from the cultivation area. I stopped too. Paul looked at the plane again. I don't know why I stopped. Come away from the perimeter, Vaylor said. Paul came. They walked back toward the settlement, and Vaylor walked beside him and said nothing until they were well away from the perimeter edge, and then said, Go directly to Michael. Tell him voice Vaylor sent you. Tell him what happened. Should I report to voice Sarev first? Paul said. Michael first, Vaylor said. Go now. Paul went. Vaylor turned back toward the perimeter. The grazers were beginning their departure, the late afternoon movement starting, all of them turning at once in the same direction and moving away from the settlement edge across the plain. In 2 minutes the perimeter edge was empty. The plain grass moved in the slight wind, and the orange light of the afternoon was going, and the plain was empty and patient and vast. Vaylor stood at the perimeter for a long time after the grazers were gone. The grazer and Paul facing each other in the orange light. Both still. Both with the same quality of absence. The grazer's empty animal patience identical in its quality to Paul's empty human vacancy. Not similar. Identical. That was the thing. Not similar. Identical. He went to find Michael. Michael was in the medical facility when Vaylor arrived. Paul was sitting on the examination table with his sleeve rolled up, and Michael was drawing blood with the focused attention of a man performing a familiar procedure while thinking about something else. Vaylor sat down in the chair beside the desk and waited until Michael had finished and Paul had rolled down his sleeve and left. How many? Vaylor said. Michael looked at him. Then he went to his desk and unlocked the drawer and took out the private notebook and put it on the desk between them. 32 now, Michael said. Including Paul. Vaylor looked at the notebook. 32. The official ledger has 14. The other 18 I've observed myself or been told about informally. People who didn't want to report to voice Sarev. People who came to me quietly. Why didn't you bring this to Thalen? I brought a concern to voice Thalen 2 weeks ago, Michael said. He increased the dosage by 20%. And the episode rate has increased since the dosage increase. The episodes are longer. The subjects are harder to rouse. The blood panels are showing the same unusual indicators in every subject I've been able to test. Michael opened the notebook to the blood panel results. I don't know what these indicators mean. I know they weren't present in the pre-voyage panels. I know they're present now in every subject showing episodes. And I know that the dosage increase has not reduced them. Vaylor looked at the blood panel results. He was not a physician, and the numbers meant nothing to him directly. The pattern of them, the consistency across subjects, the direction of the values outside the baseline range, that meant something even to a non-physician because patterns meant something regardless of whether you could read the specific data producing them. The grazer, he said. Paul and the grazer. Standing at the perimeter. Facing the same direction. Same stillness. Michael looked at him. I watched them for 30 seconds, Vaylor said. I've watched the grazers every morning for 3 weeks. The way they move. The uniformity of it. Every animal doing the same thing at the same time, he looked at the notebook. What if it's not pharmaceutical? What if it's not environmental in the way we mean environmental? What if it's the planet itself? The medical facility was quiet around them. Outside the window, the settlement was moving through its evening routines, congregation members returning from work assignments, the supplement distribution beginning at the dining area, the ordinary sounds of a community at the end of its day. If it's the planet itself, Michael said carefully, then increasing the dosage is the worst thing we could have done. The formulation lowers the neurological resistance that might otherwise slow the process. They looked at each other across the desk with the private notebook between them. I need to go to Thalen, Vaylor said. Yes, Michael said. You do. Vaylor picked up the notebook and stood. I'm taking this. I have the data memorized, Michael said. Take it. Vaylor went to find Thalen. The plain outside the settlement perimeter was empty and dark and patient in the Waldallow evening, and the microbe collective ran through it and through the soil of the settlement, and through the air above both and through the bodies of the congregation members drinking their evening supplements in the dining area, and felt nothing about any of this because feeling was not something the collective did. It simply continued. It had been continuing since before the ship landed, and it would continue after, and the pace of the incorporation was what the pace of the incorporation was, and nothing that happened in the settlement changed it because the collective did not respond to what happened in the settlement. It responded only to what it was, which was everything on Waldallow, and what it was doing, which was what it had always done. The stocks had been built on the 4th day after landing because Saurav had specified them in the settlement construction plan, and the settlement construction plan was the settlement construction plan. 3 sets. Heavy timber from the prefabricated materials, the design the same as the compounds, head and wrists through the upper board, the lower board locked. The whole assembly mounted on a raised platform in the settlement's central area where it was visible from the temple and from the dining area and from the main paths between the shelters. Visible was the point. The stocks worked through visibility. The congregation seeing a member in the stocks was the mechanism by which the stocks functioned as a deterrent, and Saurav had always understood this and had built accordingly. The stocks were not working. This was the fact that Saurav sat with every evening in his office with the punishment ledger open in front of him. The ledger showed 39 entries in 7 weeks. 14 of those entries were second or third infractions by members who had already been punished once. Extended dawn prayer had not prevented recurrence. Restricted rations had not prevented recurrence. Additional work allocations had not prevented recurrence. 2 members had been in the stocks for a day each and had been released, and had wandered again within 48 hours. Punishment required that the punished person modify their behavior in response to the punishment. Modification required awareness of the punishment as punishment. The congregation members experiencing episodes were not fully aware of their behavior during the episodes and therefore could not modify behavior they were not aware of having. This was not a doctrinal problem. It was a mechanical one. The mechanism of punishment required a functioning connection between cause and effect in the punished person's cognition, and that connection was not functioning in the way it should function, and Saurav could not punish his way to a functioning connection. He understood this, and it did not help him, and he put 3 members in the stocks anyway on the morning of the 53rd day, because 3 members had been found wandering simultaneously on the previous evening, and 3 simultaneous wanderers required a visible response. Thomas, Carol, and Brian. All in the stocks by 700 after the morning prayer. The congregation assembled around the platform in the central area, and Saurav addressed them. Spiritual vacancy is a choice, Saurav said. God gives every soul the capacity for presence. The failure to be present to God's work is a failure of will. God's law addresses failures of will, and the addressing of them is what you are witnessing. He looked at the three in the stocks and then at the congregation. Return to your assigned work. God's discipline is its own instruction. The congregation dispersed. Thomas and Carol and Brian remained in the stocks. What happened next was what Saurav had not anticipated and could not have anticipated because it had not happened before. All three of them reached for the grass. The platform was wood and raised, and there was no grass on it. But the platform was at ground level at its edges, and the stocks positioned the occupants bent slightly forward, and all three of them, within 20 minutes of the congregation dispersing, had their fingers in the grass at the platform's edge. Pulling at it. Slowly. Letting it fall. Reaching for more. Brian put a handful in his mouth. Saurav was in his office and did not see this immediately. Gregory saw it first and came to Saurav's office and stood in the doorway and said, "Voice Saurav." "The stocks." Saurav went. Brian was chewing. Slowly. With the patient rhythm of the grazers on the plain. Thomas had grass in both hands and was pulling more. Carol's eyes were half closed and her fingers moved in the grass at the platform edge with the specific slow repetition of a person doing something without being aware of doing it. Saurav stood in front of the platform and looked at the three of them. "Brian," he said. Brian chewed. Brian's louder. Brian's eyes moved to Saurav. The focus came back slowly, the way it always came back, the gradual reassembly of the person behind the face. Brian looked at the grass in his mouth and his expression changed and he turned his head and let it fall out. "What are you doing?" Saurav said. "I don't." Brian looked at his hands. Grass in both of them. "I don't know." "You were eating grass." Brian looked at him. The confusion was complete and genuine. "I don't remember doing that." Thomas had come back on his own. He was looking at the grass in his hands with the expression of a man who has found something in his hands that he does not know how it got there. Carol was still pulling at the grass at the platform's edge, slow and repetitive, not yet back. "Carol," Saurav said. "Nothing." "Carol," he put his hand on her shoulder. She came back. Blinked. Looked at Saurav and then at the stocks and then at the central area around her and said nothing. Saurav looked at the three of them for a long moment. Then he had them released from the stocks and sent back to their quarters and stood alone at the platform in the central area and looked at the grass at the platform's edge where their fingers had been and thought about what he had seen. He went to Michael. "The stocks," Saurav said, sitting across from Michael in the medical facility. All three of them. Pulling grass. Brian was eating it. Michael did not look surprised. He looked like a man who has been expecting a report like this and is unhappy that it has arrived. "Brian was eating grass," Saurav said again. "Yes," Michael said. "I heard you." "That is not a pharmaceutical side effect." "No," Michael said. "It isn't." "Then what is it?" Michael opened the private notebook on the desk between them. Saurav looked at it. He had seen the notebook before, the 32 entries, the blood panel results. The notebook had more entries now. He could see that without counting. 47, Michael said. "As of this morning before I knew about the stocks." Saurav looked at the notebook. 47 entries. The settlement had 249 people. 47 was nearly 20%. "The grass eating," Michael said. "It's new." The earlier episodes were vacancy and wandering. Moving toward the plains. Sitting in the grass. Now they're interacting with the grass directly. Pulling at it. Ingesting it, he paused. The grazers eat grass. That's what grazers do. They eat grass and they move across the plains and they eat more grass. The medical facility was quiet. "You're telling me our people are becoming grazers," Saurav said. "I'm telling you the behavior is converging toward grazer behavior," Michael said. "I'm not able to tell you why. I'm not able to tell you what mechanism is producing it. I'm telling you what I observe. And the dosage increase. Made it worse. I told Voice Thalen it would make it worse. Thalen dismissed you." "Yes." Saurav looked at the notebook and then looked at the window of the medical facility and the settlement outside it. People moving between the shelters and the work areas. The temple at 47 degrees. The plains to the south with the grazers at the perimeter edge doing what they always did. Valor came to you, he said. Before. With the notebook. Yes. And then went to Thailand. Yes. And Thaylen's response. Michael looked at him. Voice Thaylen said the situation was a spiritual discipline failure on the congregation's part and that the punishment schedule needed to be more rigorous and that the pharmaceutical increase would address the underlying compliance deficit. Saurav was quiet for a moment. More rigorous, he said. Yes. Saurav closed the notebook and stood. Keep documenting, he said. Everything. Every case. He went back to his office and opened the punishment ledger and looked at it for a long time. More rigorous. He had been running the punishment schedule for 30 years. He knew what more rigorous meant and he knew what it could and could not accomplish, and what it could not accomplish was modifying behavior in people who were not present enough to their own behavior to modify it. More rigorous punishment of people who were not aware of their behavior was not more rigorous punishment. It was theater. Saurav had never run theater. He ran punishment. The distinction mattered to him in a way that was fundamental and not negotiable. He closed the ledger and picked up the internal communication and called Thaylen. Thaylen came to Saurav's office 20 minutes later. He sat across the desk from Saurav and looked at the ledger and listened while Saurav described the stock's incident in precise detail. The grass pulling. Brian eating it. The quality of the return to awareness. The consistency of the behavior across all three subjects. When Saurav finished, Thaylen was quiet for a moment. Daniel, Thaylen said. Saurav had been expecting this. Yes, he said. Daniel was 51 days into what the ledger described as continuous spiritual vacancy. He had not reported to a work assignment in 11 days. He did not respond to his name when addressed. He was found every morning at the settlement perimeter and returned to his quarters and found at the perimeter again within hours. He ate when food was placed in front of him and did not eat when it was not. He moved slowly and continuously toward the plains when not physically redirected, and returned to moving toward the plains when the redirection stopped. The determination, Thaylen said. Yes, Saurav said. Tomorrow morning. Full congregation. Understood, Saurav said. Thaylen left. Saurav sat in his office and thought about Daniel and thought about the stocks and thought about Brian eating grass and thought about 47 entries in Michael's private notebook, and thought about what tomorrow morning would produce, and whether it would produce anything different from what the stocks had produced, and what the extended dawn prayer had produced, and what the restricted rations had produced. He thought it would not produce anything different. He did not say this to anyone. The congregation assembled in the central area the following morning after the 6:45 prayer. Full attendance. The platform had been prepared. The dark cloth. The knife. Saurav went to Daniel's quarters at 6:15 with two of God's hands and found Daniel sitting on the edge of his cot facing the wall. Not the door. The wall. His hands were in his lap and his fingers were moving in the slow pulling motion that Saurav had seen in the stocks and that he had been seeing in the perimeter reports for 3 weeks. Daniel, Saurav said. Daniel turned. The return to awareness was slower than it had been with Brian, slower than it had been with any of the stocks cases, the gradual reassembly of the person behind the face taking longer than it should have taken and producing a less complete result when it finished. Daniel looked at Saurav with eyes that were present and not fully present simultaneously, a quality that Saurav had no category for and that he put in a category anyway because categories were how he managed things and managing things was what he did. Come, Saurav said. Daniel came. He walked with Saurav and God's hands to the small room adjacent to the temple, and Saurav placed the knife on the table with the handle toward Daniel's chair, and told Daniel the determination and the sentence in the precise language the protocol required. Daniel listened or appeared to listen. His eyes were on the knife. Saurav left him with the knife and the 20 minutes. Standing outside the door, Saurav thought about what he had seen in Daniel's eyes and thought about what the 20 minutes alone with the knife was supposed to produce and thought about whether it would produce that or something else, and could not determine which it would produce, and went to take his position at the congregation assembly. The congregation stood in the semicircle around the platform. 248 people. The morning drink had been distributed at elevated dosage per Thalen's standing order, and the congregation had the quality that the elevated dosage produced, present and compliant, and with the edges of things softened in a way that should have made this easier to witness. Thalen spoke the determination and the doctrine. His voice was level and clear, and the words were the words, and the ceremony was the ceremony, and he spoke it correctly and completely. Daniel was brought out by God's hands. He walked to the platform and stepped up onto it and turned to face the congregation and picked up the knife. What happened next was what Vaylor would not stop seeing for the rest of his life. Daniel's face throughout was empty. Not the transparency that Thomas had shown, the quality of a person beginning to depart. Something more complete than that. The person behind Daniel's face had already gone somewhere else, and what remained was the physical structure of a face and a body that were performing the ritual with the patient mechanical compliance of something that is doing what its situation requires without any experience of the situation at all. No fear. The approach of the knife produced no fear response. None. The physiological indicators that fear produced in a human body, the tension in the jaw, the change in breathing, the slight widening of the eyes, none of them were present. Daniel held the knife with the same slow, patient grip he had used to pull grass from the ground at the settlement perimeter, and placed it with the same slow, patient deliberateness. It took a long time. Daniel did not make sounds that indicated awareness of what was happening to him. The sounds were biological and involuntary, and the face above them was empty throughout, and the body that was producing them from a place that was not connected to whatever remained of Daniel's experience of being Daniel. The congregation watched. The elevated dosage was doing what it was designed to do, keeping the edges of things soft, preventing the acute panic response that an undrugged congregation might have produced. But the softening was not complete. The congregation watching was not comfortable. The congregation watching had the quality of people witnessing something that the pharmaceutical management is containing rather than resolving, people who are more disturbed than they appear and who appear disturbed. Nobody looked away. That was the thing that Sorev noted from his position at the platform's edge. On the compound at Thomas' punishment, people had looked away at the critical moments. Eyes finding the ground or the sky or the compound wall. The congregation this morning did not look away. They watched with the same quality that Daniel's face had, present and not fully present, there and not quite there, the elevated dosage producing in them a watching that was less chosen than automatic. Vaylor watched. He had looked away at Thomas. He had looked at the compound wall and found it sufficient and had not looked back. This morning he watched everything. His face was unreadable in the way that Vaylor's face was sometimes unreadable when he was processing something at a depth that the face's surface did not reflect. Daniel stopped. The platform was quiet. The central area was quiet. The settlement was quiet around it in the Waldala morning. Thalen spoke the closing words. God had received Daniel. Daniel's tasks had been incomplete. The congregation was purified and strengthened. The morning's work assignments would begin in 20 minutes. The congregation dispersed. The work assignments began. Vaylor walked to the settlement perimeter. The grazers were at the edge of the plain as they always were at this hour, the large herd spread across the grass in the morning light, heads down, eating, moving forward slowly, eating again. The uniform rhythm of it. The total absence of individual variation. Every animal doing the same thing at the same time with the same quality of patient, empty attention. Vaylor stood at the perimeter and watched them and thought about Daniel's face and thought about the congregation's faces during the punishment and thought about the quality they had shared, the present and not fully present, the there and not quite there, and looked at the grazers and thought about what the grazers were and what the congregation was becoming and stood at the perimeter for a long time without moving. The grazers ate. They moved. They ate again. Vaylor watched them until the late morning distribution bell sounded from the settlement behind him. He did not move toward it immediately. He stood for another minute at the perimeter edge looking at the herd. A grazer at the near edge of the herd lifted its head and looked at him with its empty animal eyes. Valor looked back at it. The grazer lowered its head and went back to eating. Valor turned from the perimeter and walked back toward the settlement and did not go to the distribution. He went to find Michael. The food production numbers told the story before anything else did. Korik kept the numbers. He kept all the numbers. Daily output against daily requirement, the ratio that had to stay above a certain threshold for the settlement to feed itself, a threshold he had calculated during the voyage and that he reviewed every evening with the same notebook precision he brought to everything. In the first 3 weeks after landing, the ratio had been healthy. In weeks 4 through 6, it had begun to decline. By week 8, it was below the minimum threshold and still declining, and the reason it was declining was not equipment failure or soil failure or seed failure. The reason was that the food production team was not fully present to its work on any given day and had not been fully present to its work for 2 weeks. 40% of the food production team was experiencing regular episodes. This was Korik's number, and Korik's numbers were accurate. He brought it to Thalen on the morning of the 61st day after landing and laid the notebook open on the table in the leader's quarters and showed Thalen the ratio and the trend line. Thalen looked at it. The work allocation, he said. Redistribute from the construction team. The construction team has a 30% episode rate, Korik said. Redistributing from them gives us bodies but not functional bodies. The members in regular episodes are present at their stations intermittently and absent the rest of the time, and the absence is not predictable. Then we use the functional members at double allocation. I've modeled that, Korik said. Double allocation on the functional members sustains the ratio for approximately 12 days. After 12 days, the functional members are exhausted, and the ratio drops faster than it would have without the double allocation. Thalen looked at the trend line. What's the alternative? The 4 of us, Korik said. We supplement the food production work directly. It's not what we're here to do, and it won't be sufficient on its own, but it slows the rate of decline. Thalen looked at him for a moment. Arrange it, he said. Korik and Sarev began working the food production area on the 62nd day. This was not something either of them had done before in 30 years of the rising radiant sun, and neither of them did it well initially. Sarev was better than Korik at the physical work, stronger and more practically capable, but both of them were working from the cultivation instructions that David had posted in the food production area, because David was the one who understood the specific characteristics of Waldalau's soil and what it required, and David had not reported to a work assignment in 4 days. Korik found David on the 4th day of the food production work. He was at the settlement perimeter. Standing at the edge where the settlement ground met the plain grass, hands at his sides facing the plain. The grazers were at the perimeter edge in their usual position, and David was among them at the boundary, not on the plain but at its edge, close enough to the nearest animals that the distance between him and them was less than the distance between the grazers themselves. Korik walked to him. David. David turned. The return was slow. Slower than the early cases had been. The face reassembled itself with the gradual patience that Korik had seen in others, and that was more complete in David than it was in some of the worse cases, but less complete than it should have been. Voice Korik, David said. How long have you been standing here? David looked at the plain behind him. At the grazers. At his own hands. I came to check the perimeter markers, he said. This morning. It was past midday. Come with me, Korik said. David came. He walked beside Korik back through the settlement with the slightly careful quality of a man relearning the operation of his own legs, not unsteady, just deliberate in a way he had not been before. At the food production area, he stopped and looked at the work that Korik and Sarev had been doing and looked at it for a long time. That furrow depth is wrong, he said. For this soil, the depth needs to be shallower. The root systems on Waldalau don't go as deep as earth root systems. You're losing moisture retention. Show me, Korik said. David showed him. His hands knew what to do even when the rest of him was somewhere else, and for 2 hours he worked the food production area with the competence of a man who has 30 years of practical knowledge that lives in his hands and not only in his head. Korik worked beside him and watched and learned and noted. At the end of 2 hours, David stopped. He stood in the middle of the food production area with a tool in his hand, and his eyes went to the plane and his face went to the place it went, and Korik watched it happen the way you watch something you know is coming and cannot stop. 30 seconds. David's eyes on the plane. The tool loose in his hand. The face empty. Then David set the tool down carefully and walked toward the perimeter. Korik let him go. There was nothing else to do. Thalen spent the 61st through 68th days in the temple. Not continuously. He came out for the morning prayer and the distribution and the evening supplement and the 4 leaders' evening review, which had become a shorter and quieter event as the days passed, and the news that Korik brought to it became worse and the responses available to them became fewer. Between those obligations, he was in the temple, sitting in the front pew in the empty space, thinking. The congregation that had filled the temple on the consecration day was not filling it now. The morning prayers were attended by whoever was functional that morning, which was a declining number, the rows in the central area thinner each day, more gaps, more absences. The gaps were not filled by people who had stayed in their quarters. The gaps were filled by people who were at the settlement perimeter or on the plain or sitting in the cultivation area pulling grass from the ground with the slow, patient repetition that the reports described. Thalen sat in the front pew and looked at the interior space he had designed during the voyage and thought about the closing system and thought about Valer's unnamed failure modes and thought about what was happening to his congregation and thought about God. Which was something he had not done sincerely in 30 years and was not doing sincerely now, but was doing anyway because the temple was the place you thought about God and he was in the temple, and there was nothing else available to think about that produced useful results. The thinking did not produce useful results either. Valer went to Michael on the evening of the 63rd day. The medical facility was lit from inside and Michael was at his desk when Valer came in, the private notebook open in front of him, writing. He wrote for a moment after Valer sat down and then closed the notebook and looked up. How many? Valer said. In the notebook. 103. 103 out of 249. More than 40%. Functionally impaired, Michael said. Meaning regular episodes, extended duration, difficulty returning to baseline between episodes. The acute cases, the ones who are essentially continuous, those are 22. 22. God's number. Valer did not say this. The acute cases, Valer said. Where are they? On the plane mostly. The settlement team brings them back when they find them. They return to the plane. We bring them back. They return. Michael opened the notebook to a page near the back. I stopped bringing them back 4 days ago. There's no point. They go back within the hour and the bringing back distresses them more than the staying on the plane does. They're distressed when brought back. The only time they show anything resembling distress is when they're redirected from the plane. Otherwise they show nothing. No distress. No awareness of their condition. No awareness that their condition is a condition. Michael looked at the notebook. They're not suffering. That's the thing I keep coming back to. Whatever is happening to them, they're not suffering from it. Valer looked at the notebook. You, he said. How are you? Michael was quiet for a moment. The medical facility hummed around them. Outside the window the settlement was quiet in the Waldalau evening, the sounds of it thinner than they had been a week ago. I've had 2 episodes, Michael said. Minor. I found myself outside the medical facility twice with no memory of walking there. Both times I was facing the plane. Valer looked at him. I'm documenting it, Michael said. It's in the notebook. Last 2 entries. You're not immune. None of us are immune, Michael said. The leaders are slower. The congregation is faster. The difference is the drugs. The formulation reduces the neurological resistance that might otherwise slow the process. The congregation has been on the formulation for 12 to 15 years at consistent high dosage. We haven't been on it at all. Whatever the planet is doing, it's doing it to everyone. We're just slower. Valer sat with this for a moment. Slower. Not exempt. Slower. The dosage increase, he said. Made the congregation significantly faster, Michael said. Yes. Thalen ordered that increase. Yes. Does Thalen know that the increase accelerated this? I've told him the increase did not improve the situation, Michael said carefully. I haven't told him in those specific terms. Why not? Because voice Thalen responds to information he doesn't want to hear by making decisions that make the situation worse, Michael said. And I don't have a better decision to offer him. So I document and I watch and I try to understand what's happening, and I have not yet understood it well enough to tell him something he can act on productively. Vaylor stood. Tonight, he said. Stay inside the medical facility tonight. Lock the door. Why? Because I'm going to walk the settlement and I don't want to worry about you being outside while I do it. Michael looked at him. All right, he said. Vaylor left the medical facility and walked into the Waldalau evening. The settlement was quiet in a way it had not been quiet before. Not the quiet of people in their quarters after the supplement, the ordinary pharmaceutical quiet of the compound and the ship. A different kind of quiet. The quiet of a place where many of the people who should be making noise are not there to make it. The lights were on in the leader's quarters. Thalen's window was dark, which meant Thalen was in the temple. Korek's window was lit. Sarev's was lit. The congregation's shelters were mostly dark. Vaylor walked the settlement's paths and counted. A man sitting on the ground outside his shelter, facing south, hands in the grass beside him. Pulling at it slowly. A woman standing at the gap between two shelters, face turned toward the plain, not moving. Two people at the food production area in the dark, not working, sitting in the cultivation rows with their hands in the soil. The temple had a light burning inside it. Thalen's light. Through the temple's small windows, Vaylor could see the single lamp at the front pew. The medical facility was lit and the door was closed. Vaylor counted as he walked. Functionally present. In quarters or moving purposefully between settlement areas or showing signs of awareness of their surroundings. He counted everyone he could see and accounted for the ones he could not see by their shelter lights and by the reasonable assumption that a lit shelter contained someone who had made it to their quarters. 31. 31 people out of 249 who were functionally present in any meaningful sense. The rest were on the plain. Vaylor went to the perimeter and looked out. The Waldalau night was clear. The planet had two moons and both were up, smaller than Earth's moon, giving a thin silver light that was enough to see by once the eyes adjusted. The plain stretched south from the perimeter in the moonlight, the grass moving in the slight wind, the extraordinary deep color of it reduced by the silver light to a pale gray that moved and shifted in the wind like something liquid. And on the plain, visible in the moonlight because the moonlight was sufficient and because there were enough of them, the congregation. Not all in one place. Spread across the plain in the way the grazers spread, individual figures and small clusters moving slowly, heads down, moving again. The thin silver light caught them and showed them as shapes against the pale grass, human shapes that were moving in the way the grazers moved, the same slow, patient arcs, the same forward movement and pause and forward movement. 218 people on the plain in the dark eating grass. Vaylor stood at the perimeter and looked at them for a long time. The wind moved the grass and the moonlight moved on the grass and the figures on the plain moved through both, slow and patient, and without any awareness of the man at the perimeter watching them. Without any awareness of anything except what the collective directed them toward, which was the grass and the plain and the continuation of the process that the collective had been running since before the ship landed. One of the figures stopped. It was close enough to the perimeter that Vaylor could see it clearly in the moonlight. A woman. He did not know which woman at this distance in this light. She had stopped moving and was standing still facing north, which was facing the settlement, which was facing Vaylor. He stood very still. The woman stood for a moment facing north. Then she turned and went back to what she had been doing, the slow patient arc through the grass, head down, forward movement and pause. Vaylor turned from the perimeter and walked back through the settlement. The man sitting outside his shelter was still sitting. The woman between the shelters was still standing. The two in the cultivation area were still in the rows. 31 people. 218 on the plane. The math was simple, and the math was not something he could take to Thalen tonight. Tomorrow he would take it to Thalen. Tonight he went to his quarters and sat on the edge of his cot and looked at his hands and checked them for grass and found none and was not entirely reassured by the finding, and sat for a long time in the light of his quarters before he lay down and did not sleep. Valar went to Thalen in the temple on the morning of the 64th day. The temple was empty except for Thalen in the front pew. The lamp was burning at the front of the space. The rows of seating that had held 249 people on the consecration day held nobody now. The morning prayer had been attended by 23 people. The rest did not come. Valar sat down beside Thalen and put Michael's private notebook on the pew between them. Thalen looked at the notebook. "What is this?" "Michael's private records. 103 cases documented. 22 acute. The acute cases are on the plane continuously. The others cycle between the settlement and the plane, and the cycling gets shorter each day." Thalen did not pick up the notebook. "I've seen the punishment ledger. The punishment ledger has 41 cases. Michael's notebook has 103. The difference is the cases that haven't been reported to Sarev because the people experiencing them came to Michael instead or because Michael observed them directly." Valar paused. "Last night I walked the settlement and counted. 31 people functionally present. 218 on the plane. The temple was quiet around them. The lamp burned at the front of the space and cast its light across the empty rows. 218, Thalen said. On the plane. In the dark. Moving the way the grazers move. Eating grass." Thalen was quiet for a moment. "The pharmaceutical increase made it faster," Valar said. Michael documented the acceleration directly following the increase. The formulation reduces whatever resistance the nervous system might otherwise have to what this planet is doing. The congregation has been on it for 12 to 15 years. They had very little resistance left. "What this planet is doing," Thalen said. "Something in the soil. The air. The water." Michael can't identify the mechanism. What he can document is the pattern. The behavior converges toward grazer behavior. The grazers eat grass and move in herds and show no individual variation. Our people are doing the same thing. Valar picked up the notebook and held it toward Thalen. "It's all in here. 103 cases. Blood panels. Behavioral observations. The timeline of the acceleration after the dosage increase." Thalen looked at the notebook but did not take it. "Spiritual failure," he said. "The congregation has failed God's test. What you're describing as a physical process is a spiritual collapse. The soul abandons its discipline and the body follows." Valar put the notebook down. "Michael has been losing time," he said. He found himself outside the medical facility twice with no memory of walking there. Both times facing the plane. He's in the notebook. Last 2 entries. Thalen was quiet. "We're not immune," Valar said. "We're slower. The difference is the drugs. We're not on them. The congregation is. But we're not immune, and the slowness will not last indefinitely." The lamp burned at the front of the temple. Outside, the settlement was doing what the settlement did in the mornings now, which was very little. The 31 functional members going through the reduced routines that 31 people could sustain, and the rest of the congregation on the plain or at the perimeter or sitting in the grass somewhere between. "We need to leave," Valar said. "All of us. The ship is still functional. The AI will take us back. We leave now while there are still enough of us to get to the ship." Thalen looked at him. "No. Thalen." "No," Thalen said. "We do not leave. We came here to build something permanent, and we are going to build it. There are 31 functional people left in this settlement. The others can be brought back. They cannot be brought back. We have been trying to bring them back for 3 weeks. Punishment doesn't work. The dosage increase made it worse. Nothing we have done has reversed a single case. Then we haven't found the right response yet." Valar looked at him. 30 years of looking at Thalen in rooms where important things were being said. The quality he saw now was one he had not seen before. Not the certainty with basis that had always characterized Thalen's positions. Something different. The certainty was still there, but the basis had changed. The basis was no longer the careful calculation of a man who has thought everything through. The basis was the need to not be wrong. Those were different things, and the difference between them was significant. The legal consequences, Vaylor said. That's part of it. Going back means going back to Earth, where investigators have been building a file for 2 years. The legal situation is a separate matter. It's not separate. It's why leaving is not something you want to consider regardless of what's happening here. Thalen looked at the front of the temple. We are not leaving. Korik was at the leader's quarters table when Vaylor came out of the temple. He had the food production numbers open in front of him, and he looked up when Vaylor came in and read Vaylor's face and closed the notebook. He said no, Korik said. He said no. Korik was quiet for a moment. He's right that going back means the investigators, he said. 2 years of additional work on the file. Whatever they've found by now. 2 years of additional work on a file is survivable, Vaylor said. What's happening to this congregation is not survivable. Do you understand that? They are going to die here. Humans cannot sustain themselves on grass. Whatever the planet is turning them into, they cannot complete the process and live. The process can be reversed. On what basis do you believe that? Korik looked at his closed notebook. The food production numbers were inside it, and the food production numbers were what they were, and Korik's relationship with numbers was honest in a way that his relationship with most things was not, because numbers did not respond to framing or to the kind of careful presentation that made bad information seem like better information than it was. The numbers were the numbers. I don't know that it can be reversed, Korik said. No, Vaylor said. You don't. Zorav came in from outside. He had been at the food production area since 700, the physical work that he and Korik had been doing for 3 days, and he had the soil of Waldalau on his hands and on his knees and the expression of a man who has been doing work beneath his expectations of himself and has feelings about that which he is not going to discuss. Vaylor told him what he had told Thalen. The notebook. The count. The 218 on the plane. Michael's episodes. The immunity that was not immunity, but only delay. Zorav listened without expression. When Vaylor finished, he was quiet for a moment. Execute the wanderers, Zorav said. Vaylor looked at him. The ones who are gone, Zorav said. The acute cases. The ones on the plane continuously. They are not coming back, and they are consuming resources, and they are a liability. Execute them and focus the settlement's capacity on the people who are still functional. They are members of this congregation, Vaylor said. They are former members of this congregation. What they are now is a problem. Zorav, Korik said quietly. It's a resource calculation, Zorav said. 22 acute cases consuming food and water and the time of the functional members who bring them back from the plane. Remove the 22 and the functional 31 have more capacity to sustain the settlement while we address the underlying problem. There is no addressing the underlying problem, Vaylor said. That's what I'm telling you. The underlying problem is this planet, and we cannot address this planet. Then we address what we can address, Zorav said. Which is the resource drain. Vaylor looked at him for a long moment. You want to execute 22 people who are ill. I want to make a resource decision about 22 people who are no longer members of this congregation in any functional sense. The doctrine supports it. Failed members. Incomplete tasks. The determination is available. Korik looked at his closed notebook. Vaylor looked at the table between them and thought about the 31 functional members and the 218 on the plane, and thought about what executing 22 of them would mean for the remaining 196 who were not acute, and thought about what it would mean for the 31 who were watching, and thought about the ship on the settlement's edge, and thought about Earth. I'm going to Thalen, he said. Thalen came out of the temple for the meeting. The four of them at the leader's quarters table for the first time in days, Thalen at the head, Korik with his closed notebook, Sarev with his hands flat on the table, Vaylor with Michael's notebook. Vaylor presented the case for leaving. Clearly. Without elaboration. The numbers, the timeline, the immunity that was not immunity, the ship that was still functional, the AI that would take them home. Thalen said no. Korik presented the resource calculation as Sarev had framed it. The 22 acute cases. The determination available under doctrine. The potential benefit to settlement capacity. Thalen looked at Sarev. You believe this is viable? I believe it's necessary, Sarev said. Then do it, Thalen said. Vaylor stood up. This is wrong. Sit down, Vaylor. I will not sit down. You are ordering the execution of 22 people who are ill because of something this planet is doing to them. They have not failed God. They have been infected or affected or incorporated by whatever this planet does to organisms that come into contact with it, and you are going to execute them for it. They have failed to complete their assigned tasks, Thalen said. The doctrine is clear. The doctrine was written by you, Vaylor said. In a room in the compound on Earth. It was not revealed by God. You wrote it. You can choose not to apply it. The table was very quiet. Thalen looked at Vaylor for a long time. Sit down, he said. Or leave the room. Vaylor left the room. Sarev brought 8 of the acute cases in from the plane that afternoon. God's hands went to the perimeter and collected them, 8 congregation members who came without resistance because they came without anything, the empty patient compliance that the acute cases showed when redirected, and were brought to the central area where the platform had been prepared. The 31 functional members were assembled. Sarev set up the protocol. The dark cloth. The knives. 8 members standing on the platform with the same quality that Daniel had shown, the person behind the face already elsewhere, the physical structure of the face and body present and waiting. The first one picked up the knife when Sarev indicated he should. He did it with the same empty serenity that Daniel had shown. No hesitation. No fear response. The knife in his hand and the same slow patient quality that characterized everything the acute cases did, the grass pulling, the walking, the eating, the same patient slowness. Sarev watched. The man held the knife and looked at it with his empty eyes, and the knife was in his hand, and his face showed nothing. No fear. No awareness of what the knife was or what he was holding it for. He held it the way he held grass. With the same grip. The same patience. The same absence of any experience of holding it as a thing that mattered. Sarev said stop. The man stopped. Sarev looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the other 7 on the platform, all of them holding their knives with the same grip, the same patience, the same empty faces. Put them down, Sarev said. They put them down. Take them back to the plane, Sarev said to God's hands. God's hands took them back. The 31 functional members who had been assembled stood in the central area and watched God's hands walk the 8 acute cases back toward the perimeter, and Sarev stood on the platform and looked at the dark cloth and the 8 knives laid on it, and said nothing, and the settlement was very quiet around all of them. Sarev picked up the knives one by one and took them off the platform and went to his office and put them in the cabinet where they were kept, and sat down at his desk and opened the punishment ledger and looked at it and closed it. The thing that had stopped him was not mercy. Sarev did not operate from mercy and knew it, and had never pretended otherwise. The thing that had stopped him was the absence of resistance. 30 years of punishment and execution had been built on a foundation of resistance. The condemned person's resistance to the punishment was the mechanism through which the punishment communicated its meaning to the witnesses. Fear communicated the weight of the transgression. Distress communicated the cost of failure. The condemned person's experience of the punishment was what made the punishment real for the people watching it. 8 people with empty faces holding knives with the same grip they used to hold grass communicated nothing. Executing them communicated nothing. It was not punishment. It was not execution in any sense that the word applied to. It was something else, and Sorev did not have a word for what it was, and the absence of the word meant the absence of the category, and Sorev could not act in the absence of a category. He sat in his office and did not move for a long time. That night Thalen did not come out of the temple. The lamp burned in there through the evening, and the supplement distribution happened without him, and Korik managed it with his notebook, and 31 people took their supplements, and the night came down over the settlement, and the plane and the 218 on the plane moved through the Waldalo dark in their slow, patient arcs, and the moonlight was on the grass, and the grass moved in the wind. Vaylor sat in his quarters and did not sleep. He looked at his hands. Check them. No grass. He had been checking his hands every hour since Michael told him about his own episodes. Both hands clean. He pressed them flat against the wall beside his cot and felt the wall and thought about the ship. The ship was 140 meters from his quarters. The AI was running. He had checked the AI's status panel 2 days ago, quietly, during a period when the other leaders were occupied. All systems nominal. Full operational readiness. The AI was waiting for an instruction. It did not have opinions about how long it had been waiting. Vaylor looked at his hands again. Clean. He lay down and did not sleep. In the morning, Korik was not at the leader's quarters table where he was always at 700. His quarters were empty. His notebook was on his cot, closed, precisely placed at the cot center the way Korik placed things he had finished with. Vaylor found him at the settlement perimeter. Korik was walking slowly along the perimeter edge with his hands at his sides and his face turned toward the plane and his eyes on the grass. Not wandering. Walking slowly and deliberately along the boundary between the settlement and the plain, back and forth, the same short path, the same slow pace, the same direction reversal at each end. Deliberate in the way the grazers were deliberate. Purposeful in the way the collective's purposes were purposeful, which was completely and without any awareness of itself as purpose. Vaylor stood and watched him for a moment. Then he walked back through the settlement to Sorev's quarters. Sorev was in the doorway. Sitting on the step with his back against the doorframe and his legs out in front of him and his eyes open, and his face in the place it went. Not facing the plane from here. Facing the central area and the platform and the temple behind it. But the face was the face. The eyes were the eyes. The same quality of presence that was not presence, the same person behind the face who was not fully behind the face anymore. 1727. Claude responded. Vaylor stood in front of him. Vaylor stood in front of him. Sorev. Sorev's eyes moved to him. Slow. The return was incomplete. Sorev. Vaylor, his voice was normal. The voice was always the last thing to go. How long have you been sitting here? Sorev looked at his hands. It was the same gesture Vaylor had been making every hour since Michael told him about his own episodes. I came out after the morning prayer, Sorev said. The morning prayer had been at 6:45. It was past 900. 2.5 hours sitting in a doorway with his eyes open and nobody home. Vaylor looked at him sitting there in the doorway with the plane visible beyond the settlement behind him and the grazers on it moving in their slow, patient arcs, and Sorev's face with its incomplete return, and thought about 30 years and thought about what 30 years had built, and what the planet had done to it in 64 days. He checked his hands. Both of them. Front and back. Clean. Korik was at the perimeter walking his slow path back and forth. Thalen was in the temple and had been there all night. Sorev was in his doorway and was most of the way gone. 218 members were on the plane eating grass and would not be coming back. The ship was 140 meters away. Running lights on. AI waiting for an instruction. Vaylor started to slowly walk towards it. The settlement was quiet in the way that places are quiet when the people who should be in them are somewhere else. Vaylor walked the paths between the shelters in the morning light. The doors were open. Most of them. The contents inside undisturbed, plain cots and permitted containers and copies of the writings on the shelves David had built in the first week. Personal items left where they had been left by people who had walked out one morning and not come back. A pair of boots beside a cot. Placed neatly. The way you place boots when you intend to put them on again. Nobody had put them on again. The food production area was empty. The cultivation rows David had prepared to the correct depth for Waldalau's soil, the extraordinary germination of the first weeks, all of it still growing. Plants do not stop because the people who planted them have gone somewhere else. They continue. Waldalau's plants were very good at continuing. The temple had grass growing through the floor. Waldalau's grass had found the gaps in the prefabricated floor sections. Thin shoots first. Now more substantial. Patient. The grass had been here before the floor and would be here after, and it knew this in the way that things know things without knowing anything, which is by simply being what they are and doing what they do. Thalen was in the front pew. Upright. Hands in his lap. Facing the front of the temple where the lamp had gone out the previous evening when the fuel ran out. Eyes open. The face complete in the way the acute cases were complete, the person behind it not returning in incomplete fragments but simply not there. The vacancy settled in total. His hands were in the grass that had grown through the floor beside the pew. Not pulling at it. Resting in it. The fingers loose. The way hands rest in water. Thalen Vaylor said. Nothing. Thalen. The eyes did not move. The hands rested in the grass. The face was finished with responses. Vaylor left the temple. Sarev was on the plain. He had been there since the morning after Vaylor found him in the doorway. God's hands had brought him back twice. Both times he returned to the plain within the hour. On the third return Vaylor told God's hands to stop. God's hands had their own problems by then, and following instructions was easier than making decisions, so they stopped. Korik was on the plain. His notebook was on his cot in his quarters. Closed. Precisely placed at the cot's center. The numbers inside accurate to the day he stopped keeping them, which was the day numbers were no longer something he was capable of keeping. Vaylor walked to the perimeter. The plain held hundreds of human figures moving among the grazers in the morning light. Slow patient arcs through the grass. Heads down. Forward movement and pause and forward movement again. The grazers moved with them. Through them. Among them. Human figures and animal figures on the same plane in the same way with the same rhythm and the same quality of patient empty attention to the grass beneath them. From the perimeter the shapes were different. The size was different. The behavior was not different at all. Mary was out there. David. James. Patricia. Robert, who had been Gerald Harwick before Thalen took that from him and gave him a new name and brown eyes and the ground of the new covenant. All of them out there in the morning light eating grass with the serenity of things that have found their place in the order of this world. They had found their place. That was the thing. It simply was not the place they had come here to find. Vaylor looked at his hands. Grass in the left. Pulled grass, roots attached, Waldalau's dark soil on the roots. Dirt under the nails of both hands. No memory of kneeling. No memory of the grass. The last clear memory was standing at the perimeter looking at the plain, and between that memory and this one was a gap, and in the gap his hands had found the grass. He dropped it. Stood with his hands open at his sides and looked at them and looked at the plain and looked at the temple and looked at the ship. 140 meters. Running lights on. AI status panel green through the forward viewport. All systems nominal. The AI waiting with the patience of a system that does not experience waiting as anything other than readiness. Vaylor walked to it. The boarding ramp extended when the AI recognized his approach. The hatch opened. Ship air came out, recycled and specific, not the air of Waldalau, and breathing it was like breathing something from a previous life. Destination, the AI said. Vaylor stood in the main corridor and looked at the stasis bay. 249 empty units. Open. The congregation had not gone back into them. The congregation had gone to the plane. Earth, Vaylor said. Take me back to Earth. Confirmed. Departure in 4 minutes. Please secure yourself for liftoff. Vaylor went to the forward observation area and sat in the chair and looked through the viewport at the settlement. The temple at 47 degrees with its light out. The shelters with their open doors. The food production area still growing. the perimeter where the plain began, and on the plain the congregation. Hundreds of human figures among the grazer herds in the morning light. Moving. Eating. Moving again. The deep green of Waldallow's grass and the figures in it moving exactly as the animals around them moved. The collective's work complete. The incorporation finished. Thalen was in the temple with his hands in the grass. He would not feel the ship lift. The hatch sealed. The ramp retracted. The ship lifted. Vaylor watched the settlement fall away below. The temple. The shelters. The food production area. The perimeter. The plain spreading south with the congregation in it, the human figures among the herds, growing smaller as the ship rose, becoming indistinct, becoming part of the pattern of the plain, the moving pattern of things that ate and moved and ate again. A pattern that had been there before the ship landed and would be there long after, and that now included what remained of the rising radiant sun. The planet filled the viewport. Green and vast and beautiful. It had always been beautiful. The extraordinary deep green from altitude, the strange northern formations, the southern plains where hundreds of human figures moved slowly among thousands of grazing animals in the morning light. Vaylor watched until Waldallow was a point of light. Then he watched the point of light for a while after that. Corset, the AI said. Estimated arrival at Earth 22 months and 4 days. 22 months and 4 days. Thalen had arranged the arrival at exactly 22 months by adjusting the approach velocity. God's number. The return was 4 days over and there was nobody left to adjust anything, and the 4 days would stand. Thalen would have found that intolerable. Vaylor sat in the forward observation area and tried to record a message. "This is Voice Vaylor of the rising radiant sun," he said. "I am the only person aboard this vessel. The colony on the planet designated Waldallow has," he stopped. "Has what? Failed. Been destroyed. Been incorporated. Been completed." All of those were true. None of them were sufficient. "There is something on the planet," he said. "In the soil. The air. The water. It changes organisms that come into contact with it. It changes their behavior toward," he stopped again. "Toward what?" "Toward the behavior of every other organism on the planet. Toward things that eat and move and eat and have no individual variation and no awareness of themselves as individuals." 249 people, he said. "They're on the planet. They're alive. They're not coming back." He sat with the recording running and said nothing. "The pharmaceutical compounds we were administering made it faster," he said. "They reduce neurological resistance. Anyone going to that planet should know that." He stopped. "Anyone going to that planet should not go to that planet." He ended the recording. Insufficient. He knew it was insufficient. Making it sufficient required understanding what had happened well enough to describe it, and he did not understand it well enough. He had watched it happen for 64 days, and he did not understand it. He understood only that it had happened and that it was not reversible, and that the ship was moving away from it at a speed that made reversibility irrelevant. Grass on the floor of the forward observation area. A small amount. Pulled grass, roots attached, dark soil on the roots. Between his chair and the viewport. He did not remember putting it there. He did not remember the gap in which he had picked it up and carried it aboard, and the gap was there regardless. Vaylor picked it up and held it and looked at it for a long time. Then he put it in the disposal unit and sat back and looked at the viewport. Waldallow was too small to find without the navigation display now. The navigation display showed it at the end of the outbound trajectory. A labeled point. The 19-digit number. The word Waldallow beneath it. The congregation on its surface eating grass in the morning light of a sun that did not care what they had come there to build. The ship moved through the dark. Vaylor sat and thought about his name. Not Vaylor. The other one. The name his parents had given him. The name he had answered to for 28 years before Thalen's renaming ceremony declared it dead, and replaced it with Vaylor and the rising radiant sun and 30 years of everything that followed. The memory of having a different name was there. The memory of writing it on documents. Of hearing it spoken by people who had known him before. The memory of the name existing was intact. The name itself was gone. Not hidden. Not suppressed. Gone. 30 years of not using it. 30 years of the pharmaceutical regimen working on the people around him, even if not on him directly. 30 years of the doctrinal framework saying the original name was dead and the dead stay dead. The name was dead. He sat with the absence of it. The shape of a thing that was no longer there. Like pressing your tongue to the place where a tooth was. The ship moved through the dark between stars. The AI maintained course. Life support ran. The stasis bay held 249 empty units with their hatches open, and the forward observation area held one man in a chair who could not remember what he had been called before he became what he was. Outside the viewport, the stars held their positions. They had been holding their positions since before the rising radiant sun existed, and would hold them after, and had no information to offer about names or planets, or what the planet did to people who landed on it and knelt in its soil and breathed its air, and trusted a survey that had not been a neurological survey. Somewhere in the space between 1 hour and the next, Valor lost a piece of time. When it came back, his hands were in his lap. Dirt under the nails. Both hands. He looked at them for a long time. Then he checked the floor around his chair. Nothing there. He checked his pockets. Nothing. Whatever the gap had contained, it had not left evidence this time beyond the dirt, and the dirt was already there, and he could not know when it had gotten there. He put his hands flat on the arms of the chair and looked at the stars. 22 months and 4 days to Earth, with a 2-year file of investigators waiting and a recording that was not sufficient, and could not be made sufficient, and 249 people on a green planet doing what the planet had made them into. Thalen in the temple with his hands in the grass that had grown through the floor. Sarev on the plane. Korik on the plane. The boots beside the cot placed neatly by someone who had intended to put them on again and had walked out one morning into the grass instead. Valor sat in the forward observation area with dirt under his fingernails and tried to recall his original identity. Not Valor. The other one. That name had lasted 28 years before Thalen stood in the temple and declared it dead. He remembered having it, writing it, hearing it, answering to it, but the word itself had vanished 3 decades ago. He had known it wouldn't return before he started searching, but there was nothing else to do in the dark between stars. Behind him, a planet fell away. On Waldalo, the congregation moved through the grass among the herds in the morning light of a sun that didn't care what they had built. The ship moved through the black. The stars outside the viewport were fixed. They would be there long after the last person to look at them was dust. A man alone in a ship for 22 months with a reckoning ahead searches for what he has misplaced, even when he knows it isn't there. The AI held its course. The stars held their positions. The planet turned. None of it required his presence, his understanding, or his signature. The vessel carried him away at a speed that stretched the distance every second. That gap would grow for 22 months and 4 days. At the end, the investigators would be waiting. He would have to find phrasing for what happened. The recording was not sufficient. Perhaps by the time he reached Earth, he would have better words. Or perhaps he would find himself standing at the boarding ramp with grass reeds in his hands and nothing to say at all. Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing so you never miss a story. And if you want to support the show, leaving a review on your favorite podcast app really helps us grow. Hope to see you next time.